Oh guys, selamat malam semua. Sorry guys ya, ini live-nya gue kayaknya dalam beberapa hari ini gak bisa live banyak deh guys. Karena tiba-tiba audio card gue gak jelas teman-teman. Kayak gue harus klaim garansi mungkin hari Senin teman-teman ya. Jadi audio gue dari gaming PC ke streaming PC gak masuk guys. Dia agak pusing sih guys sebenarnya guys. Bisa streaming mungkin pakai satu PC aja. We'll see teman-teman ya.
I hate that expression, but he actually did it.
Agak ribet sih guys.
It's because of the way it sounds. It has nothing like.
Pusing juga Ji.
Yeah, I mean, there are words that I don't like in English. I assume that there's, but going back to it.
I like all words. I think they're beautiful. But I think this comeback, when Sentinels have talked about their ability to do so in the press conference last night, Celsius was mentioning that he thinks the team is blessed because they won a lot of these comebacks early in the team's history when they were playing in the offseason.
Apa kabar guys? Suara aman ya, suara aman ya guys ya.
Which means that now the team has this really wholehearted belief that in any one of these situations where they're down, they're not really losing. They always believe they can actually make that comeback happen. And I think it really shows because if it's just one strategic adjustment if people are wavering, if people aren't feeling it anymore, it's so hard to make that instant switch. But Sentinels have done it match after match.
Yeah, exactly. But if we are going to crown them the winners of this Masters, we need to see more. We need to see them actually setting the foot into the maps, into the whole ecosystem and the entire match.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what that next level will be from Sentinels and eager to see how #blessed they truly are. So let's send it back to Golden Boy, who spoke with Coach Kaplan earlier.
Live, laugh, love.
Coach Kaplan, if you don't mind giving me a few moments of your time. Good to see you, brother.
This
is obviously a quick turnaround time for you guys. Really, how you feeling about the squad going into it? Are you feeling comfortable, especially against a formidable opponent in Karmine Corp?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough game. They've had 2 nights to rest and 1 full day to clean up their game. We've had 1 full night to rest, and in the case of us coaches, not rest. It's not fair, and it doesn't make any sense. That being said, we're no stranger to tough roads, and we're not taking any excuses. We're here to win, and if we lose, that's on us. So.
All right, respect that, brother. There you go. Best of luck, too, no matter what. You already know that. Good luck, bud. Back to you guys.
Conditions are tough for this team, but as you mentioned, as we kept talking about earlier,
seru nih guys ya.
You can't ever count them out.
For sure, they're definitely used to these situations. In Americas, they played more rounds of Valorant than the rest of the teams in playoffs. They went through every game of play-ins, every possible game of group stage. It's been a really long run for them to make it here. Even in the offseason, they played more than any other team in Americas. This is a squad that is no stranger to these kind of circumstances. Kaplan was telling me before the Americas final, 3 hours of sleep. He told me last night, 5. So it's already an improvement.
I love the fact that we're seeing also the same kind of thing for K-Corp, right? They had to play through that lower bracket into the play-in and then go on to get that revenge and win in the finals. This is a very similar story, but I think they had an easier time and they surprised us more. I feel like Sentinels were like fighting against the waves time and time again, but they managed to do it here. I love the way that Kaplan has that winner mentality of no excuses. If we lose, that's on us.
But the difference is that
pusing guys, gua guys. Audio kartnya yang root ini yang di sini guys.
When they have the time to do so.
Tiba-tiba nggak bisa pas through audionya.
About how good ENG's game plans are when they have the time to do so. So I think that is a big advantage for KC heading into this match.
And I think that's what makes this match, really deadly for both teams, right? You have such little prep time, and that means that's where the ante comes in. There's no other way. You just have to outthink and outplay each other, right? But a big part of that also is like the energy that Sentinels brings. And I think a big part of that is Celsius. And you can see it, right? You can see how he'll just yell on stage, he'll smile, he'll lift everybody up and, convince everybody to buy the Sentinels bundle, of course. But Mimi, he's just a powerhouse also in-game.
He's more than just a salesman. When his teammates talk about him, they describe him as the player who gives them a reason to play, that reminds them what they're here for. He's really good at giving his teammates energy, being that emotional leader.
Alah, lebay lu. Kaci aja tuh baru naiknya tahun ini, lu dari lahir, bohong banget.
Would have been Team HyperX instead. In a close match like that, little pop-offs like this, giving your team the energy, those things that are less easy to point out, and are easy to point
HyperX lawan tim HyperX guys, masalahnya guys. Berat jir lawannya TH yang
when you
kemarin,
talk about
Cok.
these two teams, you actually cannot talk about them without talking about the duelists. We have Zekken versus Martin and Bea. You know, we talk about these two. We talked about them earlier. How exciting these, you know, they have the same kind of like agent pool. They kind of mirror each other in a way. So this head-to-head is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Zekken did a brilliant job yesterday. I think that he was being extra aggressive when the team needed it most. Probably, you know, Celsius was on his ear being like, just my man, just jump in.
Just go in. We got you.
And also the combination of him and Tense is going to be very similar to the one that we're going to see between Narrate and Martin. And, you know, probably we haven't talked about Martin so much because we've been focusing on Narrate, but this is the same. And Martin brings something different to the team. He's going to be playing on the Euro. He's going to be on his own and making this plays in some of the instances. But the electricity from both have to be ready.
Did Zekken almost just fall out of his chair when we came into that clip?
I think so. I think it is.
If he can stay in his chair this match, he's going to be great again.
And hopefully less friendly fire.
Lama banget, Cok, mulai, Cok. Let's go.
It is kind of messed up. It is kind of messed up that his stats didn't show those 2 extra kills.
Hey, they did say that, like, John Curie did say, like, hey, if he has to kill me in order to win the round, then so be it, right? I will be the sacrificial lamb. But I think that, you know, these, again, you point out how like this tandem is going to be so interesting to watch. You know, you have Zekken and Tense, you have Martin and Narrate. That's going to be where my eyes are at actually on this match because it's going to be, it's going to boil down to the wire.
Ini kalau misalnya guys, kalau Sentinelnya menyala, kalau Sentinel itu si Johnny Kitty-nya menyala, Sashi menyala, Zekken udah pasti nyala, jadi kayak udah pasti bisa menang. Itu winning condition-nya si Sentinel guys, ya mereka tuh harus menyala 2-3 orang. Kalau KC gue belum lihat gameplaynya, tapi katanya sih serem ya. Sama kayak Gen.G, dia kayak apa sih, kayak dia kayak sangat ini guys, sangat stuck gitu guys, dia nggak pernah turun gameplaynya guys, kayak si Gen.G guys, kayak tekstur nembak terus. Katanya sih begitu ya, mirip-mirip ya.
For my money, these two teams are the
two
that have the strongest read on the meta right now. I think Sentinels finds a great balance between playing meta stuff like that Gecko comp they switch to Unbind and doing things that enable their players that is more based on comfort. And on the other hand, for KC, they're playing stuff that no one else is that I think is also on the forefront, like those their split comp where they're playing the double smokes and the Yoru. Both these teams have such great ideas and also such electric individuals. This is going to be a fantastic match.
Oh yeah, for sure. But for now, we're going to take a little break from that discussion because it is time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team had the
Karmine Corp,
toughest
bro,
draw
tinggi
for
banget, bro.
round 2, and the results are in. People think it is Karmine Corp. Bea, do you agree?
I mean, probably this is because of the time zones. In this one, I'm going to give it to you.
You're using my cope.
No, I mean, your cope was the
Ini berarti yang menang 2 orang ini akan menjadi 2 tim pertama yang masuk ke playoff ya.
She's twisting my words. That's not what I said. I love Brazil. I love Brazil. I love Brazil. Let me mind control you.
Well, I believe you. I believe you.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I think it's very jarring because KC and their fans, they do have the opportunity
Parah bang, 1 hari main 2 kali bang.
To make it here to the stage. So of course, if just with a few hours difference, get on a train, get on a bus.
Iya ya, 1 hari main 2 kali dia guys ya. Tapi kan udah mau 24 jam guys, udah tidur guys.
I'll ruin it. How long do we have? That's 2 minutes 36 seconds. We have better things to talk about.
Okay. But
the first time I'll say that, maybe the last 2.
But yeah, making it here for some of the KC fans is very important because we've known how the support has been unconditional for this team and definitely is going to give them some edge.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see how Sentinels will be playing up against a kind of sort of the home court of Karmine Corp, right? They're going to have to deal with the blue wall that has showed up in support of this team. So they're going to be looking like the villains, but that is no stranger. Annie is no stranger to that role, I would say. But for now, while we are waiting for map select, Mimi, I'm thinking like right now we can see that our teams are getting ready, and I think like you can feel that energy. You can feel that energy coming out.
That energy.
I believe our coaches are standing by for map select. So let's listen in.
Oke, map select dulu, bro.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. We will start with the first one of the day. Sentinels, you were higher seed via the draw.
Gila, mereka selalu berdua ya. Oh nggak, itu kaptennya guys.
Take Team A.
Team A. So KC will be Team B, and Sentinels, we'll start with your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Icebox, your ban?
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, and map number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Split, side on
Split.
Defense.
Defense. Map number 2.
Pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Lotus.
Pick Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans, starting with Sentinels, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent, your ban? You have Bind and Breeze. Ban Breeze. So map number 3 is going to be Bind, Sentinel, side on Bind.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Attack mulu guys, Sentinel guys, gaspol!
It was so fast. Last time we had like 10 minutes stacking.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I think that probably these maps are the best that we could get from all these teams. I would have changed maybe the Bind for the Sunset, but actually the fact that neither of them played the Breeze, what was going to happen with that map, it may be a crazy pick or maybe a very ballsy ban, but I love the fact that we're getting split, that we're getting Lotus. This is perfect for this matchup.
It's the best possible map pool for a match I'm so excited for.
Yeah, I can feel the excitement already. So let's get this day started. It's going to be Sentinels versus Karmine Corp first, and later on we have EDG versus Gen.G. That is day 3 for Masters Madrid, and it starts right about now.
Let's go! Are you ready, guys?
EDG fourth
Anjay.
time missed the charm as they finally bested Paperrex.
对于我来说，这是一个 PRX 是一座山吧，然后我们跨越这座山，全面的一个决斗者，不仅仅只靠我的名句，对，因为我的信念吧，因为我要变成世界第一人。
그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요. 제 IGL링 방식 자체가 팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간
Karen guys, Karen gila guys, Karen.
Crush loud, looking so good.
我觉得他们对于我来说是家人，所以说他们一直的相信，一直的对我的肯定，一直对我的支持，所以说我要做得更棒，所以说不能让他们失望，对我失望，所以说我觉得我会带着这些东西一起前进，跟我的家人们。
저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Any predictions for a match against Sentinels? So is it nostalgic being back with them? And how do you think it could go?
It's weird to be honest, because it's like happening deja vu, I'd say. Yeah, it's like it's been 3 years. It's been a long time, so yeah, it will be quite cool to face them again, and this time to take them.
Playing against Karmine Corp is definitely going to be tough. Narrate, I already knew he was a strong player when he was playing challengers here in NA. He was putting up really good numbers, even though his team wasn't that strong.
Out and over, narrate can't be stopped, man. It's just disgusting.
I had a couple trials for NA teams, and I think they were extremely well. It just I kind of got unlucky. The teams that qualify from NA are not like the teams that I expected to play for last season. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm here in Karmine Corp, and we're obviously doing way better than those teams I was talking about. To be honest, like revenge is not really on my mind. I'm just really excited to play the NA teams at least, because like, you know, I could have been in their region playing, but now I'm in a different region playing with a new team. NA isn't the only region that can be dominant. There can always be European teams or NA players going to different regions and still performing like.
Dia ngerombak squad langsung jago banget cok. Pakai GenG guys. Karmine Corp, GenG, tim Heretic ngerombak squad langsung bagus banget ya.
I think we've all known this. He's just Zekken.
I would say the difference between 2022 Zekken and right now, I have a lot more experience than I did 2 years ago, and I'm a lot more confident in myself as a player than I was.
Going up against Sentinels will be quite a challenge. They're probably the most dangerous team at this tournament. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go.
Rombak Johnny Kitty bang, ini nggak terlalu rombak sih, pada dikit banget. Kalau ini yang lain rombak banyak cok. Maksudnya kayak si KC, TH, GenG kan banyak berubahnya guys. Berubahnya sampai 2-3 player kan. Karon, GenG itu Karon, Texture. Siapa lagi? Lakia, iya. Di rombak banyak tuh baru video bal sih bagus gitu. Sentinel. Anjay. Kenapa lagunya kayak lagu toxic gitu ya? Paperrex besok ya guys, lawan tim HyperX. Oh, ini ada seragam away-nya guys ya, Karmine Corp ya. Juga ya. Biasanya pakai sepanya mana pasti jangan kocok. Gak ngerti gue.
One of the biggest matches of Masters Madrid is coming right up. Sentinels versus Karmine Corp. The kickoff winners of their respective regions, NA versus EMEA, is a tale as old as Valorant itself. But Mimi, it's matchups like these that signal a whole new chapter of this rivalry.
It absolutely is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them, people cheering them on. But for both these squads, they have defined their past failures. At one time, both these squads were the memes of their region. The teams with a lot of clout, but no skill. And now they're the two squads defining them at the forefront of the VCT with some of the best players in the world.
And just because of that Swiss stage, we get to see them head-to-head today. Maybe some would say a little early, but this is probably one of the matches that people were expecting the most. And not only the people, also the players. Of course, for Sentinels, they want to go up against the big guns of EMEA, and for EMEA, it's never different.
Okay, I did hear something in the press conferences yesterday, and Martin was like saying that bunny is good luck for him. So if that bunny comes out, you know he's dropping 40K, apparently.
Le bon lapin.
You said
yang menang masuk playoff nih guys. Ini pasti mereka ngotot banget guys.
I'm so sorry.
Yang menang masuk playoff langsung ya.
I forget the power that this desk has sometimes.
Besok.
You know, these two teams, if you told me that we would be seeing this match in, you know, the first international event that Valorant has, I would have been like, alternate universe maybe?
Yeah, it is really shocking, the comeback that both these teams have had. But I think the things to be excited for are, first of all, the map pool. We're starting on split. Sentinels looked unbeatable on this map in Americas, and it was the exact same
Telat nggak bang? Nggak sayang, BO3 sampai final bang.
Incredibly different styles.
Enggak, finalnya BO5 biasa.
Yoru noise denial comp with this double dive for Karmine Corp, and playing the old standard comp, but just executing on it incredibly well. For Sentinels, this is a map about their protocols and how strong they are at finding the right timings on defense, at making the right calls. This is, in my opinion, the best map for both teams.
Protocols, that is the word, Mimi. Of course, Casey is going to try and disrupt and break the protocols for Sentinels, who need to take back and think about those retakes, how good they've been in the region, especially when playing compositions like this one. They know how to administer the utility throughout the round. They know how to, as I said, disrupt your position, your thinking, and your interpretation of the map. But this opponent is not going to be an easy one.
Kaplan in the press conference last night, he said that this tournament was about prep, was about anti-strat, because there was not a lot of turnaround time for teams to switch up their strats. The issue here is, for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep since their game last night. You gotta sleep for at least some of those. And on the other hand, Karmine Corp have had a good amount of time for Eng to come up with a counter strat. They're so good at implementing
Yoru! And right now, as we're seeing our agent select, we are seeing Martin bringing out the Yoru that we talked about. So that head-to-head we talked about, like, it's gonna be a double duelist this time.
I love the fact that we get the double duelist, that we get to see the split, because we're going to see now Raid playing on that duelist. We had enough of the initiator, and this duo also combined with Magnum and how he's going to be initiating and gathering that information is going to be key to the success of Case.
All right.
Everyone's seen Sentinels comp before, but if you haven't watched Karmine Corp, the things to look for is how they're pairing the teleports in their comps with audio denial. They have Fade Seize, they have Fade Alt, they have Omen Paranoia. They have all these tools that take away your ears, and then they have Yoru Gate Crashes, Omen TPs to get behind you. They're so dynamic in the way that they double dive on their retakes on defense and on their attack side hits.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget about the Astra.
Oh, dia main Astra juga guys ya? Kenapa ya orang-orang Eropa suka main Yoru dengan Astra guys? Supaya bisa ngulti Yorunya tuh bisa keluar tanpa
Thank you very
suara.
much, guys.
Ya
Yeah, forget the bundles, forget the clout. This is two teams, #1 seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. It's all on the line here right now. I mean, we are expecting an absolutely incredible series between these two teams.
Especially given the map pool that we have in front of us. These are the teams playing at the top of their pools. And they're the teams coming from the regions that have lifted trophies in the past. The #1 seeds coming out from Americas and from EMEA. There was no guarantee that we were going to get this game throughout the tournament. Swiss
Iya bener,
tossed the
Cok.
coin
Kenapa ya? Yang
and it
Yoru dia pick
landed
Astra
on a
karena buat
goated
ngeredam
match.
suara, Cok. Pakai ultinya.
We set our sights here onto Split, as you've already mentioned. Very good.
Kita lihat guys, tebak skor bang. Lihat mainnya guys.
It's going to be mind games on mind games, I'm sure, as we get deeper and deeper into the series. I mean, we attribute a lot of the strengths of both of these squads down to their retakes, the fundamentals. Maybe we might see that being picked apart.
Casey looking to see if there's
Polling guys, polling.
Sentinels, you can see just from their pistol round buy, they're not planning to go for an
Padahal
aggressive
kemarin ada
pistol
Kaos
strat.
10
Second,
emang
did
ya,
not
Cok?
buy the blast packs.
Kenapa
Go
emang?
for the boombot instead.
Oke,
Full utility on the sky.
mereka
Looking to try and
masih
play a
fake
more
A ya guys ya.
defaulted pistol. Punish the aggression from
Buru-buru.
KC, which may be happening in mid actually as
Low langsung, Cok.
took a little bit of damage.
Almost first blood going away. Sentinels here, just a bit of chip damage and away. Narrate spamming back and forth, exchanging with the bullets. No casualties. It is so slow going.
I was taking a look at Magnum and Martin, who were thinking about getting information over towards B Heaven, but they didn't actually spot
rata sih, Cok. Rame banget
that
kayaknya.
Sen are going for the walk-up.
Contacts on contacts, but a stack of KC. They've got the players here. Pull, triggered, Prowler through, along with the decoy. A lot of noise being made.
And the mid-round audible here now. 30 seconds left.
Langsung ke A, Cok. Hanya kosong, bro.
We're going to accelerate into the A side, but they're worried in case it's some kind of a trap.
Rame banget
Sassy goes
tuh.
for more info, punished, but that is finally going to make the call. Sassy gets the spike down, planted for Heaven.
Exactly so.
Okay, let's go.
Oh,
Oh, darat main dualis
This
juga
is where the
ternyata.
Sentinels protocols have been immaculate in Americas, constantly stopping their opponents from taking Heaven control. Playing so well around that area, understanding what their opponents want to do.
Absolutely, make the same argument for Karmine Corp here. Paranoia being held and primed, ready and waiting. Was a flash.
Nice
to set
banget
that
tuh, flash
right
apa tuh?
up. Narrate will fall. Nade, unfortunate there, gets stuck into the wall. So no rebound for Zek, and the rest of now Karmine Corp willing to just try and take the fight straight through into elbow. That's going to be some ground. Gains, but oh my,
Sentinel
the
boss!
pulling and toppling pistol round.
Nice one,
for
nice
Sentinels.
one.
Lovely performance, really well played, highlighting the strengths of Sen right from the beginning there, which is that they understand how their opponents want to play on Split. There is a meta that's developed over the course of probably the last year or maybe a little more, which is plant for Heaven, try to retake Heaven control as post planners. The retakers are going to end up flooding
Gimana guys ya? Dia tuh mau mancing-mancing dia ke B, taunya dia ke A guys.
anticipating what their opponents want to do and stopping them.
Beda ya kalau sama Paperrex ya, Paperrex tuh langsung
just to disrupt what was
go.
happening. The timings were all perfect.
Go, katanya go.
I'm sure they can upset some of that. Well, a little bit in the weeds there. I mean, just catching on to one another with the bodies, but they're going to be granted a ramp control.
Mainnya santai-santai guys ya.
And this does look like a round where both teams have opted for the opposite side.
Oke, di B dia
KC
A lagi,
stacking
Cok. Nice
four
banget, Cok.
players
Hanya
up
kosong.
towards B main, hoping that things were going to come into them. And instead, Sentinels getting a very easy A side. There was a lot of talk, Brennan, in Americas after Sentinels went on
Jadi
their
dualis OP
fantastic
parah
run
bang, emang iya
about
guys.
whether this version of them playing Split was just the best in the world. And for me personally, it looks awesome, but you have to see it tested at an event like this. And go up against other top teams, like KC, for example, before you can make claims like that.
This might be one of the biggest tests
Ya,
they've ever
wave
had.
dia, Sassy.
Karmine Corp, still danger here, even though they are on the eco round. You never want to count this team out, especially with how drilled they are. Look at them. Playing together, piece together, but
Nice
those
banget,
Sentinels
gila,
always
Cok.
side by side.
Crossfire-nya,
Nothing in the
guys.
gaps, nothing to chance. So it will be nice and easy sailed round. Pushing the last one left.
nih, bos.
Time ticking away. We're going to be paying close attention as well if you want to talk about general matchups into this. I mean, on this map, we get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zekken on the Razors with that head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, what a head. What a head-to-head. That really is spectacular.
Katanya sebenarnya kemarin pas lawan FX belum kelihatan bang. Emang iya guys, seriusan guys.
Tens has moved off the Yoru on bind, just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone up against Martin, as we're thinking later on into the pool.
The roles might get funky. I mean, Narrate's playing all sorts. Flexing into the initiators.
But here we go. KC with rifles back online, and Sentinels with a great buy themselves. Second picks up the judge. He was talking about how much he was playing that on Split during his rank game since being in Madrid.
That was advice he gave me in Korea. He was like, if you're losing your rank games, just force the judge.
Well, kamu immortal kah? Iya dong. Udah immortal aku guys, walaupun skillnya masih skill ada diamond ya.
Straight in the middle, up the gut through the side. Prowler knifed. Zekken, he's set up for success.
Zekken, bro.
Even more. He's deep now. Fox in the pen. Looks like he wanted to try and overextend, but now here we go. An attempt to try and reclear into mid. Trip, Broken John. Might be in some trouble. Has to call for some backup and reinforcements. Fights happening all over the bloody place, yet still the movement is clean. Satchel there. Trip in his face. The rate still wins that one out. Side has been fully taken. Territory now for Sen.
Oke, 2 lawan 3, what?
Side by side, Narrate and Shin going to be holding hands through this one.
Ada GenG megang GenG lah pasti, Cok.
This one way that Shin's looking to pop, very difficult for the Post Pandas to deal with. Celsius goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
It's a bit of that information, yet close to Raptors, close to the corner. Narrate plucks him out. Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Did they know? Did he expect it towards New Box? Half clearance! Celsius, just a one and done!
Yeah!
That is nasty! Nasty business, man. That's a 2v3, and you can start to see it. The signs are live here for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, that's a great work from both Shin and Narrate. But at the same time, a very expensive bonus round. Look at the economical difference here. Sen have so much more money to be able to work with. KC on the verge of not even being able to buy in this round. Great awareness though, really well cleared. All of these different angles. Very fast from Shin clearing out these 2 final players to trade Narrate too. So it's a big round and Magnum gets on his feet early. But things do not get any easier. Like I said, the economy is in a really rough spot right now for KC. They're coming into this next round with 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
Money is odd. Look quite weak. Martin going to be set up in a 4 position. Has the gate crash.
Bentar doang ya. Iya bentar doang guys, karena cuma 1 musim doang dan itu nggak ngangkat juga.
Much slower beginning, a bit of spam exchanged. Led Halen down on either side.
And KC's retakes have been fantastic. Both of these teams look amazing on the split retakes. But Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even a possibility.
Flash. Chance of the repeat nades. Gonna fly straight past each other. Zekken, he's already way further ahead than anticipated.
It's just so good. The way that he breaks the Prowlers whilst continuing to scale, whilst continuing to move forwards. He's done it with the knife and with the run-and-gun movement with the Phantom there. It just ruins what KC are going for.
Mechanical ability off the charts. Something feeling the heat turned up. Sent out the Paranoia, but now backs away. Play for the life. Giving up Heaven Control, gives up B as a result, but maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side here. Is he going to get lucky with a few stray bullets? Not quite. Sassy. Minor bruises, basically.
Baru mulai, gue udah ngantuk ya guys.
Down now with 5 players and kicking. Martin holding that flash out wide. Magnum not expecting it, not anticipating it. Showstopper now earned.
This is what I'm talking about. Sen forcing the fights before the retake can even happen. The swing timing there from Zekken was excellent. It shut this retake down before it could even begin. And KC were getting so many of these 4v5 round wins against FPX because FPX would, I mean, to be kind to them, throw it away. And Sen are just not going to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and the player strength to be able to close this out. They've been working on that since October. Both of these teams grinding away in separate regions. But I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing here that's allowed Zekken to get the edge both these times is that he's just disrespecting the Prowlers. He knifed one of the Prowlers, got through and managed to get a kill with the Judge. And then this time,
just run straight past him.
Narrate thinks there that the Prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case. Zekken was so ready for that. He's 7-1 on attack side split right now.
Aduh, itu waktu sampai sisa 4 detik baru planting.
Much like last night as well. Sentinels talk about this team. Last one's out, first one's in. Haven't had much time to prepare for this one, but the form factor playing its part here. All the Sentinels players looking warmed up and ready. B main control. It's going to be the name of the game. So Sentinels are giving it basically for free, just the 1 snake bite in exchange for that one.
And most of this pressure has been coming through mid. This time, Zekken moves his way over towards B main. Tomaji might have gotten a spot there.
Oh, it's going to get explosive. Yeah, as soon as he spots that one, Paranoia. Good to send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic, but still close to the corner. Ducks and Weaves. How the hell is he in that? On target, but he'll take it most likely. The nade rebounds and Zek
Masih
is going to
dapat.
burn himself up to another one.
That's unbelievable. And a snipes Martin up there, I believe it was, with the showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill too.
Unreal. And Sen, easy as it goes, isn't it? Look at that, they can pick and choose the targets. Who wants to get the plan? Who wants to earn their ult next? Sassy, okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to
Zekatnya
get
lagi wangi,
momentum
Zekat nih,
like
guys.
this was only
Zekatnya emang
a
wangi
bit of an
terus, anjing.
anti-eco round. Casey still had 3 rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as well. But it wasn't a full buy for them. Sen used a big ultimate, but they managed to get another one online too. So this ult cycle is now going to start to push forwards, and things only get more difficult trying to hold off Zekken when he has the Seekers to be able to entry behind too.
It's a vicious cycle.
And this is all before we get to see Sen playing on the defense side, where I think they've also looked spectacular.
Kalau Saksi nyala sih enak banget sih guys. Kalau Saksi 4 orang nyala sih udah gampang banget, easy guys.
Easy game side split.
Yeah, I mean, I would make that argument.
Bangnya lagi
Defense
sakit
side, they
guys.
have so many different looks on it now. Karmine Corp.
Itu audio card gua nggak bener lagi, rusak bangsat.
Pick themselves back up after the series of losses. The economy has never really been honest at any of these points. Look at them working with classics there for Magnum. I mean, but now you're going to see, hopefully, a bit better weaponry. I mean, it's half armor, couple of rifles, still the Bulldog being kept for Magnum. Of course, we can see this.
Kemarin Paperrex
Yeah,
temuannya sama something kurang nyatu
for
bang.
Sentinels
Iya,
to mix some stuff up.
sama emang kurang nyala aja sih guys
Still
kemarin
10
guys.
and 1. Still yet to
Udah
be punished
maklumi
for
aja
the
guys.
time.
Mungkin kemarin tuh lagi hari sial ya, bukan hari hoki guys.
And
Rambut
this
gua
looks
bagus
like
guys yang
once
baru
more
guys.
the pressure's going to come towards
Bagus
mid.
nggak?
Martin and Magnum have
baru
been
gua bagus
trying
bro.
to get aggressive in this area. They just haven't found the opportunities.
Attempt to take an early fight there, but Karmine Corp looking a little bit out of sync with the high-low, but Martin's been pushed forward, so they want to fight this.
I think Martin is just looking to catch Zekken as he powers his way up mid, trying to position himself into an unusual spot.
Getting really close, Trailblazer. Using the close corner, Martin! Wasn't stunned up there, actually. Catch him, but still the trade's there. Does Martin not have his game crash? I'm not too sure.
But he did a lot of damage to Sassy. So there has still been damage done there, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade.
Ya itu kita stun teman sendiri ya.
Is an excellent idea from John Cutie. No Sentinel on the other side for
Bagas
Casey.
dribble anjing bangsat ya, namanya Bagas dribble tai.
Tai! Seekers, they should be now used. Spam down and spray down, so Narrate gets both of them.
Are they aware how deep John and Tens are?
PLV, aku jadi anak SMA yang ganteng. Lah. Misi aku mau dribble dulu.
He is going to be granted. What, no way! Walk straight into him. Should have been a freebie. Was not. Shin. He's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia. That's 10 setting his team up, but will there be anything to capitalize? It's him himself. He'll the one to follow through, man.
Absolute dismantling so far. In
Wah,
terms of the entry, in terms of the lurk play there too. It looked like Narrate had it. His crosshair's in the right place, but I don't think he anticipated the timing being that quick. And this puts an enormous burden onto Magnum and Tamaji.
Running away with the early section of this half here. Horn sent wide. Paranoia only on the one. Zelsis holds it down, but as the instantaneous trade, Thomas, he does not expect that position. So it's 5-1. Sentinels really looking like just a mid-round calling. The ideas initially off the rip, even when KC
kalau jadi cowok teman di sekolah. Hei, kamu siapa? Kakak abang datang banget sih. Lihat dribble dulu dong. Ini aku dribble dulu ya, aku dribble dulu ya.
These are the kind of banger matchups that when one team just, when you haven't had the opportunity to experience how the two clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to go.
No.
And when you see it play out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular the way that Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at them.
Mid, audio driverku rusak. Aku bete nggak bisa streaming ini. Aku udah double PC ya, nggak bisa konekin ini audionya pakai PC satu doang.
Could be the one.
Trying to do it. Peek and wide, Shin will respect it now. Shows presence though, so going to be wanting to re-clear B main just in case.
This Astra smoke does make it a little difficult to do that though.
Harus beli audio driver lagi anjing, mahal lagi audio driver.
Especially when Zelsis has the pit online, which he's gonna want.
Tapi bisa diklaim garansi sih, cuma kayaknya lama guys.
Probably. If
Kalau
things
untuk
get
gua yang
dangerous,
pas
perhaps he
streaming
could
setiap
save
hari
it
sih
for a
agak
rifle.
berat ya.
Abundance of caution from Sentinels here, up against that weaker buy, for good reason.
Haunt thrown over towards A right now, so Karmine Corp start to stack B. It didn't see anybody. Sassy might decide to try to use some Sky Util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens. But also that means that there won't be initiator utility with the site hit.
Narrate's running away. No, going back to heaven. Close corner. Flash. Martin collects.
That's a great punish. It gives them the kill and it tells them to keep stacking B.
Here we go, Util being forced out of them with Paranoia going flying. The pull on top of it, Tens cannot get through. In fact, spam down to just single digits of HP. There's 20 seconds left. Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket. It's going to be pretty monstrous here. Pit just to get themselves out. 14 seconds left. Time becoming an issue up top.
What?
Second, but Narrate 2 for 2 on the way. Karmine Corp full control. And no more chances here. No more chances at all.
Gila, Second apaan tuh
That's the
anjing?
danger when you take it slowly. That abundance of caution that I was talking about prior. Doesn't matter if you're playing against the half-buy. When you take your time like that, these teams are going to punish you.
I think the big play, I mean, I can't believe, by the way, that Second, even in a round where they lose, is pulling out that kind of stuff. But yeah, that is the combo of the ultimate there too. The
hoki banget,
so that you can spam into the pit, the Raze ult that comes through locking up the round.
Mereka ultinya berapa ulti keluar dengan
Sassy told them exactly what the play was. And that's what they've been missing the entire time. They've never been able to read what's happening, and even if they got the read, Second bowled them over.
Karmine Corp back into it. More than happy with it.
Ambil orb guys. Buat si Yoru guys. Yoru tuh ambil orbnya penting soalnya.
One way is a little difficult.
Hello. More disrespect from Zekken.
Wah, Second sih gila sih. Ini ini kayak gameplay Jing banget gak sih dia? Cuma bedanya kalau Jing Vandal, dia Phantom
away from getting his ult online. How passive these positions are from Narrate and Magnum. Really far back in spawn.
Martin expecting player to walk right past the back wall there, holding his crosshair for it, but SEN have got different ideas. With ramp control game by John QT, he's lurked himself up there, caught that timing, so with that cleared, his team now regroups and meets him from mid.
Shin is looking very isolated on the A site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Tens ult does this a lot to just try and gather that information.
They're going the other way.
Like what he sees, yeah, going in the opposite direction. Players still ready here to meet them. Close to the corner. Martin has to do more than that, but he still gets the one kill for him. And B main control is there with Thomas. He smokes himself off now, pouring into the side of Sentinels. 20 seconds left. Nightbot, Paranoia near sighted. Spike drop down. Karmine Corp rapidly approaching the position, and there's no way for SEN to bail themselves out. That is Karmine Corp again in complete control.
Another lovely round there. Finding out what's going on with that constant control of B main. So this time, Zelsis not deciding to re-clear that area of the map gave KC good info. Now, they could have been miles away from the play. If they decided to
guys yang apa? Ini mah Second yang out of ini guys yang carry full ya.
Then that round could have been very successful for SEN. They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from Tamaji and Martin.
Sassy harus ini sih, harus
Zekken ult online though to try and
Sassy
get
sama Johnny Kitty udah 2 hari guys, agak turun ya.
I feel like Karmine Corp have had their most success actually by trying to play for the late round information and the late round picks rather than forcing the fight early on where, you know, we saw Narrate and Martin getting punished in those earlier rounds.
It's almost like a stalemate just being drawn initially. Exchange that util, waiting for it out. Tomsey is going to be in trouble here, potentially. Forwards now with the ult flash into the corner. Rocket rebounds, there's no kill there. Tomsey's already repositioned. Spray by Tens. Wrangles the beast and eventually takes out Narrate, but evacuation was successful, so Tomsey is alive, and now he's going to be setting his house back up with the orb up. He's got a free walkout into the site, wraps back to the pillar, sees potential connection. Players are weak, and this is an interesting one, it's an unusual one. Neural theft gives him an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out, 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one and fight this. Doubled up together, the double swing is called! Celsius finds 2, flash through, Martin lucky for that one. Straight bullet, just going wide, but it finds the target. And a necessary one at that with 25 seconds left.
25 seconds, Tens is going round the world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen, but Martin's already read it. They know there's no noise being made here, someone must be going for a flank. He's missed the angle.
Sassy trying to push the players and pull them away. They're looking the wrong way. Shit up top. Oh my The minor moments make a
Sasi nggak
difference
kasih
there.
info, Jing.
Tiniest of differences.
A comedy or a tragedy, depending on which side of the equation you're on. But that round came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so aware that a flank was coming through, he just believed that he could spot the head. And then the tap is beautifully timed from Sasi to pull attention away. Tens had no idea where Shin was.
No idea.
Just didn't clear
Kocak
after.
Sachi nggak kasih info,
And now
coy.
KC have won 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost their grip on this map so far. Oh, here we go, the paranoia play.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift sets it up as well, pings out a multitude of targets. Martin,
Too many.
exited out, yeah.
Far too many for
Way too
Martin
much
to deal with.
And I guess John QT is just playing anti.
That is such a nice play. And Sentinels have destroyed it.
Dapat 2 langsung, Jing.
A lovely set play from Karmine Corp. Looked fantastic when they ran it in EMEA, but with 3 players there from Martin, bit off a little more than he could chew. And Ten's got the punish.
Si flanker nih, flanker
So
nih.
this does look like now a round where Sentinel should be massively favored. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this round. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favored.
Should be, right, narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught backhand.
Temannya mana semua, Jing. Sendirian Jacket loh.
Nobody to follow. Up spray. Magnum almost there with it. Nasty, nasty stuff.
So
3
much
players
danger.
moving, pivoting. 40 seconds left. Making their way over towards mid, but they're making all the noise in the world. So the race hot on their heels. He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody is going to be watching for this.
Apa nggak di-heal, coy, si Sasi
Right, but
jadi gitu,
doubled
coy.
up.
Now this is where the Astral could be useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
It's all about his crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to hell. It's John
Oh, dia sih
QT.
ya?
Boombot will clear him.
And actually,
Feels his position up top. Celsius takes the fight.
oh, it was all trying to distract as well for Shin to get this
Oh, dia
timing.
guys, ya?
And now I fear it is simply too late.
He realizes it, not even going for it, despite the money. Obviously, 2 of his players still basically brought down to 0, but
Kayaknya sih ya sih, kayak KC dia agent dia kayak si Paperrex guys,
these 2
duelis.
teams are so closely
Nggak pakai
matched.
Sentinel, gas buat attack
It
guys
is
ya. Full attack.
gutting though for Karmine Corp.
Let's see,
When
let's
you've
see.
been having a lot of
Tapi
success,
kalau di defense-nya dapat
letting the
86
rounds
juga udah
tick
bagus
down
banget,
and
85.
playing for kind of
Kartel
late
scroll
round
dulu apa sekarang
advantages,
bang, dulu sih
and you
lebih GG.
decide,
Sekarang
right,
tapi udah oke
we've
juga
won
sih.
3 in a row, let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning. And that's just Martin not quite realizing that one of the players wasn't caught by the paranoia. Even if they all had been, there might still have been a bit too much there for him to deal with. But Eng is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause for Karmine Corp. Like I said, they tried to adjust the tempo there, but I feel like everything they've been doing in the early round, SEN have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something
sama-sama
like
kuat
that
sih, guys.
giving you information.
Yeah.
Maksudnya nggak timpang banget ya.
I mean, it
Sama-sama kuat,
necessitates,
Cok.
I think, as well, some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise, you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue, really, where players might be landing. When the rounds go late, that seems to be where Karmine Corp are favored.
Di-pause dulu guys, biar
We
si
are
lama.
on to our 11th round, and this is only the first time out that either of the coaching staffs has taken.
Right.
Yeah, playing things, even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was,
Masih lama,
to
bro.
begin this.
Buat calon top 4 harusnya
So
bang.
Eng is now going to have his input. The only head coach at this event who's won a Masters before. Which is madness, but that shows you how new a lot of these teams, rosters, coaches are to the big stage here at Madrid. It was a very unusual qualification process. It does feel a little bit like a new era of Valorant, if indeed they can win out against the old guard, of which SEN, frankly, are kind of representing the old guard here. Sassy, Zelsis, Tens, all been to very many of these Masters events, or ones that happened a long time ago.
Karmine Corp.
All right.
Young and spry, looking to try and take a big scalp early, but got to offset this disadvantage in the round. It's a flash repeat through, stun, a little bit too late. Martin rips the head clean off second shoulders.
And they
But
decide
still
to fight
going their
that.
way.
I mean, a massive fight there, comboing the Prowlers with the Boombot, so they have even more utility to try to stop Zekken from entering. That's the first time they've actually blunted the tip of the spear.
Flash connects, second one used now, Sassy, no more left available to him. Sees.
That is a big seize.
Does connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally. Props up. Divides up the site. That's going to be putting the fear of God into them. I think Tomasi just setting that one down, but they realize backside is going to be cleared. Planting a default spot. What's the call now for Sentinels? An aggressive play into the spawn. Paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Tomasi though, he's got the escape. Planned down at the back of his head, just the TP away, having control, not giving up at all. TP, heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. The rate already in, leading the charge and through the back. Twisting and turning, Tens. He's brought back up, but it's a 1v3. And now he's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse, being stuck by Shin, half on it already. Too much to deal with, surely. It is.
Looked impressive there, that's great control. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried for a moment. But Shin had it under control, and frankly, the numbers just a little too much there for Tens to deal with. What a retake from KC. That's probably the first one where we've seen them have a proper execute on that. They really nicely come out of this timeout with two big plans. One, to stop the early round aggression in the way that Zekken was dominating them in those first 6 rounds. And the other to be able to set up a clean B retake there. The flash through with the double blast back, perfection. They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
Wouldn't that be something after that blistering pace that Sen have just come out of the gates with?
Wah, ini kalau dapat 6 sama sih berat ya Tensinya ya. Ini Sachi harus melek sih bro, Sachi melek, Sachi.
To Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds.
Carry loh, hello.
It was a bit of an eco when Narrate
kalau
used to show
nyala udah
stuff
gampang
to be able to
banget
get success.
Presence, prior conditioning by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up, usually Zekken with the Trailblazer.
This time though, the Prowler not catching onto anybody until it hits Sassy. So I think they can be fairly sure that that isn't where Zekken's going for. He tries to go for the info peak, punished.
I know exactly. Boombot to set it up here. Neural theft as well, so info gathered. Now notice anchoring spot, but what do they choose to commit into? A call again made to just contact through.
You do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
That's what it comes down to. Nade rebounding. Satchel's now in towards the back of the side. Shin! Nasty! Anchoring position! That's 3 in a round. Bolak-balik, nggak dapat apa-apa, Narrate. Fuse running out, doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner. That is ridiculous. And now just Tens. Last alive. Disconnecting, snapping the cord and the tether. The C's not there with a paranoia. Blind as a bat. 6-2-6 for Karmine Corp. What a return to equalize.
Incredible comeback, powered by an excellent timeout as well taken. Both of the Smokes players, I say both, I suppose Tomashi's also playing Smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top of the scoreboard. And Shin with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
Absolutely impeccable stuff from the anchoring position. Now earlier we heard from the Rate, a little bit before this match as well, heading into things. Let's see what he had to say.
Ini susah sih guys, yang tinggal guys. Ini si Karmine Corp ini agennya buat attack banget, Cok. 2 smoker, 2 duelist, 1 initiator.
I'm Narrate, and I didn't really have any nerves going into the match. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go, because obviously our team is a very young team, so it's really important for us to just learn from every match. I didn't really have any doubts about whether or not I'd make it to the international stage. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing, but me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we couldn't lose.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back, trying to go wide here with a dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Merci to the French fans. I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's incredible that so many French fans come to Madrid just to watch us play a video game. It's really an incredible thing, and I can't thank you guys more.
Arena certainly filling up with quite a lot of that. Cheers from the blue wall. You can hear it building, emanating.
And with all of the success that Zekken had on the attack side playing Raze, now our eyes are going to look towards Narrate, who you just heard from, and Martin together. The double-pronged tip of the spear. Does that make it more of a fork, I suppose, the Karmine Corp 2-pronged fork? But Karmine Corp's composition, the double duelist, I think it does look better on the attack side and the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round battle on defense. But they weathered the storm. They won 5 out of the latter 6 rounds to be able to tie this one up. And now we get our second part of this big discussion. The things are even here. It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes have looked unbelievably good. Does Karmine Corp offer them the opportunities? Are they able to get advantages early on? What does this half look like?
Familiar scenes from the previous half of how slow going it was just off the rip.
All of this is all just a fake to allow Karmine Corp's players to mostly try to take space on A.
It's pulled it forwards. I mean, you've got 4 players of Sentinels looking for a reclear, fight through the smoke as well, setting up for the flash. Through, and the timing gone away. Even as it goes, 2 for 2 here. Karmine Corp, in the meantime, walking away through, going to be hearing them on the ropes, so now the sound cue's betraying them.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a timing, didn't quite manage it. TenZ still with Paranoia, so they still have flash nade to be able to put pressure on these elbow players. Martin, though, is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
Miles away. Could be exactly what they needed. Trip wasn't broken. They're walking all the way in again. TenZ opens himself up, just showing himself at the back. Nade rebounds. Paranoia now. Kind of connection if there is going to be any sort of follow-up from behind. Martin has already caught them. It's all up to John. Low enough, dodges the flash. Expecting and anticipating, but now 2 players to deal with. The reposition is immaculate from the rate. And with a pistol round under their belt, they're going to be more than happy with it.
Yeah. Great attempt there from Karmine Corp.
Ini kayaknya dua map ini bisa 2-0 KC deh, guys.
You could see that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got disrupted a little bit by the camera. Their team was thinking about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They decided, no, let's just commit to site, play a post plant, where Martin's positioning, even though he was tripped off, ended up being really important.
Let's go!
That pistol means so much. You were tied 6-6. You've taken the lead for, I think, the first time in this map.
Feeling of control returning a little bit for Karmine Corp. Too used to being on the back foot. Hasn't happened too much, really.
No, and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing both teams rotate around away from each other.
Hunting. Yeah, he's hunting. You can smell the blood in the water. Backing down, wants a little bit more as well. Just some stray warning shots popped off.
It would be a major ultimate to try to get up.
That's part of the reason why he's playing so aggressive.
And I think the other reason is both of these teams want to play disruptive against the other team's retakes. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings in the post plant, one of the best ways to disrupt that.
Hello.
That's an anticipation from John Cutie, though.
Expecting it. Surely no danger, though, in the round.
I don't believe so. I think these players are just going to look to die to Spike. They do not want to start the ult cycle going for KC. It's disciplined. It's a good call.
Yeah. Not enough time there. Everybody going down.
Martin did actually manage to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some good weaponry, but no danger particularly coming from the ultimate side of things. We've seen KC not really rely on too many of their set play. They threw kind of 1 in 2, I suppose. The B retake, and then that aggression with the Euro ultimate and the Paranoia. But on their attack side, we could still see a lot of new stuff that KC have cooked up for Masters Madrid.
KC being one of the more creative teams that we've got at this event, really innovating in terms of just the compositions, even ways to counter-strat. Looking up through there with a flash prowler. Right through the snake bite. They do not care, and TenZ just taking a peek there from heaven. Punished. Celsius spotted. Boombot lucky. He gets away, hightailing it, but guess what? Right behind him is Narrate.
Sentinels are trying to apply pressure with these peaks in B Heaven. The first one got punished. Zelsis also looking for information, seeing if he can catch somebody. It's a little worrying here if John Cutie gets pushed away, but Shin almost taking the fight.
There it is. Walking right into it. Good crosshair placement from Celsius, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind. Satchel through! John! What is that? QT quality tactics. This man just hitting nasty shots. C's avoided. Narrowly now, but 2 players left to stand here for Karmine Corp. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flanking. This is really nice from Zekken and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected.
30 seconds left.
Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here. They only have 25 seconds.
Wondering about 20
John's
seconds.
read it.
This fight is so important. He wins that. 4 HP and a dream.
And now look how far away they are.
They are miles away, but they know it. It's going to be planning towards B so they can get a jog on and get a move on.
Oh, we missed it.
Magnum, he missed it. Has to stick it again for the plant. Luckily, time to spare. Horn thrown. But that's a critical mistake, honestly. He might not have time now to reposition. Back in to the pillar. Fast through Satchel in the back. And that's just good comms. Knowing that Magnum was that low, all adds up for Zekken to just run him down with a classic.
Very well done. I'm amazed, frankly, that John was able to get both of those kills. It did look a little off from KC. As Narrate went for that blast pack peak, where was the second player? The spacing, not quite there. Now John's aim, fantastic, and the spray control too, to be able to pick up the second is ridiculous. But KC are going to need to have super tight play if they want to be able to keep this advantage.
Crowd building up. Barrier's going to be dropping. Karmine Corp fully grouped up as 5. By around 4 with a Haunt and a TP, so. Gain control, Nightfall, scatters, going wide. Sassy, there is danger here for him. He's tucked in a very forward position. He's there. Follow-up, yeah, he can't see or hear anything. Narrate already into the back of the side. Magnum now with the plant. And Narrate wants to go hunting for a little bit more this time, aware of it. Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake potential, and it's only just equalizing now 4-2-4. How does this get played? Into the post plant, players close up, into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through, now the paranoia, it's there, spraying forwards, gate crash wide, damage done to Martin, but he still survives. Alive and kicking into the back of the side is Magnum, tucking, dodging, weaving, tens forwards. This is relentless by SEN.
Really lovely play. Relying on that individual ability that's coming out from TenZ and Zekken. They've been tearing apart the KC players in terms of duels taken. And you see the difference in style there. Really solid awareness to be able to punish Narrate, who went for that same piece of aggression. Something now that SEN are expecting. But in terms of just also the duels won, I mean, TenZ is swinging. Not completely alone, but certainly going to try to take the 1v1s. And they're winning them. So now the score is 8-8. Economic advantage in favor of SEN. KC can't buy. SEN have ults.
Dia nggak pernah duel, coba artinya si Sassy kena belakang terus anjing.
Closely matched. Such a high degree between these two teams here. Satchel.
Celsius got spotted by the Prowler.
Yep, spotted, Haunt, cleared. He needs some help here. Decoy forwards. Showstopper. Relief from Zekken. That was just to try and spot that one player. He's got a timing. He's right past them. Ships in the night. All the way through. Shin wins it out, but still the follow-up there from TenZ. Hopping across the box. This man is just hunting them down.
And if that fight in mid had gone slightly better, Narrate's timing might have been worth something. But now is stuck in a 1v4. They have the timing to be able to go and look for him. And they pick it up. Sentinels deal with that. It was scrappy, but they came out to the good in mid.
Gua kira Sentinel makan peluru, ternyata kenceng juga guys, kenceng juga guys ya. Zekken nih hyper carry anjing.
When things get really messy, look at TenZ here. The way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go in aggro, he just looks really aware and quick in these moments.
Dapat tuh Sassy guys. Sassy nggak kill tuh guys.
We saw some unbelievable rounds.
I mean, some silly rounds.
One in particular. Oh yeah. And here we go, fast up mid for KC.
Narrate! He's punished! Oh, he's a big player for Karmine Corp, especially when he had the rocket available, but he's taken out early. Haunt broken. Spam.
The molly was
position.
The molly was amazing from Celsius. He caught a little bit, I believe, of vulnerable onto Narrate, so that he only needed half the spam to be able to take him down. Great punish. I mean, the decision making to do that so quickly and land it and not get caught with utility in your hands. Very sharp. Pressure back on KC.
Yeah. Silence settling in, isn't it? Karmine Corp don't really have that advantage. Maybe just hoping to fake some presence with Marty on the other side of the site, but the jiggle is good from Sassy. He gets that information now. Gets himself back. Sentinel's not really biting that one. Already to full rotation coming through. But time to spare for Karmine Corp. They fake and switch and pivot.
And Martin has been continuing to put a little bit of pressure onto John Cudy's setup. He knows that there's a Cypher playing here. He knows where this trip is too. His clone caught it. Didn't break it, of course.
Bang, soalnya dua controller, iya benar sih dua controller.
But he hasn't
Kena
made too much noise up
infurable, tinggal di spray aja.
Divide. Feels like B now, but breaking the trips as well. It's all over the place. Zelsis just takes a peek, take a gander. Zekken, is your turn to shine. Swings out wide. There's an operator. Hello. What a surprise. 12 seconds left. There is no way in hell Martin has any chance in this round now. Just got to give it up. Waiting at the sidelines now, and the team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed. This is where SEN are starting to pull away. And it's not based on the retake stuff.
Okay,
it's based on punishing, again, that level of aggression from KC. And they did win one of the previous important rifle rounds by going for a slower paced retake, stopping their 8 from getting inside that smoke. But these rounds, they've just shut Karmine Corp's early round ideas down. And now SEN trying to pull away to a 3-round advantage, only 2 away from taking the map. This is where things really matter. The pressure starts to mount. And these players who are new to a stage this big, most of them,
Rapsodi indah yang kan bermuara.
be listening to their coaches here, getting that input, trying to
mainnya bang,
stabilize
besok melawan tim
themselves. They
HyperX.
did look a little bit shaky, I would say, in the game against FPX to open things up. I don't think it was the best performance we've seen from KC. Today looks a bit cleaner, but how are they going to perform in the big moments, the ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
Could argue outside of that EMEA finals, there really hasn't been anything bigger. Think about the stakes of this one. You win this series, you book the ticket to the playoffs.
Gara-gara capek kali ya, nyetak PC ini nggak nyala-nyala audionya guys.
Preparation time. That's you going through as
Aku sangbrut banget dengan kamu nyanyi bang.
higher seed.
And that's dodging
Kasih andai anganku bersuara, dia akan bernyanyi. Rapsodi indah yang kan bermuara di pajar hati, kelingking kita berjanji. Jari.
This round and cook something really interesting up. We're not counting Karmine Corp out by any means, but SEN are favored here. And look, Zekken with the op. Yeah.
Whoa!
Zekken straight into the 8. Backing away here with the paranoia. Has to respect the TP. Through into the back of the site. Karmine Corp going to be given this one. What's the call now? Grouped up. Looks like it. Ready to try and take this fight. Shorty. Close flash. Satchel. Great movement. Zekken. He's blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see a bloody thing. And I wants to have another go of it! What a snap! And what an adjustment! A rifle for your troubles. And now the fight taken straight to them! They can't withstand it. This kind of pressure is way too much. And even Shin spotted out. Poor Shin.
Gila.
That is an amazing round from Zekken. And the setup from the rest of his team there too. 10 stars of paranoia through for him to be able to blast back onto them. Insane value from the blast packs. He's full blind when he decides to use the one to disengage.
Get the hell out of here.
And then goes back in with the shorty. And that's following up on that blind.
Punishing the aggression. The game plan to Karmine Corp.
Zekken sih hyper carry abis ya bro.
Are unraveling.
And this round, it's a must win for KC. Rifles, ults, they have it all.
Now's the time to offload all of them. Gotta get your head back in the game. Gotta try and stand a chance. But we're big enough sense defensive side here. Flash connects, giving that information forwards. Dimensional drift gonna be clearing out that site. Karmine Corp to go ahead. They know it's now fully cleared out. Straight bullet. Sassy's a kill trick. Set that one up. Rocket forwards. Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from it. Fuse running out. Zekken.
Damage.
Big damage. Sassy though, he's regrouped and refound that angle. TP broken. No gate crash for you, but still.
Gitu dong Om, yang bener Om.
In the backlines here, flash repeat of Martin seeking to do some damage and take some risks potentially. Tear away a couple of these players because they are disadvantaged. This is Sen looking all the way now, set up for that 12th round. It's going to have to be hero moments. It's going to have to be individuals putting up big performances. Another flash. It's perfection. It clears them out in the open. One player left to stand. It's Shin.
It's just not possible, man. There's just absolutely no way he can hold on. The Sentinels retake utility there was perfect. There is no other word to describe it. They put pressure over towards ramp. They back off. They dog out through heaven. They have this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then have another paranoia to layer on top of it. As they blast back into elbow, that catches onto Martin. So many waves of things. And KC's post-plant aggression cannot find any timing. They can't disrupt it, can't stop it. The war train keeps on going. 6 rounds in a row have taken Sen from losing to map point.
It's all in from Karmine Corp. This is it. Showing her hands a little bit early, forcing out the nade. Second, the timing for the wall. Paladin spots him! And the race finished! Run and gun! Drive-by going wide, anger in position of Sassy. As safety in numbers, and numbers are arriving! Whoa! Sassy! This man's in a class of his own when he's really on fire. And once more, poor Shin. Left alone with the things, but that is Sentinels leading the charge and leading this series.
What outrageous dominance in the second half. The first, full credit to KC. They came back into it and made a go of that.
They really did.
But when Sen got onto defense, there was no stopping them.
One of the scariest teams out there, of course. An absolutely electric first map and even more to come.
Epos udah main belum guys? Epos guys. Epos udah kalah belum Epos guys? Epos di sini. Epos di sana. Epos udah main belum guys? Apes guys. Epos belum main guys, Epos guys. Apa udah kelar guys, Epos guys? Baru mirip Bagas Dribble, babi ya. Epos di satu sama, what? Epos di sana. Epos di sini. Kok pengen tanya kalian guys, kalian ada ini nggak sih guys? Ntar gue belum nih, sabar ini gue ini bentar ya guys ya. Sabar guys ya, sabar ya. Gue putar lagu dulu. Guys, kalian ada yang tahu nggak guys? Ada yang tahu ini nggak? Ada yang tahu audio card yang bagus nggak guys? Gue pengen klaim garasi dulu nih, kayaknya ini gue yang punya gue ini rusak nih soalnya. Audio card yang bagus, tahu nggak guys? Ya gue ini udah nggak bener coy. Apa ya? Pakai apa guys? Pakai gue SLR kah? Buat 2 PC cok. Pusing anjing. Kalau rusak ini nggak bisa dipakai. Emang nggak bisa live stream cok. Sumpah nggak bisa guys. Susah banget cok, nggak bisa live stream jing. Kencing dulu bentar guys ya. POV cowok terganteng di kataku. Hai, aku mau dribble. Udah mirip belum guys? Udah mirip belum? Bang, ada lowongan freelance edit video nggak bang? Kamu mau jadi editor? Coba kamu DM aku deh. Aku sih ada satu, tapi lagi sibuk juga. Mungkin bisa jadi freelance 2. DM aku ya Azhar ya. Kak ajarin dribble dong. Oke. Oh, oke. Bang, aku takut bang. Memang mirip ya guys, gue sama Bagas dribble mirip ya. Emang mirip guys. Mirip Bagas dribble bro. Serius gak sih? Mirip gak sih guys? Kalian jangan bohong cuy anjing. Mirip gak? Ih, Kak Bagas. Ini gini ya. Kak Bagas, kok Kak Bos ganteng banget sih? Iya, aku kan pemain basket. Ini aku lagi dribble bola. Isi aku mau dribble bola dulu. Emang dia terkenal banget guys ya di TikTok ya? Dia sangat terkenal itu guys di TikTok guys, seriusan guys. Beneran guys, seketerkenal itu guys. Ajak Bagas dribble Baxter kali ya, iya. Like-nya jutaan emang iya guys. Kenapa ya di Indonesia tuh begitu-begitu bisa viral ya? Kalau si AB nggak apa-apa lah, lucu kan AB. AB kan lucu gitu guys. Kalau si Bagas dribble apa sih emang lucu guys ya? Lihat kontennya sih agak-agak ini ya, agak-agak aneh ya. Kalau AB kan ya ini kan lucu kan ya, bocil lucu gitu loh. Kalau Bagas ya gimana ya ngomongnya? Night marker kapan tau gak bang? Gak tau cok. Ayo lama dong Sentinel. Gue pengen nonton GenG tapi gue ngantuk guys. Should I just go sleep bro? Huh? Should I go sleep bro? Ngopi, aduh jangan ngopi anjing. Aduh, besok hari Minggu toko-toko tutup lagi guys. Kalau mau beli soundboard, tutup hari Minggu guys, tokonya guys. Gimana nih guys? Tadi aku liat kamu di Senin Nopal, emang iya? Mangdu. Beda lah, Mangdu nggak. Mangdu Minggu pada tutup soalnya. Jadi harus Senin guys. Senin sekalian ini kali ya. Sekalian ini klaim gak? Gua harus klaim garansi dulu ini cok. Audio card gua anjing, bete banget gua. Pusing nih orang mau live streaming ya. Makanya nggak bisa audionya. Memang. Komputer buka kayaknya. Enter komputer nggak lengkap barangnya bro. Beda kalau audio mah komputer. Aja 30% cok akurasinya. Lagi gitu-gitu bukannya ada bang ya? Coba gue cek ya. Harus dicek dulu sih. GGS. Cek aja di stoknya di Tokped dulu guys. Ini minggu libur jing. Good gaming show. Kok beda deh ya guys ya? Halo bang, halo guys. Belum mulai, sabar ya. Udah mulai, sabar ya.
We're going into Lotus right now, and here no big surprises here on the Asian composition. But Mimi, I think that definitely we're gonna have our eyes on each and every one of these players right now, and of course the Tense Omen again.
In this first half, what I'm watching is Sentinel's post-plant protocols. In their match against Heretics, what they did really well was in their post-plants, getting forward, playing into their opponent's smokes, playing little trap plays up towards heaven, disrupting those retakes. I think that's been the biggest focus for Sentinels coming into this event. It shut KC down on map 1. If they can do that again, they have a real chance to close out this series 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And for K-Corp, we know how important for them is the aggression at the beginning of the round, how they're going to be fighting for A control time and time again. But I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Karmine Corp fan. Lotus is a map where they're highly specialized on. They have shown great success in the past on this one, but they are up against Sentinels, who, listen, there are no slouches on it either. It's the reason we were so excited about map 1 heading into this one between both of these teams. We're seeing an interesting beginning.
Let's go, guys!
Looks like
map 2
for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
Apa ya map 2 ya?
Looks like we've got a set pistol round coming out here, especially from KC.
Martin
you see the Killjoy player on defense,
ya.
not buying utility and just going straight for the Sheriff. You're expecting something a bit pacey.
Wih sama guys,
trying to
kopi
take
apa?
tempo
Jinnya sama,
right at the
bro.
beginning of this round. Walking up with the paranoia
Ini
prep,
kace kayak Paperrex banget cok, ngeras-ngeras anjing.
No signs of life, John.
Oh, the timing there. Yeah. If that had been a tad earlier, KC probably would have stayed to try to take the fight. But now they're anticipating that John's calling a reaction. And they've read it correctly. The desk was talking a lot about mobility, Brendan. I feel like that's going to be key on both of these attack sides. I think with mobility comes confidence. You have to be confident to be able to make that play. Trust the call, take the swing. And so far, that's been one big area where SEN are looking better.
It's been missing a little bit for Karmine Corp. Maybe a symptom of As we already mentioned, a new guard versus the old guard. Sentinels have got some experienced players. So do Karmine Corp, don't get me wrong. Magnum himself was shut down his hopes and dreams in the Reykjavik 2021 Grand Finals by TenZ himself. So now we see it, a bit of an explosion. The pivot here over towards B. Open sight line, Arate. Ooh, chunk load of damage. Has to back away and respect the nade now.
And that's their star player.
Spike planted.
There's no heals online as well.
Oh,
No
ini
chances
tempatnya
there
Narat
to get
nge-ace kan kalau nggak
back
salah.
up. Contact call by Karmine Corp right behind them. That's 3 players looking to set their sights on the link. Distraction plays with the Prowler, peeking. Sassy is out wide. Probably too much in terms of the connection. Zakan taking the time here to reposition up towards heaven. What a call made. Still nearsighted, blinded up, but Narrate, he will fall. That prior damage done. Clearing him out into the site. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey. A little bit all over the place here. Damage just wandering right into him. Zelsis definitely doing it here with the players tickling down the wide face of Zelsis.
Gila diputer sama second, bro.
The struggles here, the opening.
Hello? Hello?
And again, look at how mobile Sentinels are in these post-plant situations. They got into an uncomfortable... They can dominate, not your standard smoke. They get inside of it very quickly and set up the duo that dominated on split to be able to win the post-plant and secure a pistol. So neutralizing that early round aggression, playing a dynamic post-plant that looked superb. You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really
mainnya rapi banget Sentinel sekarang ya.
sync with your teammates.
Mereka tuh
literally
yang jarang buat
today
kesalahan, Cok. Bisa
Bisa
reposition kalau tahu itu rame guys, gak di fight sama mereka.
Can swing through this gap between the turret and the wall.
He can jump it.
Can he squeeze his little legs through?
Yeah, he's through. He's past it, but
And he's
Zelsis is
dead.
watching. Yeah, very aware of it. Now the door opens wide, so this is sends protocol to clear through. See, oh my. Okay, could have got dangerous. It's all good though. Nade. Thomasy out wide. Take your pick. Do you die to the nade or do you die to us? And now just Shin left standing. I feel like I've been saying that quite a bit, but it is the eco round and early days yet for Loaders. Still, 2 in a row now for Sen. They got the expected one with 4 players surviving.
Iya. Taktikalnya rapi banget anjing.
We're expecting this to be a pretty attack-sided map.
Second top frag mulu guys, ini orang, Cok.
Versus Heretics, that's exactly what we saw. Right, Heretics got up to a really big lead. I think it was an 8-4 half, something like that. And Sen were able to bring it back. Incredible attack sides, and both of these teams have been good in that situation. So it's not over for KC if they can't build some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale, for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
Pushing through with a Prowler.
Kayak zaman CG nggak sih guys? Dia juga dari dulu kan top frag nggak sih?
Paranoia and a satchel. Only grant some access to B main. The rest of the map not really being played. In fact, Karmine Corp wants to take a few liberties out towards A rubble. John hoping to spot it out with the jump spots, but there's a lot to account for.
There
is. Here's the jump spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. John not even really aware of the fact that they could have walked all the way back up there. So first kill. No direction. Similar scenes for Sentinels here, just to try and clear through the front section. C mound. Meanwhile,
how deep TenZ is.
I mean, he's going walkabouts.
He could win this round for them despite being down 4v5.
Behind them, they don't seem to be aware of this at all.
Not even slightly.
There's been a gap in the defensive protocols, a need to force these players out wide. The damage being done to them. The rate looking to the side. TP.
He missed the teleport.
Missed the TP. Shit!
Yeah!
He catches him. Judge in the face second. To trade by every part of the definition. Prowler forwards, jumping, damage. The shot's going wide. Second. There's no way he's getting away with that.
I love the attempt though. I really respect it. It felt like there was serious danger in that round. The timing that TenZ found was extraordinary, and I think possibly one of the reasons why John got a misread on what was the defensive setup looked like and just ended up dying. That's the unfortunate play though. 2 of the players both got seized there towards the back of the site. Shin and Narrate, and TenZ, he just missed it. You can see the frustration there. I mean, he was absolutely dominant map 1, so he expects to be able to win those.
Dia ngetik apa tuh guys ini? Hoki banget TP-nya si Shin ada belakang nih.
Always back up on either side. This time Karmine Corp more keen to fight over C man.
Sasi, bangun Sasi.
Trying to deny the ult orbs on both sides of the map.
good plan, but when Magnum's just out wide like that, there's no return of fire from Thomas. He can't take the fight and stand his ground, not with the Odin.
Oh, he's going to try and get in behind the Showstopper engage here, instead of being a vulnerable victim on site.
Could be the danger zone still. Showstopper, Tomsy can't hit it. Spraying through near sighted with the Prowler. Second Forcer just fired a rocket blindly. But 2 players down now for Karmine Corp. Do you really still choose to take this one, or do you choose to take the save? They're looking, hoping for a bit more. That's an odd one. Bouncing off the tile or something, but the orb still does the job. Cuts off that one sight line, and now it has to be the call, surely.
I think you got to save here.
Yeah, you have to. They look like they're still sticking around there. They want to make a go of it.
The economy on Shin and Tomashi is just not good enough to be able to go for this one, I don't think.
No. Now they're backing away.
And that's a huge win for Sen here. Sen, by the way, getting into their very standard post-plant setups where they have Zekken up top. So they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as well. And you can see here, that really is the crucial duel when Sassy is able to get that pick onto Tomashi.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real one that matters.
Duitnya banyak banget nih guys, mereka nggak mati sama sekali.
Astounding as well. I mean, the consistency with Zekken frying just builds up these ults like it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see that the clear game plan there from KC was, we're going to fight over ult ups on both sides of the map. So they had a triple player over towards C, fighting very heavy for mount control, because that's where they expect Sen to start the round. And then they had a crossfire setup, but it just ended up with Magnum kind of wandering around in the open. He missed the timing, didn't tuck, couldn't play the cross with Tomashi properly. Ended up giving away his life a little too freely. And Zekken has started this map, much as he started the other one, dominating.
Just rolling. No fight to contest over the A rubble control. Sentinel's happy to concede it. So Karmine Corp going to just place Shin into that forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot of mid-round information for his team. Lots of juicy tidbits that Magnum could use for some potential calls.
These are the situations on defense where it's so difficult to get a read on where the attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie. So this is going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing behind Rubble or on top of it. But Shin is playing that jump spot angle a little further forwards. So he's not really going to get caught by this.
Might even get value.
I mean, he's in a very exposed spot.
Really pressing forwards, now has to respect it. I mean, he was just trying to get ahead of the wall. So they couldn't lurk out, but now backing away. A few stray shots.
And this is where KC start to lack
Kalau misalnya di Diamond,
but are they really there? Is it a fake commitment?
Crossfire. Not even quite. I mean, Martin's just trying to play, weaving in and out of this wall, see if he can get that time with the door.
It looks like a fake. I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really going to be calling as well for the rotations here. Paranoia forwards. Martin can't do the same moves as Zekken was doing, not in that last map. Can't get out of it with the satchels.
Is this going to end B? Straight into Shin!
Shin! Could have been a difference maker, might still be. With only 12 seconds left, they've really just got to get a move on into the site B. Plant, Magnum, forwards, pressing forward. It's the players, they're dropping all over the place. The time pressure maybe just getting to them, nerves getting frantic for Karmine Corp.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where it feels like Sen are very strong in those kind of spots. You see Zekken or Tense in a situation like that, they're taking the swing, they're taking the fight. Feels a little more tender, tentative from KC, and they're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. And it does look like that at the moment. You see Sen are fired up. They believe that they have had the most difficult run. I mean, their run through kickoff, through the play-ins, their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Karmine Corp. Two big, heavy hitters coming out from EMEA.
You got to think as well, I mean, you got two of those teams in the EMEA. It's only EMEA and Americas who are winning the titles.
Yep.
Two of the potential strongest teams at this event they've had to go up against early.
And Kaplan clearly not happy in the interview at the arrival at having to be last out, first in, and not having that prep time.
I saw him at breakfast, I don't think he got sleep.
No, I mean, he's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're fired. There's a rage about it with the way they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you give them the #1 seed, the #2 seed, VMEA. They don't care. They're on a warpath right now, and their goal is the playoffs.
Iya guys, rata-rata sekarang pelatih cuma rata-rata pelatih berdua,
tends to be attack sided, so they need to be stacking up as many rounds as they possibly can. Karmine Corp are no slouches assuming that KC don't get mentally boomed here, they will still probably put up a good attack side themselves. So you can't let off the gas.
What is this cooking? Okay. Fast play, paranoia.
Iya, masalahnya itu guys.
But Sen don't bite. They don't go for an aggressive reaction somewhere else around the map. They're playing it slowly. So many players from Sentinels are close to these ult coming online as well.
GenG berdua ya, GenG berdua, Jing. Iya, Cok.
Kills or orbs, grant them it. Of course, back end of the timeout, holding onto Mound. Paranoia only clearing the one side, nade as well. Through, there's a couple of kills collected on either side, yet still Sentinels.
Kena
On top of that one, whether the weaponry or otherwise, but they've got the protocols, they've got the aim, sharp as anything.
The two players that were dominating the duels on Split, Tens and Zekken, just continue. Anytime you see them in a duel, obviously here it's against the Sheriff, but it just has tracked all series long. You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they expect to win it too.
Saya bisa menjaga analis buat
It's been monstrous.
There's none of that swinging into crouch spray, uncertainty with your aim, your own abilities. It's just decisiveness.
It's all been there.
Yeah. But they expect to be winning every single fight. And look at it swarming the last two remnants here of Karmine Corp, 5-1.
Sentinel, enak banget cow, wangi banget mereka guys.
All the data, doesn't matter what changes they made on Lotus, it's still
Ih, lo maksud gua guys ya.
Kapan
ya maksudnya kayak Paperrex tuh bisa dapat formasi yang udah begitu-begitu aja guys, gameplaynya tuh di setiap map sama ya nggak sih? Lu lihat gak sih? Santai, pelan-pelan, cari info, masuk, cari info, masuk, lurking, masuk. Mainin temponya tuh begitu selalu guys, selalu gue lihat guys. Tapi bisa konsisten gitu, itu sih yang penting. Paperrex kan kebanyakan gambling ya, ras 3 orang, ras 2 orang. Ngeras 5 orang itu yang bikin kadang-kadang tuh lebih cepat kebalik-baliknya skornya.
In the macro, even if the map doesn't lend itself to one side or the other.
Ngeliat kayak gini sebenarnya sih ngantuk ya, cuman konsisten playnya lebih dapat guys, kelihatan gitu loh dari cara mereka main tuh udah ketata rapi guys.
They have to invest all of their rounds to try to win this one.
Time to play close here. He's got the showstopper. There
it
it is.
Itu game itu ya, kita nggak mungkin itu gameplay terbaik guys.
In fact, he sees Tevin
bisa
to the spot, rooted down.
Hasilnya kan kelihatan tuh.
Second one to take a revive.
Lebih banyak. Bisa juga karena lu lagi gerasa gerusuk tuh lu jago.
Beef on the movement, but I think
lu nggak bantai-bantai, tapi kadang kalau lagi jelek kalah banget.
Afterwards as well.
Permainan ini menurut gue permainan efektif sih Sentinel nih. Ini di tiap map mainnya begini terus, Cok. Nggak ada gerasa gerusuk, nggak ada apa-apa. Jadi kayak enak gitu ngeliatnya tuh guys. Masuk pelan-pelan, cek angle dulu, cek kiri kanan, pakai util, cek util, baru kill.
Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree. Here's the pivot being called. Door broken, Haunt forwards, rotations abound. Breaking it through now with the paranoia to really set that one up. Shin giving them this space. Lockdown, to be committed. Goes towards it with 15
Soalnya
seconds.
kayaknya cara yang gerasa gerusuk tuh kadang sometimes wall, sometimes enggak. Tapi lebih banyak enggaknya guys. Chance untuk worknya tuh lebih dikit sekarang gue lihat.
Could allow, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood. Stop the lockdown from really finding too much value.
We'll see. Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well, making sure they can get straight back into the fight. He's forwards, into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost rapidly on the approach of counter pit. Online, layers it forwards, and Karmine Corp have got the players, they've got the bodies, they just need the win, and they're going to get it. The round going their way, finally.
Okay.
It's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board for them. And they took a loss, don't get me wrong. A lot of ultimates had to be expended.
Yeah. Sen made it extremely expensive, and I think that's the silver lining to KC winning the round there. If you're looking at it from the perspective of
tembakan lu wangi nggak wangi, tapi mainnya stabil gitu guys.
On both sides. This play though, it just wins
the round. Jalan.
Right? They're hoping that Tomoshi is going to be passive in this situation, is going to respect the Nightfall, worried about being pushed from one angle. No, he holds his ground, steps up when his team needs it, and puts one on the board.
We'll see more of that. Show me a bit more fire, Karmine Corp. Come on.
Mungkin ya Jaidar ya, gue nggak tahu ya, tapi mungkin iya. Tapi nggak memungkiri sih guys, gameplaynya Paperrex kadang-kadang kalau misalnya gameplay Paperrex guys butuh 2 sampai 3 orang doang nyala bisa ngebantai-bantai musuhnya guys. Bener nggak? Bener itu bener. Di saat lu ngeras bertiga berempat gitu, soalnya kayak musuh tuh banyak kan kaget ya.
Out towards the seaside. Now it is entirely open. Util still going to be used to clear it. There was a seize and a nano swarm. It's going to be completely given up, in fact.
Now the question is, what kind of post-plant aggression do we see here?
Sebenarnya masih banyak PR lah guys. Kalau gue ya sebagai orang awam, gue ngeliatnya masih banyak PR lah. PR-nya tuh masih banyak guys buat dibenahi, buat lebih kayak mendekatkan chemistry juga benar. Thread kill yang lebih rapi juga benar, itu PR-nya belum ada guys.
Grappling onto that one, a Satchel Forge just in case, cuts it up. And now everybody playing from Mount. A backwards position, but smoked off. Immaculate stuff from Shin. Almost going down to the spray. Down here. Damage done, but the bullets flying through. And true for Karmine Corp. Narrate, able to stick this half. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it out wide. And the patience played by Karmine Corp will get the job done.
That's more like it. That's what you got to see from KC when they were playing in EMEA. Coordinated on the retake. I was worried just for a moment when they lost track of where the final player was and wanted to check waterfall the other mound. But they got the play there, the punish onto TenZ, through a snakebite nanoswarm to stop the rest of the team coming in, isolate TenZ, get the swing and punish. Very nice from KC, and they follow up. 2 rounds back-to-back now puts KC in a much better position.
Untuk kalau entertain mah entertain guys, guys. Cuman
still nowhere near for Sentinels after that huge
bisa jadi kayak mungkin kalau misalnya nggak improve banyak, PR-nya nggak banyak yang dikelarin, bisa jadi turun performanya. Sama aja sih. Sama gue nggak tahu guys ya gimana ya. Gue nggak tahu ya. Apakah ada training khusus buat konsistensi guys? Kayak tekstur lah. Tekstur nembak bisa begitu terus anjing. Kalau di Paperrex kemarin kita lihat tiba-tiba something bisa ngedrop. Padahal aslinya kan gila ya. Gue nggak tahu guys, itu juga nggak tau guys. Adakah rahasia khusus biar konsisten terus gitu loh? Itu nggak tahu juga guys. Bahkan tergantung amal dan ibadah, kita nggak tahu guys ya. Kenapa jadi kalah Sentinel?
Exactly right, Josh. What you were calling for, that confidence is back, and it's boundless right now for Karmine Corp.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not playing together. KC find themselves in another 5v3, very similar to round 7.
Easy as it goes, forwards, past it, TenZ. Tethered to the floor, can't see his Elsis just to watch his teammates back. He can be trusted with that at least, but will fall. Spike dropped out in the open. 2v4, make it a 1v4. John.
Martin sakit sih guys nembaknya guys.
No chance whatsoever here. He's on the opposite side of the map. With only 20 seconds left, will be the save.
Yeah, KZ finding that mid-round aggression. Sure, the previous was taken with that punish onto TenZ, but they found themselves the player advantage situations so many times in the last 3 rounds. That's one of the biggest reasons why they're able to actually win them. They're able to find a double kill that comes out from Tomashi, then they get the punish onto TenZ, and in this round, it was such a nice audible called by Martina, deciding to take the swing through, using Shin almost as bait over towards C. Pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C. I mean, this team is big brain enough that they might have set that up as a bit of a fake there, like, oh, look, we're playing Mound, come and punish us. Either way, lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, Bren, as we go into this Sentinels timeout. How many rounds does KC need on their defense side? Because this is generally an attack-sided map. And I think now that they've got 4, you're feeling relatively comfortable, even if Sen take all the rest.
At minimum.
A4 half, you can definitely come back from that on Lotus.
You can work with that.
You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need, either a pistol or to start rolling with the rifle rounds and get the ults online. It's not a given, but there is actually reason to celebrate for the KC fans right now.
I'm not even watching a game. I mean, obviously there's not a game going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screens. I respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably 1/8, maybe that.
Yeah, the loudest per capita, but there's a lot of Sen fans here too.
There are.
Yeah, I mean, I like that the desk threw the KC versus Sentinels on the English broadcast, by the way. Just ruining the KC fans.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Only 15% of you think KC is going to win.
Secara gameplay bagus tapi masih
That's funny.
ngepick sendiri aja.
Dia
Ya, itu maksudnya itu kan nggak konsisten
See what
guys.
happens.
Suka overpick satu orang, terlalu maju satu orang, itu kan yang bikin
now
bisa jadi
has
kalah.
a judge.
Kebalik
Does
kalau
this mean
Sentinel,
we're getting
ini kan
into
mainnya kan
something a
selalu
little more
bareng ya.
pacey?
Kelihatan guys, jarang ada yang overpick banget ya.
He's got Proas with that double satchel plays. Can really
Kayak
take the
bertiga
space
tuh.
quite
Mereka
rapidly
mainnya
this
3
time.
orang.
Again, a lot of players at Karmine Corp. Grouped up behind Mound, looking to try and fight this one eager, in fact.
Sesi udah lagi turun banget, anjing buat Frank mulu ya sih.
Open the door. They're trying to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. Shin using his second smoke, but here we go. Follow-up fight. Now he doesn't have a smoke for the one-way here. Paranoia is excellent. They're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
Fancy!
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem.
Ngasih.
People what they want. One left standing, the counterpart on the Omen. He knows Shin is around, he knows Shin is lurking.
Shin just tucking to spoil the clip. 10-4, what a demon. You saw that the counter paranoia there thrown from Shin pushed back the rest of Sentinels. Nobody else was able to get the punish in that kind of way. But then when Tens teleports up top, he's not been caught by it. Everybody else is blind. It is shooting fish in a barrel. And it really is terrifying what Tens is able to do on Omen. It's fit him like a glove, this new role.
Oh yeah. That's how you know he's different from 2021. Not just the agent's being played, man, but he didn't play for the clip. Didn't hunt down Shin.
Sebenarnya nembaknya nggak ada yang headshot coy itu.
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick onto Tens. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens too, oh sorry.
Itu main Zeket nggak toprek guys.
If Narrate had been able to punish Tens, maybe KC could have come out with something.
2 more rounds. Cacophony is building here in the Madrid arena.
A SEN fight for rubble control, something they have not been doing very much of. Zelsis quite far away. His lockdown could be a large entry piece of utility.
Dan pengen momennya banyak banget ya, Wak. Dia punya bola sendiri betul. Dia tuh improve banget coy anjing dari yang duelis kerasa kerusuk.
See what he ended up using. Bots.
Now that is going to tell Zekken as a player that deciding not to use the ult though, just taking space on site.
There's a chance of it. Everyone setting up from Karmine Corp side. Backwards, spots ahead, vulnerable.
You should run.
Look how nicely though they've saved all of this utility for the post plant here. Sure, the spike isn't down just yet, but they're anticipating the fact that KC are going to be playing retake because of the ults, and the threat is more dangerous than the action.
Fine time off the clock. Second, here's it. Footsteps. Satchel! No way, Magnum! Nasty shot, nasty business. Here, Tens will fall.
Perfect.
Magnum through the back now, and a site control gained here, close to the corner. Shin, instantaneous with the trade, sticking now. Tomasi onto it, but destroyed. Spam through the smoke. 2 players caught. Surely that's the fuser now. Another tap from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus Zelsis. Sticking. Have on it all the way through the defuse.
Nice.
Puts him to bed.
Little bit of danger again there as KC started to get that retake working. Really lovely the follow-up on the Paranoia and Martin's entry through, but SEN stay solid. So many of these post plants are set up with 2 layers from Sentinels. A few players playing further forward to draw out all of that utility, and then a few players further back playing the spam game. We see the same thing when it's planted over towards C. You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mount.
Yep.
It works all across their map pool, and we're straight back into things. No early fight over towards Rubble, though. KC dominate that area early on, open the door, and that is going to tell John right at the beginning that it was heavy Rubble control.
But they didn't use a nade. There was no signs of life from Martin, so they might think it's only 2. Expecting perhaps to call that pivot here on either side. So you can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall online.
Here it is. Through with a Nightfall, Prowlers. Watching the targets, a few of them are broken in time here. Now potential for the retake. Still that danger with a showstopper in the back pocket, no way.
That's just smart.
The rate finding it onto tens. Beautiful first kill for them, and this is going from bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin, unfortunate really not to get that one. Satchel through into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards. Magnum is there, collapsing, colliding, spraying them all through. John QT's got so much to deal with here. No more bullets. Right click, but everyone's there to collect it out. Until a 7-5 half. Karmine Corp, a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be happy with it.
Very happy. That's an extremely solid defense side, powered by those retakes. I mean, don't let the technicality fool you. They flooded back in there using their same retake setups, and the timing for Magnum to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top, it all worked really well.
Signs of life from Karmine Corp. Really excellent stuff on their retakes all around here. Still a steady lead for Sentinels, a steady lead I should say. Let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the parents.
Mama Tens
Los madres. Mama Zekin, we saw you in America cheering on your son. Now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world. Woo!
Amen to that, sister. I love that. And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been? All the fans here in this building.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, give it up. Give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid. Woo!
I mean, she's the best hype man in the biz right here, baby. Let's just send it back to the cast and get this party rolling. Give it up one more time, guys.
Oh, my. That is one hell of a way to get the crowd on your side.
Do we need to pick her up for the broadcast?
Yeah, a bit of crowd work.
Yeah.
Oh my,
keep Golden Boy off. I want to see grand finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd, because I mean I'm loving the hype though, because this match is delivering so far. Oh, yeah. We got to see excellence from Sentinels when it came to split. It was close in the first half, and then they pulled away. And I think KC may have done enough here to feel confident going into the second half. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're even favored. But when you look at what's on the board, 5 rounds on defense, normally KC very good on attack. You've got to be feeling good.
Definite chances. Stay in the series. They have a chance of things here, but players are grouped up and they're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Prowler will it afford anything? Right into the face. It's a satchel. Martin, not even with a shorty, but he will go down, and Anna Swarm's tearing him to shreds.
And KC decide not to commit off the back of that. Certainly Sentinels getting surprised by how deep KC got before the trap play was punished. But there are a lot of players still here on the C site.
That noise re-hit, the danger is still here. Like you said, players anchoring into the seaside. Zekin holding into the corner. What a peek. It's a Karmine Corp classic, and they've just got it. Look at themselves. Out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly warming up into the tournament. Starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared. This pistol round was a great call coming out from Magnum. As long as they can secure things, and John Cuties denied the miracle, they'll be feeling, again, really good about their chances.
Doesn't have the tools for it. I mean, a lot of players, weak narrate, chooses to put an end to it. So, pistol round should, you know, as long as things go correctly, end up being that 7-7 equalization.
And that's Magnum that actually gets the kill there, but so many little set plays that we saw from KC when they were playing in EMEA, things like that. Doubling up and setting up, you know, maybe a high-low setup or a jump peak, and the second player swings in. Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw, actually. Nobody on SEN buying armor, of course. Not going for that force buy.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen this in the series so far. Dodging that variance.
Roaming around the map like a pack of wild animals. Free sight for Karmine Corp. Plan of a mound control.
Yeah, and a great plan. And now, once you get the plant down this easily, you have the mental bandwidth to start thinking about how do we optimize our ults. Right, so do we want to try to load them into narrate because he's already halfway? Do we want to try to prioritize Martin, perhaps? These kind of things you can really start to ponder. But there is still pressure here onto Tomoshi.
In fact, SEN are committing utility into this. Things they really did purchase and buy. They've squeezed the players out towards mound. Time ticking away, running short. Free clearance, called by Karmine Corp. So right through the back there, and Sentinels realize that there's really no chances of this. They're making another call now, moving away forwards.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a time in.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the Spike. Yep, okay.
So really successful there, to be honest, from Sentinels. Not allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. And that's very important. Lotus, I think, more than any map in the pool right now, is so ult cycle dependent, especially when with it being attack-sided and both orbs being accessible to the attackers too. It's a mixed bag of a bind though for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with this Outlaw. He's the sole player holding back the A push, and SEN have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
Yeah. 4 players with light armor too. Lots.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. 4 players that would die in 1 shot to Magnum.
There's that extra danger. So you can see the decision making being used here by Karmine Corp. This smoke setup as well just allows them to hide, play not quite an anti-flash position, but at least hiding from the initial haunt if there is a call from Sentinels to refi when the orb is tapped. Loading up the ult orbs onto narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the 3 main positions that somebody like Tens would be playing if they got him posted up in an aggressive spot. So they're going to go through the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles. There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
Weird one, look at this. I mean, back and forth as the call's going for Karmine Corp. Looks like there's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, SEN are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to, you know, anticipate this so much as just rotate.
No way. Don't know what gave that one away. Still, it's a kill. Sentinels, first kill going their way.
They've anticipated this pivot.
Up. Yep, they're looking for it and expecting it. Out towards B, smoke still, up into heaven. What's the call going to be here? With only 15 seconds left, the chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt broken, Boombot now, 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees, no connection. Second! Whoa! Oh! The hopes and dreams torn away in this round. Shin, wrapped and caught. Cheeky flank timing.
Destroyed.
Not getting away with that.
That was a really bizarre round though. SEN were rotating through spawn, off noise cues, off reads, and just trying to stack the correct position where KC would end. They're not worried about leaving holes because they're just trying to be hypermobile around the map. That can really bite you. If you're planning to play defense like that, sometimes if the attacking team just cuts noise, you're just running around having no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from SEN were perfect. They got the right call on where KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep, really good job, boys.
No damage, but a healthy buy on either side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order. Here we go, TP forwards, dash it across here, sees, nade, everything being combined. Shin surely goes down, he gets a kill on second.
How's that happened?
How has he managed that?
He was caught dead to rights inside the C's nade.
To almost single digits, evacuation called. Tens backs away. So listen, call up the cartographer. Power lines being redrawn, but giving up space entirely. Rubble, not even posting the player up deep onto A. Karmine Corp giving it up.
certainly very willing to rotate around the map themselves on the attack side. And SEN now a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble. Zelsis has all the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose and beam down. Spot it! Beaming, he does! But the mollies into the back, he had no clue about it. Snake bite. Everything being utilized on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting to the position he was in. Pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum. He's hoping for an easy kill, maybe even a cheap one. One-way smoke, has to force out that paranoia early, so Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that util early, now backs away with the rest of his team so he can play side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Sentinels. This is Karmine Corp, comes down to the fundamentals, comes down to the aim, the battle being won! The Sentinels in charge!
A 3v3 post plant where KC, in theory, could have planted anywhere, could have positioned anywhere, and SEN still got the site so easily. Bundling up the KC post planters into a tiny corner and landing that snakebite onto them after TenZ TP'd in behind the orb. This, amazing that Zelsis gets 2 out of that situation, but it basically just equalized part of the luck that Jin, I think, getting away with it at the start of the round. Yeah. But it's that snakebite.
Let's go. Lanjut GenG nggak Bang Cio? Lanjut dong.
Claustrophobic from KC in the post plant. They kind of gave SEN too much space there to do whatever they wanted.
Gila, KC terengah-engah
But that
guys
is
dengan juara 1 Amerika.
2 huge rounds in a row from SEN. One to make sure that they didn't take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based, well, SEN have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won.
Entar jam setengah.
Udah
keluar guys, apa? Udah keluar coy, solo leveling guys.
Serious ults, utility and kit looking nice and clean for SEN. They've got a showstopper. Zekin's not having a world-class game. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's sitting at 9 and 12, but he's doing his job and he's doing it well.
Yeah, I feel like though TenZ has been that guy.
Oh yeah.
From map 1 to map 2, TenZ performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake, John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows TenZ to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility. Bada bing, bada boom. He can do it all. You need an Omen entry? Call me up. That's TenZ, man. He's looking awesome. He really is.
Fight over C early. Same smoke, but it is that weaker by Karmine Corp.
Di Netflix cocok. Filmnya
Well, they need a really good set play to be able to push this one across the line. Or you're looking to try and, do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates. Certainly B is the best site to fight with these more close-range weapons, like Magnum's Stinger and Martine's Judge. They haven't cleared Martine.
Oh, way! TenZ! Adjustment of a lifetime. Snappy and precise. A little later towards the end, but I'll get the job done there. 10-7.
I mean, that was wild. Martine was just stuck in the corner with a Judge there, but he got blinded up, and I don't think he realized that people were pushing through the door on him. Yeah. He probably had a couple freebies, but great adjustment from the Phantom TenZ. They completely neutralized that round. This very reminiscent, actually, of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC, where Martine and Array pushed out through B, trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid-round and catching KC before they could set up.
Karmine Corp aiming to win that fight out, but they don't actually have anything planned for the Haunt. Potential mistake there. Lots of pings to a variety of players. Karmine Corp, though, not dissuaded. Now with a Nightfall. It's going to scatter, flow forwards here. Zelsis getting tagged. Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players potentially are with the alarm bot being broken. Sees into the back of the site. They really don't have a clue. Zelsis spraying away and praying. Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back, still danger, vulnerable, no way in hell. Second showstopper, but there's players right behind him. They don't have a clue. Shut down, close to the corner as Shin is surviving, keeping his team alive in this round. It could go in any direction.
And the rate is still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still, up onto the ropes, that's Shin. Forwards. Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John. Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box though. Couple of straight bullets and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching. Adjustments are there.
Well, that one was dangerous for Karmine Corp, but they come out on top. Magnum's position in pit ended up being so important. But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction. So much of it coming down to timings that they find on one another. This, for example, not even a half clear from Zekken in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit of an economic cushion.
Bit of win con. One away, Martin builds it up. Has the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. First wave of util to dissuade it with the nanoswarms, both of them being deaded, and Celsius putting the Odin to good work. Look at that, spraying through into the angle. Timing. Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable now. The nade goes flying forwards. A connection. Celsius couldn't withstand it. With the lockdown as well, you have to respect it. Sassy's overstaying his welcome, praying that somebody would open himself up into that sight line.
The plant for Mound this time, instead of the more claustrophobic one on site, allows KC to play 2 layers of this, and they still have Martin's showstopper to work with.
Surely they win it. Looks incredibly favoured, at least with the ults. Horns. What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper, no one to break it. Couldn't let loose with the Prowler, the fuse burning away. Into it, it's a gamble. John QT, he finds it, still 4 versus 4. What other util do they really have? They've got to play it side by side. Time working against them. Paranoia, Tens went in for the timing, he flips the switch and now moves forward, but so do Karmine Corp. So do Karmine Corp. In complete control of the front section of the site, and a decision is made for John QT. Hightailing it out of there.
Well played by KC. Adapting to what Tens was trying to go for. Sentinels, you could see, were expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mound. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using his showstopper. That was not the case. Both teams really messing with expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill. A little unfortunate.
They can bangun second.
But both of these teams are looking sharp. Mind games on mind games in these retake post-plant situations. But Celsius once more has been left alone over towards C. And KC, like 5 hungry wolves staring towards a snack on the C site.
Just that, I mean, vacuuming up these orbs. Granted, and given the C mound area basically every single time. There's no plan in action for Sentinels. They did manage to take rubble over towards 8. So they've got 10s posted.
And we haven't actually seen Tens in this position before. We know that KC have got protocols to clear this out. We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Now, do they believe that Tens is not on top of rubble because they've seen Zekken?
They're not going to use a volley to clear it. One way.
They do not like what they've seen. No. They're happy to return back over to Magnum. He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression on C.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards. Well, John QT, it's an unorthodox one, just playing close to the pillar here. Now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. Karmine Corp, what chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this one's going to go into with a Nightfall now. They don't know anything. Adjusting Magnum! That is disgusting. But Tens, he's forwards and through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. 2 players, forwards to the rate, has fallen. Shin, last alive, John QT, miraculous with the movements.
Dua lagi bro.
And Sen somehow get that one through, despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3.
Way.
It looked great for Sen though. That opening kill from John QT to be able to get his pit online. I'm amazed, frankly, that KC even got the spike down, because there was so much pressure coming through there. Pit used, Nightfall used as well. That is Excellent awareness. They've often been using Tomashi's smoke to be able to get into the C site, and Jongkyudi just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity. Devastation for Zeish. So 2 rounds ahead again. Maintaining the lead.
Yusha making a difference in so many of these moments. Macro game being...
Kenapa nih, bro?
...called from either of these sides. It's a good one. Both the IGLs going to be working. Really deep off angle. There was a chance it could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snakebite fades. And here's the second go of things. Prowler, Satchels, up above, doesn't expect it. Stinger, exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat. They don't have the sight just yet. They know what John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy will be punished for it. Casualty. Line of fire and the line of action here. It is a bit futile is what it feels like. Karmine Corp only just getting ground underneath them. Plans, paranoia, that forces it out, and a satchel forward, smoke fading away. Martin! Oh, he's on one right now, on for the ace. One more. We'll do it. John QT.
Spotted.
1v3. Spotted and shut down.
Ayo bro,
that's a wild situation.
Udah low semua itu, bro.
I mean, Sentinels realize that Tomashi is 1 away from being able to get his pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the plant. They're forced to go aggressive. This entry, excellent from Martin, and wasn't really expected in this spot. But yeah, they're forced to go for this level of aggression and run into Martin's Odin here because they need to deny the plant, otherwise they're going to be retaking into a pit. Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway, and now Tomashi has pit up for the next, and Sentinel's economy is getting stretched. I mean, look at this. Tens is the top of the scoreboard, and my man's about to come into this round with a Sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor, Guardians, I mean, a few rifles, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's...
I'm going to need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get work done with the Sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the time out, because this is crunch time. They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA. Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through.
Sih guys, beli apa sih? Sentinel masukin Kari ya. Kari. Si Kari kalau sama inisiator gantiin dia sih, Cok.
Karmine Corp Sentinels penned in as most likely finalists, really. The 2 teams that look the strongest coming into this event.
Been a banger of a game so far.
So back and forth.
Masalahnya main inisiator nggak, Cok, si Kari, Cok. Kari yang itu yang main sama Jing.
You kind of have to favor KC's chances of being able to pull this round across the line. Now, C's fade combo, C's nade combo, very possible here.
Not using it. Hondo, again, nothing to deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup is, but
it's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it previously from B, now throwing it from A. Still not getting broken.
Kari juga nggak jago banget emang. Bukan dia jago, dia bukan sering top ini ya, top leaderboard ya.
Prowler forwards, Martin satcheled in to clear that space and take up control of Tree. With them breaking the Prowler really does feel like an A hit, and it might still be so. Sees nade. Wrong timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go forwards. Second. That's a snakebite that takes him down.
There's so many layers to that.
It really is. First wave of util, second with the paranoia and with the satchel. That has really put Sentinels in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm on B. No response from anybody there. So he's
calling
to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for, and they're still going A.
Coming in, Ten just walks forwards for the information. He's brought down 3 versus 3 still. 2 players at the back of the site. What is it called? Double face! And straight through and down. Equal parts on either side here. One left standing.
Kaca getar-getir nih.
In a 1v3. To avoid his team being put on map point, on series point.
He's worried about Zelsis.
Ini pemain
Zelsis is still
aim
tethered to his turret. 15 seconds less. 10. Just no chance, surely.
Anything taps it, hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open!
Unbelievable!
This time!
Unbelievable!
Milliseconds available!
Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate, 9 bullets! Ridiculous!
That is one of the most important clutches that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Ngapain anjing?
Narrate somehow saving his team. How does he line this one up? Unreal.
Get out of here. I mean, what was that? 0.3 on the timer or what? I don't even know.
Everything stacked against him.
No way. I mean, barely containing it. It's just like, okay, I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow, Eng expects that, apparently.
Yeah, not shocked.
None of us did.
Padahal anjing.
God damn.
Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point, knowing that Sentinels are on an eco.
What's the save?
And the ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
They're hard stacking. There's 5 players. I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Celsius forwards.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards. Haunt, broken. Tags it in the smoke, forward. Sancho's backwards, a boundless second. He let the rocket loose. The Sentinels, no way. From the jaws of defeat, they're trying to take it back. Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things. 3 HP. Spike, retrieved, backing away. Not quite. It's dropped down, and Sentinels out of nowhere. You're joking.
That is utterly ridiculous. The 5-player gamble stack just at the perfect time. And not just that, but finding the play of the Haunt being broken. I mean, look at the way the Martin is playing that. They find the exact moment that KC were about to commit. All of them with utility in their hands, ready to exec. And Sen, the aggression pays off big time. They could not have found a bigger moment to slam the pressure back into KC. We're into this, the final round of regulation. It's already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
It's bottom of the barrel. It's all they're working with. It's desperation. Individuals need to step up to stand a chance of staying in this series.
Bisa ulti juga nih guys ya.
It doesn't even begin for the players there on stage. You go from elation
satu.
to devastation.
Martin tadi satu dari mana, Cok? Kena Celsius ya? Kena Celsius dia, Cok. Kena spray anjing.
Gives them that space freely. Karmine Corp, Spike in a different direction. Now Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he took 124 at the beginning of the round. He took a long-range phantom headshot.
Fake. Lockdown being used here to try and make it feel like this. I mean, it's a good call. Sentinels have been playing super reactive off the time cues, but the lockdown's broken just from the minor amount of util. Now the showstopper. Forwards Martin. He'll go down to the turret. He'll go down to the turret. He has to send him flying. Poor Timmy. Lockdown. Drop down. 30 seconds. Spike can't be planted. That's desperation. It's frantic in nature, but eventually going to be sticking it. Shin backing away. Pit will stay up, and this retake is happening at a blistering pace. Forwards. Celsius dominating the angles. One tap to force out the util, but this could be it. All on the line for Karmine Corp. And the calls are being made here. Fighting up close, fighting forwards. All tucked away, Celsius! The hopes and dreams ripped to pieces. Shin, desperate for it, tens forwards. And it can't come down to anything. donasi, no chance.
Nice!
Sentinels have done it.
2-0, Jing.
Number 1 seed taken out. Sen City here to play.
Aneh banget anjing. Gila, mereka masuk playoff anjir, GG banget, Cok. Sentinel, Cok.
Well, this might have been a 2-0. This match delivered. Those final moments are
Gila,
just
DLCs, bro.
bonkers. Sen being able to take this map with a 5-player gamble stack over towards C that takes the win. It looked poised, it looked ready.
Gila, Sentinel, new Sentinel nih, guys.
But the final map denied us. As Sen denies KC their spot in playoffs for now. This team still with options of being able to make it through our Swiss stage. But the path for them continues. #1 seed of Americas, taking out the win against the winners of EMEA kickoff. And what a game it was.
Oh yeah.
SEN, definitely the better team there on split, but
Anjay.
between them on Lotus.
I mean, the smallest of
Oh,
differences.
langsung masuk ini guys, playoff Jing.
I was convinced we were going to be seeing
Aceh masih ada
mine. I was
senyawa lagi,
convinced
tenang aja, guys.
it looked like it was preordained, man. But it's Sentinels moving forwards in the playoffs. They'll be happy for it, I'm telling you. Kaplan and Drew
jualan
been
mulu
getting
anjing.
grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man. They haven't had a break, but finally a bit of peace and quiet time to
Oke,
prepare.
kita nonton GenG
Sentinels
abis ini,
are
guys.
first team in the.
Sambil nunggu kita ngapain dulu guys? Kayaknya nonton apa guys? Soalnya gue nggak bisa nge-showing gameplay gue kalau gue mau main apapun. I cannot bro. Yang tahu nonton Wilson aja guys ya.
Mana sepatu corporation?
Ini
Core Spirit. Athletic Sport. Animasana.
2,5 juta sudah di tangan Vincent. Kalau lu salah, lu bakal pulang cuman dengan 320.000 rupiah. Kalau lu bener,
Paperrex, Bang, di stream
lu mengantongi 5 juta rupiah.
Selesai kah Bang?
Ini aneh banget. Aduh. Bahasa apa ini ya? B. Athletic Sport in Core Spirit. Cool, ini cringe.
Nonton Sentinel Voicecom seru itu Bang.
Cringe juga.
Kayak emang kalian ngerti bahasa Inggris, kayak ngerti ya aja.
Animasana.
Banyak gaya Jing. Ngerti emang kalian guys.
Sekarang berapa? Yang 5 juta ya?
Sekarang untuk 5 juta rupiah, lu udah pegang 2,5 juta.
Aduh.
Lu salah, lu cuman punya 320.000.
320. Animasana ya?
Aku ngerti bang. Oke, Sentinel Voicecom ya. Oke, sabar.
Ya. Yang sebelum-sebelumnya nggak ada yang kayak gini nih. Ini pertama kali nih, aneh banget. Semuanya Inggris, dia sendiri beda. ASICS. Gak pernah denger.
Gimana Mas?
ASICS.
Kepanjangan dari brand sepatu Essex.
Oh, Essex.
Iya, Essex.
Oke. Sebentar ya, hitung dulu.
1 menit waktu Anda untuk menjawab ini. Karena udah kelamaan. Kasihan gua sama Yohanes. Maaf banget.
Oke, maaf. Lupa. D deh kalau gitu.
Yakin?
B. Yaudah, ini aja yang aneh. Ini aneh banget. Dari tadi nggak ada yang kayak gini-gini nih. Ini apalagi baru ngambil.
5 juta rupiah bisa Anda dapatkan kalau Anda benar menjawab pertanyaan ini. Tapi kalau salah Anda hanya akan mendapatkan 320.000. Tapi kalau mundur 2,5 juta rupiah ada di tangan.
Kasih tau Bang, tuh dia jawabannya emang iya. Dia bener.
20 detik.
Oke. D.
D.
Ya.
Animasana Incorporesano.
Ini kalau nanya as a host nggak nambah lagi kan waktunya? Ya udah, D aja.
D, kunci jawaban?
Iya. Ini aneh.
Baik. Kepanjangan dari brand sepatu Essex adalah Animasana Incorporesano. Dalam tubuh yang sehat terdapat jiwa yang kuat adalah kepanjangan dari brand Essex.
Oh iya.
Ini udah 5 juta guys.
Jadi sekarang lu udah mengantongi 5 juta rupiah.
Gila guys, kaya guys.
Untuk pertanyaan 10 juta rupiah.
Jelas ya.
Seperti yang kita bisa lihat, lu sudah berhasil menjawab pertanyaan dari 1 sampai ke 14. Sekarang kita akan menuju untuk pertanyaan terakhir yang akan menentukan apakah lu bisa menjadi jutawan atau justru hanya akan pulang dengan 320.000 rupiah. Lu masih punya 1 lifeline. As the host, Dan pertanyaannya sekali lagi, apakah lu siap?
Siap banget ini.
Siap ya?
2 kali lipatnya, siap.
Pertanyaan terakhir. Top donatur GLHF Sound di Subathon 3.0 bernama A. Someone. B. Seseorang. C. FN1. Atau D. Mas Bilal.
Oke, ini karena udah terakhir bakal pakai lifeline ya, udah pasti.
Pakai lifeline?
Iya, udah pasti.
Silakan.
Oke.
Satu pertanyaan.
Pertanyaan terakhirnya gampang aja gitu.
Yang donate ini kan nggak langsung jawaban kan. Yang donate ini kayak nama orang beneran apa enggak?
Oke. Kalau gue bisa jawab, nama donatur gue pada waktu itu tidak menggunakan nama beneran atau nama asli. Karena sampai sekarang gue nggak pernah tahu nama donatur besar gue selain FN1.
Baik. Berarti Mas Bilal bukan besar? Oke. Udah itu doang.
Sama, kayaknya seseorang nih guys.
Enggak, jujur. Gua inget sih kemarin ada yang donate terus play lagu sejam.
Lu nggak tahu? Lu nggak nonton Subathon gue yang 3.0?
Sama, kayaknya 2 itu bener guys. Jebakannya ini.
Yang sekarang berapa aja gua nggak tahu. Kayaknya sekarang 3.0 sih. Kalau misalnya bukan.
R7. Enggak anjing, so tahu kalian.
Someone. Enggak.
Gue pengen ingatkan, lu udah mengantongi 5 juta rupiah. Nggak semua orang bisa dapat 5 juta dalam satu hari. Lu kalau mundur, lu bakal dapat 5 juta rupiah. Tapi kalau lu salah, 320.000. Tapi kalau lu benar, lu akan menjadi pemenang kedua pada malam hari ini.
Udah yang dapat 10 juta guys, emang guys?
Boleh nanya ortu gak?
Nggak ada lifeline itu, nggak ada. Lu nanya ortu lu juga.
Gue gak nanya jawabannya, gue cuma nanya save apa enggak.
Oh, financial support. Anjing
Ya,
lucu
ini-
banget, brengsek. Aduh lucu banget. Enggak, ortu lu berarti lu panggil ke frame kamera gitu.
Enggak, cuman kan ini kebetulan ada di samping nih, dia ngeliatin dari tadi nih.
Oh gitu?
Jujur aja. Iya.
Oke. Coba boleh.
Enggak, malah nyuruh
Sebentar.
WD.
Gimana, Ma?
Anjing lucu banget. Aduh brengsek, dia nanya mak dulu.
Hah? Terserah. Aduh jangan terserah dong. Salah dia nanya ke mak, ini kalau cewek jawabnya terserah mulu.
Anjir lucu banget nanya mak dulu. Aduh
Sebelumnya udah ada yang menang guys, 10 juta guys. Kan 5 orang ya? Topnya 10 juta ya? Udah ada yang menang guys, 10 juta guys tadi guys.
5 juta rupiah sudah di tangan. Salah 320.000. 5 juta. Tante, 5 juta tante.
5 juta mah katanya mah, 5 juta.
Tapi kalau salah
Belum ada,
320.000. Keputusan ada di tangan lu.
Udah ada tadi bang, udah ada salah satu yang bawa 10 juta guys. Tapi ini asalkan tangannya kelihatan sih enak guys. Tapi kalau tangannya yang di bawah curang dia.
Kalau misalnya nggak tahu nama orang berarti.
Kalau nggak pakai ini guys apa? Pakai telepon, temannya sebelahnya nyariin jawabannya guys.
Nggak mungkin.
Iya nggak sih?
Oke,
Bisa
seseorang,
pakai telepon,
kalau
temannya
anonymous.
tuh telepon sebelah dia.
Seorang. Bisa aja sih orang namain diri dia someone gitu, tapi
Bisa. Karena di donation itu kan
Ya,
namanya
gampang
lu
guys.
bisa samarkan.
Lo
Iya,
pakai T tapi dalamnya tuh ada satu lagi kecil.
ini kalau samarkan
Kayak Discord sama temen lo,
seseorang
satu
ini.
lagi. Telepon gitu kan.
Kemarin kalau nggak salah ada lihat juga.
Lu diem aja.
Tadi sih. Iya tadi pas lagi nonton stream.
Gue sih pegang B sih, gue B sih guys. Gue sih
banget ya.
B sih guys. Someone
Bentar. Tuh.
Untuk 10 juta rupiah.
kayak tercerahkan. Kayaknya sekarang 4 titik. Stream Instagram. Kemarin di Instagram som siapa ya? 10 juta tuh kalau nggak salah. Kemarin 4.0. Aduh, ini antara 4.0 atau 3.0.
1 menit.
Waktunya nggak dijalanin, cowok curang.
Oke. Kayaknya yang kemarin someone deh, kalau nggak salah dia nggak nulis seseorang soalnya Inggris. Sempat mikir kalau kemarin itu someone itu emang Inggris, tapi hari ini ngeliat seseorang gitu di donate. Kayaknya tapi oke. Nggak mungkin.
Top donatur GLHF Son di Subaton 3.0.
C ya emang ya?
Buat saya. Seseorang. Kalau 1 menit lagi.
Yakin?
Iya, boleh.
Yakin?
Seseorang. Aduh.
Nih gue tanya lu sekali lagi. Lu mau kunci jawaban atau lu mau mundur? Kalau lu kunci, lu sebutkan jawabannya dan bakal langsung gua kunci.
Kayaknya 10 aja. Juga sih, makanya chatnya harusnya di-delay, cowok. Harusnya di-delay, guys.
Seorang. Someone. Nah, ini kemarin someone deh kayaknya kalau nggak salah di Instagram ada lihat. Siapa ya? Mas Bilal. Aduh. Udah. Kasih udah kita langsung aja loh. Alah nggak apa-apa, katanya terserah, ya udah seseorang aja B.
Final answer.
Iya.
Matu game nggak kayak ada guys, ada game lagi ntar sih.
Baik.
Aduh, napasnya jangan gitu dong. Lemes nih.
Ragu aja dia, ragu cok.
Top donatur channel GLHF Son di Subaton 3.0 adalah pertanyaan yang akan menentukan apakah Vincent bisa membawa pulang uang sebesar 10 juta rupiah atau hanya membawa pulang 320.000 rupiah.
Ini kalau gue tutup laptop nggak apa-apa ya?
Dan top donatur GLHF Son di Subaton 3.0 bernama seseorang.
Anjay, 10 juta bro.
Gila.
Congratulations Vincent. Congratulations Vincent. Berhasil mendapatkan total THR ekstra dari Tokopedia sebesar 10 juta rupiah. Top donatur GLHF Son di Subaton 3.0 bernama seseorang. Dan di saat ini kita Subaton 4.0.
Oke.
Bernama Samwa.
Nah ini dia berhasil nggak guys yang ini? Ini gagal ya yang cowok ini guys. Ini dia cowok nih.
Jawaban. Hanya mampu membawa pulang uang sebesar titik aman kedua. Sama seperti Mas Krisna tadi. Kasusnya sama persis. Sayang Lifeline. Dan sayangnya Mas Krisna harus puas dengan uang THR ini. Semoga uangnya bermanfaat. Terima kasih. Dan ada
jadi kayak gitu pakai bajunya anjing.
Hasil menjadi pemenang pertama pada malam. Berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan 10 juta rupiah. Awal tadi Mas Fadlan masih bingung mau bayar toga bagaimana caranya. Tapi malam hari ini Mas Fadlan memiliki kesempatan tidak hanya membayar toga, tapi juga
udah menang.
Lu tentu tahu dong sekarang tuh lagi ada Ramadan ekstra seru. Jadi banyak banget program-program menarik. Wah.
Banyak.
GG guys. Ini Kuri nih. Ini Kuri lagi live nih, Kuri guys, Kuri. Yang gue ngomong tadi guys. Oke. Udah mau mulai belum sih? Belum ya? Udah mau mulai belum sih guys? Yang sedih yang buat bayar toga. Toga tuh apa sih toga? Toga itu apa toga? What is toga bro? What is toga? Buat wisuda. Oh, nice one. Lumayan sedih lah. Seragam buat wisuda bang. Oke.
Rounds and win clutches, which I think makes this a very interesting style match.
Speaking of players that really step up and make it into clutches, we have to talk about Haodong, because I have to tell, there's almost some plays, there's always something uncanny. He's always at the right place, at the right time, every single round.
Yeah, exactly, and that is completely on the previous matchup. Seeing the way that he was finding the space, that he was finding the right time, and he was giving the right information to the rest of the team. I think that we highlight so many IGLs around the world, and it is time that EDG Abos moves away from that tag of, yeah, we have Kanka, he is good on the operator, haha, we do duels, to actually thinking of them as a very high contending team.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, his evolution has really, I think, mirrored the team. As the team has gotten better, so much of it has been about Haodong's IGLing. I think we really should learn from the teams they've played global event after global event. Well, this is the time he's ready to rock up and teach some people, because his lurks were perfect yesterday against Paperrex. When we talk about exploiting that gap, getting in these mid rounds, it's all this guy. It's all this guy.
Yeah, again, as I say, it's eerie, it's uncanny, it makes my spider senses tingle.
Well, Boo's not on this team, so I don't see why it would be eerie.
Well, that's true. No need to be shocked or anything. But I feel like, when you talk about EDG, again, you talk about Kangkang, it's great to see, by the way, that he is also evolving, because, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and in the super opper of EDG, but now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago, and he is no stranger at all to events like these. And I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist, now maybe Flex, to talk about his return to the big stage.
I'm joined here by Kong Kong and our translator, DJ. Kong Kong, welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event now that you as EDG has been representing the CN International League. How has it changed from previous events to now playing in the league?
那其实对于我们是代表着我们 CN 联赛建赛区以来第一次参加这个世界性的赛事。那你觉得和之前相比的话，来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一样呢？
我觉得这次参加马德里可能更多的是背负 VCT CN 的一些荣誉吧，所以说我要先为兄弟们登上这座山，然后为兄弟们插这面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of our Season League. For all of my brothers from CN, I kind of like, I want to climb this mountain for them.
Yeah, and well, you're already kind of starting on that quest. I want to ask about some of the games that you played in CN. For EDG, it feels like sometimes when we watch you play, you see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against FPX, sometimes it gets a little bit more chaotic. Do you think EDG as a team plays to the level of the opponent they're against?
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你们的打法风格会有改变。比如说你们在面对 KC， 可能你们会更团队一些的那样去玩，但是在面对 PRX 的时候，你们又会可能也会打得比较冲啊，比较有是那种打得比较有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是以前我们的一个弊端吧。然后我觉得我们现在要做的就是。在他们像 PX 他们可能会打得很混乱的时候，然后我们做到，不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。对。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our opponent. It's kind of like a disadvantage of us because we want to like play our own thing, no matter who is our opponent. For example, if it's PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic. If we discipline and do our things, I think that will be better.
Okay, very interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but thank you very much for joining me, Kong Kong.
Yeah.
Well, Kang Kang talking about scaling mountains, and the next challenge, the next mountain that they have to scale will be Gen.G. This was their first global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Loud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't just a one-off to go out there and beat a team like Paperrex. This squad was here to play. Loud came out, playing some funky comps. They went back, they changed onto a Yoru on their SEN. They did a lot of stuff that I think would be really hard to deal with as a team, seeing it for the first time. And Gen.G adapted to it incredibly well. Again, comparable to EDG. This team does a great job at slowing down these rounds, not letting themselves get dragged into the chaos, and instead setting up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these weirder comps very well.
And we've been so excited to see, faces coming back and new faces. Lakia is one of them. I think that he had a good day. The fact that we're seeing Texture in such a good form coming into the international stage. Those are the kind of players that will make a difference, right? The one that has to be the explosive player and also the one that has to bring all the knowledge and all that calmness onto the stage.
Yeah, and I feel like, you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already one of the best duelists to come out of Pacific, and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly, and suddenly you have one of the most dominant duelist showings in an entire tournament that was Pacific Kickoff.
I was honestly kind of disappointed watching him play all of last year and be tossed around on all these.
Wants more. Okay.
You meant the other day.
No. Think about how many different agents he was playing, how often his roles switch around. No, he gets on this team. He's playing Jet. He's playing Duelist. He's playing what he's good at, and he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons why they were able to manage it to get this miracle run that Gen.G had in Pacific. And I think the fact that he's able to translate it here. And by the way, I do not think that he's still 100%. It's amazing, and will probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from Gen.G with Golden Boy and Munchkin.
Golden Boy and
Munchkin, come here, buddy. Oh, man, it's been so long. We got to get the awkward hugs out of the way. Buddy, it's been a minute. I saw your post online to Kong. You had asked him if he was ready for today. Is it safe to say that you're excited for this match, and why is that?
He won Munchkin lost to EDG, but Gen.G Munchkin will not.
Oh, Gen.G Munchkin will not. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. This is match 2 of the day, and we'll go ahead and get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
Mereka udah berdua semua. Coba ada analis ya guys ya,
So
bener ya?
Gen.G, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Bind.
Bind. EDG, your ban.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah.
And map number 1 from Gen.G.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2 from EDG.
Split.
Split. Side on split.
Split.
Attack. Okay, next set of bands starting with Gen.G, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
Lama guys ini mulainya guys, mikir. Breeze. Ngapain agent bang? Enggak guys.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Oh, Sunset.
Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. Gen.G, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Wah. Kita lihat texture guys. Apakah dia sangat ready guys ya? Mengambil top 4 ya guys ya. You don't need to walk a makeup. I am here to make a sikap. Makan kopi pakai gokap. Jangan kamu bawa cakap. Re, kesel lagi dengerin. Nah, kita dong habis ini bang, boleh. Bener itu cowok, lagu liriknya begitu cowok emang. Mi estos que me skiriti que si que ma querida macaro.
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs.
Let's go, abang tekstur. Yang bantai-bantai Paperrex
EDG versus Gen.G. And we've seen, Mimi, just how hard these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new kings of Pacific, Gen.G, have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid. And this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs would be an opportunity, they should be hungry for more after defeating a world champion in Loud.
But think about for EDG as well. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo last year at Champions with a new SEN league in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
Karen sama si tekstur gila udah pasti menang, guys. Soalnya mereka kalau udah gila mah gila banget. Meteor juga udah stabil, Panskin stabil.
And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure. Especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid who didn't make a roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact.
How did we get here where they are the old guard on a tournament? I think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto that we just saw, knowing that Gen.G is the team that has played one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool, is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things. And also,
iya makanya tekstur tuh gila anjing. Iya benar-benar sakit sih kalau kata gue.
For this series, and I think this
First
is an interesting matchup
spray controlnya, positioningnya, crosshair placementnya tuh kayaknya kalau ada angka itu bisa nilainya A lah.
The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that team. They play the Gecko KO composition, playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
And it's perfect, right, to play against EDG. They do not have that much into it, and we see in the agents already.
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG have been playing this comp at home in China.
Okay,
the comparison
lawan
is playing
tekstur,
into
kita lihat,
that
guys.
Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage Wall, they don't have the Harbor utility, so on their B hits they have to be fighting forward, going for space. So what I'm looking at in this series is Kung and Texture, two Jet players that we know are incredible, and how well they can be set up to take space forward and allow that plant to come down, or to win the retake.
Yeah, and I want something else. I want to see the Gecko make it and be in the
Paperrex
difference. I want to not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite before we go into it? Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throwing it under the bus today.
That's brutal.
I think they're slightly leading the way of Gen.G. I think they've been in slightly better form, but EDG are one of those teams that they're on the war path, is the way I want to put it. They are slowly improving better and better, and their game versus Paperrex showed they could weather the storm.
Langsung serif, coy, anjir.
They've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick off on Icebox, and that's not the greatest start with T2 already going down.
Yeah, losing out on their Killjoy. A lot of space behind them is now wide open for Gen.G to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or move back towards the site, make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster as they look to fight on the site. Meteor good for one at least, keeping numbers in favor, but Haodong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind enemies, but this time, he's taking them head on. 3 kills already, and EDG are back in the round. A 4th just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low, but Haodong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a fight. Connections, another with the headshot on Smoggy, and nobody, 68 HP. Texture's gonna find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload, back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability, and he's right in the corner! Only 1 shot! And he needed both to land. That is 1-0 for EDG.
Ngeri kan tekstur kan?
Yeah,
Ngeri kan tuh orang lihat
back and forth in the initial pistol and
Kill
already
2
seeing
tuh.
a
Pistol
little
orang
bit
minimal
of
kill
what
2 dia anjing.
this man Texture can do with the Sheriff. Definitely fearsome opposition. But I do like this, sort of a slightly more direct approach initially from that side of EDG, just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture can bail them out of this one. Of course, just looking at this map in general, we've already seen the actually very, very good attack sides coming out of the side of Gen.G. So they're starting on the weaker half, and for EDG, they really struggled. But we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who, I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map, because FPX are playing the double duelist, Reina, Jet, aggro, crazy style of play. So I don't think that it's something to really worry about too much in terms of that match going down poorly. And for EDG, obviously getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit, is a good place to be.
Well, Tom, we've seen the famous words pop up on the screen. Of course, we're in a technical pause here after just the first round. Best time for it. You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give more time to Con, for example, who had already decided to purchase an outlaw. And this is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of the previous Xbox games, didn't see them purchasing the outlaw, and got very sad because Con is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Gen.G get their gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to a playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in Newton and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For Gen.G as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. A team that last year started strong but then underperformed, now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of, can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing. They've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus Paperrex many a time and finally beat them just yesterday. Now they have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams and become, well, they're basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. Gen.G to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder of them just testing it there at the end. Mouse is back online, game's running smooth, and so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested by the side of Gen.G. They've refocused and they look towards the B site. Drone clearing out a ton, and a Viper wall that they can easily push towards the site with. You don't imagine Gen.G will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect Gen.G to, like, they'll have utility to deny these plants. Like, you're talking about nano swarms, snake bites, you're talking about the mosh, fragments. But this is a low buy round, so they haven't used any of that. So it gives a lot easier access, because that's always one of the things we talk about with this sort of composition being run by EDG. They have to take a lot more control to get that plant down. In this sort of round, though, just a farming exercise, a chance for Kan to really build up those orbs. You know what, he's still going to get a couple. Still makes it a little bit costly.
Trying to see if we're going to have Chichu pick up a weapon. He did make it just about. So 3 rifles carried forward for EDG altogether. Decently successful round, and I think the main thing being that Kan finds so many kills and the death, this might be able to cancel out some of the economic disadvantages that could be coming after this round. For now, they'll play it as a bonus with some pistols. And he's, Kan's 3 away from the Bladestorm. Again, he might be baiting me, but as we get back in, you see a scope in his hand. The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're going to get it. Let's see what he can do. Attack side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here, because he basically needs the Bladestorm for the next round. Okay, Chichu does actually have extra credits, so maybe they could drop an extra one, but it will leave them with some gaps going into the next. Obviously, again, the real benefits of their composition is being able to execute onto that A site. But yeah, it also Kan just himself.
This is the thing, you've got Karen and Lakia both now terrified because they've got half shields. So that outlaw rings out and you realize we're in a bit of trouble. I wonder if even an element of that is looking at previous iceboxes and seeing this wasn't a preferred weapon. With Kankan down, that rifle can still be retrieved and used later on. And really, you got to think about damage. You got to think about the game damage. That's the name of the game here.
Either way, we are going to see them building up back towards this A site again. Nice work from Howdong to at least be able to find one. And in this 2v4 situation, it is not looking good. It is not looking good. Really needs to get something. Really needs to get something here.
30 seconds.
And now Karen is the only one remaining. 1 versus 3. Try and turn this. They planted in an audacious spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to Gen.G's success. And he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. Looking to try and isolate one of these duels, faking out the sound, but now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them, and Howdong is waiting on the other side. Great start to this map from EDG.
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0 and the immediate bite back, but this one, it has a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made. Big upgrades too. The Bladestorm will be online soon, so definitely no economic struggles, and a Viper's Pit to work with, most likely in this round. Will it be used in this round? That's a different question, but these are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have, where Gen.G now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be that we see Gen.G kind of stack up a little bit over on towards that A site. It's what this composition EDG really relies upon, is these A site hits, because again, it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a Cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least, though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning every single battle very easily indeed.
Well, Bladestorm even going to come out here to try and close out this round. I'm not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm going to get 5 kills next round anyway. So
audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. Oh, first shot, not gonna lie. He's up in the window!
You go, you deserve.
Absolutely. Economic damage now looking pretty good for Gen.G. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money on the other side, but Munchkin was really starting to dice them up. Howdong was left on 8 HP. Luckily far enough away. Now 4-0 we go for EDG. And now the buy comes through from Gen.G. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Bladestorm isn't, but that's a different story.
Yeah, he hit 3 headshots, and he only actually got 1 kill from headshots because of some of the players so far away. I'm looking at that operator, though. This is where Texture can bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that gamble already beginning. 3 players over. They're going to look to try and pressure, but this is why they have 3 players on the other side of the map. The reliance on Texture. No escape available at this stage, so he's just going to have to run. And he will hightail it out, but there's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly on the side of Gen.G to take that space, but the cost is massive. 2 kills and a big player taken down. If Gen.G decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, Gen.G would be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no easy way out. And with the shot not hit, nobody is punishing again and again. Lakia, the last man standing. Once the herald of this region. He was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage. Well, doesn't look too good in this one. There's a 1v4 though, so we'll give him a chance. 5-0.
Doesn't he only play Bind?
Yeah, I think they messed up their roster on this one. Oh, that was those are
dark days.
Yeah.
It's really funny as well because the first map Gen.G banned was Bind. So we're not doing it to you, buddy. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But no, what a start from EDG. This is a map that they played once in the season in China. They lost to FBX, and that was in the final.
Gen.G jadi melempem gini tiba-tiba. Belum panas kali guys ya, belum panas guys.
Twice Team Secret, Zeta, and of course Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking about a Gen.G in massive form on this map, and an EDG that have barely played it and lost. And right now they're winning 5-0.
Well, the sign in the audience might be spot on, op long, and right here they've given an op over to Kankan. An opportunity for EDG to further extend that score line. Their opponents not having a lot of credits. They're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips. But for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on the attack side. Do we expect Gen.G to turn it around on the next?
It's
Atau Paperrex tuh lebih ke counter ADG. Serasnya si GenG ini lebih ke counter malah masih.
He's one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean Gen. And if he starts hitting his shot, that's why they've actually invested a decent amount. Like Munchkin's bought a rifle, along Karen has as well, but I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has a Blade Storm. He is that good.
Well, he's had a tough time when it came to the operator up on B. And one of the other things is the consistent knife coming out of Smoggy early on sort of deters that early aggression. You're never really going to have a chance to actually use it now. You have heard that Blade Storm pop.
He's lost it.
And he's gone for a moment. It will be back, and there's no pressure immediately applied. But they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for Gen.G, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this. It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in, and in fact, Karen's on the way to help out. It's going to be a stacked site, and Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we needed to see, and Texture now canceled out completely.
Yeah. Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity. Nice shot from Meteor, though. Gonna go back in with the Sheriff. Still just means a 1-for-1 trade, but Karen's starting to step up. This is starting to look doable as he gets a second off the back of the Guardian. And now that Blade Storm, at least a couple of knives should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently. Little bro is going to give his position away, and eventually, finally, that knife comes through. The MasterCard Thrifty will give Gen.G their first round.
Yeah, Texture waited quite a while to get to use that. A funny round from them,
okay.
The early contact on B.
Nice.
I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up, you have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifting the whole way. It allowed them to rotate in on the side of Gen.G on time. They were ready for this play. And they obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch, and 5-1 on the board. This was not a round that most people would have expected them to take. And if they did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
No, I thought they'd win it, but yeah.
You just expected the 1 kill from the Blade Storm, did you, Tom?
Yeah.
That adds up.
Let's just not play back any of the audio of what I said.
Yeah, no, we can replay it later. It's okay. The op again on Texture. He has another opportunity. And the dash still online.
As well.
Oh, they've been spotted. Yeah, that recon just saw the player in the corner. This would have been a great bait, firing the op, running back, telling them like, oh, I'm scared, and then easily mowed down by Lakia.
At the aggressive position as well. Like Munchkin has pushed up. Nice shot from Meteor as well. He's won that battle versus Chichu for the first time. Now this position becomes a little bit more audacious because you already have the man advantage. You don't really need to be in such an aggressive position anymore, but there isn't a safe way out. This needs to be at least a 1-for-1 trade, and I think he's going to get maybe even more than that. The only thing is the timing. There's that burst when Smoggy comes around the corner. The hard check.
Timing apa itu?
Really saved the day with that one. Nobody's going to recon out after dropping Texture, making it up top, but Karon spotting it. And for EDG, the spike is now down. They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs, but what are they going to do with it? Nothing without that spike. It's Kankan, 1 versus 3.
Mulai guys, mulai bangkit ya guys ternyata ya.
And it seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send 1 player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
If it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You're going, do we want to face into Kankan? Nah. Not really. They are going to hit the steps, though.
That's why.
That's the exact reason why. So clean with it. But I'm liking the adaptations we're already seeing from Gen.G. That was the exact thing I was saying in the early rounds is, are they going to now adapt to stack up that A side? Because, as said, with all the utility that's there for EDG and without having something to help them get the plant on that B site, it becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits of going in towards that A site and looking for that afterplan. So they've just started stacking up
Textur nggak se-ngeri biasa aja, tapi oke. Tapi mereka lumayan menyeramkan
in the early round. Okay,
main santai aja bisa menang round, Cok.
If they
Itu
don't,
santai sih guys,
kagak
yang berat-berat banget.
Worked for them so far.
Well, Gen.G certainly starting to find their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0 was worrying, concerning, but it's still very much alive. Even in the last series, thinking about the Lotus game, you saw Sentinels flying into the lead, and it's much closer at the halftime. It's fairly common for teams to need that little bit of time to see how your opponents are playing.
To what you were saying earlier, I think for minimum 5 rounds, I think Gen.G are fine. They've shown that they have normally about 6 to 8 rounds every single time they play their attack side, so it's definitely their favored of the lot. Looking to now set up in towards this B-tape, but again, the read from Gen.G, they've got that early rotation, they've set texture up over on the A site, and actually, we're going to see a Hunter's Fury popped. They're going to try and get that opener, and they might just succeed. Nice work to take out Karen. That weakens the defense a bit, but there are still multiple players here, and the hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
Well, that hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online. Instead, they're going to commit towards the B side.
Nice.
And it's worked out fantastically. Just Munchkin left. He's got some support on the way. Meteor just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind them. Nobody snuck his way in, and he's grabbed a quick double. The lead now convincingly in their favor, and with alert from Chichu, the final nails in the coffin for that round. 6-2. EDG back on the board.
That was just gorgeous. The way they isolated each of the fights, okay, I'd say the Hunter's Fury had a little bit of risk to it, but you could normally gamble, especially after seeing the snake bite. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow or you have at least a kill.
Nyaman banget guys, dibandingkan nama Paperrex kayak mainnya masih lebih nyaman ya.
The pop flash coming out of Smoggy, he's already
Paperrex
racking up the
tembak-tembakan,
assists,
Cok, mereka.
and well, you're going to bank on if you blind an opponent, Concon's getting that kill.
I think I'd be pretty confident with that one. So long as he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping now. Concon wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering it from far back. Lots of big irons in play for Sheriffs, and a classic for Lakia. But the real danger here is when it comes to ultimates. Retake with a Viper's Pit. Even the pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely potential for Gen.G to play retakes with some success. Although, again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. And they need to find those. Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the problem, because some of these ults have been online for a little while now, but they just haven't really found any opportunities to actually be able to use them. And a lot of that is because they've stacked the right sites most times. And at least the lockdown and other stuff is very good for retaking. Again, they do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Mitch, not really much to write home about.
No, and I think certainly not with the amount of credits that are in play for most of the EDG players. Even the reinvestments will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for Gen.G, coming towards the latter stage of this half with just a couple rounds left to compete for, yeah, it's not ideal. They have those 2, rounds 6 and 7 under their belt. Things were looking good, but we do need to see them build the rest of those foundations fairly soon. And, well, Tom, you just pointed at my screen, and I almost just don't want to bring it up. But yeah, I said Lakia has had a tough time.
It's
He's
the no assists as well. Like, it means that so far there's been almost literally no impact, which is a pretty scary prospect. I've loved the way that they've used this combination of Gecko and KO in the past. So far, it's just not really been there. Oh, Kankan has definitely a little bit of extra sound. I don't think it's ludicrous to say that Gen.G have a decent idea of where they're going. Already 3 players sat within the A site. Alert from Chichu. This battle between him and Meteor has been a regular occurrence, but this time it looks like it might go amiss.
Chichu's at least been spotted, but they don't react in time. A free kill for him, but not the follow-up. Meteor's at least able to keep this control, as the lockdown now is a big threat for EDG. They're going to give up the site control. Spams on the way as they retreat. Concon keeping their back secure, but a Viper's Pit to stop them from getting back into the site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG completely shut out of the A site. Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but in fact, they've already gone looking elsewhere. They've pushed up mid, made it through the tube. They'll be spotted immediately by the turret, but with 5 HP here, a big threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one-hit them. If they've got anything, they can one-hit him back.
Yeah, they still have the spike over on A, though. They are still going in this direction. Howdong needs to find something here, and he does. Ooh. It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in, though. Karen might be able to just ruin their day. That's exactly what he'll do.
Aneh banget dah
EDG good reaction initially off the back of the Viper's pit, but also a solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
And just a really good read from him as well, that if he sits inside that pit, they'll push in. If they go through the pit, probably he gets them both, but there's a rope right up top, and it's dangerous. Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the pressure on them. Yeah. 7-3. Gen.G found another round. Economy's good. Thrash online. They committed a couple ultis to the previous, but they also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of Munchkin. No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it, but soon you have to imagine he goes for that peek. He's out in no man's land, backed up by Keren, but now the real trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
I guess at this point they expect that there's an operator on the angle. Yeah. So they don't gonna go pushing around that corner and give Texture a free kill. Little do they know, Texture actually isn't there at all. He's on the other side of the map and again has a little bit of aggressive support from Lakia. A slower approach though from EDG, and this is what works for them. They've been very good at pulling those rotations. The calls from Howdong have been fantastic.
Dukung GenG bang. Iya dukung GenG tapi dukung EDG juga lah.
Now at least.
Sama-sama
like a similar setup to what we've seen before. Karen has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash, ready for it, and will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They know he's here, but the backup is covering him until he swings into Concon. A dangerous play for anyone to make. One that, well, was punished that time, but the trade is good. 2 versus 4. Munchkin and Meteor extremely low after that engagement. But what can really be done by just a lone gun of Smoggy? 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground, and it looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately, not planted. 7-4. Gen.G. Well, they've certainly recovered this one after a shaky start and a couple bumps in the road. They could have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, and as I said, that's not bad. Like that will be workable for them. I do think they're going to have to be careful because, as you've already mentioned, the sniper of Concon on the other side is always going to be a prospect, but they've made this one look doable after what was a blitz of a first 5 rounds. Even still, though, an 8-4 and EDG are not going to be too worried whatsoever. Looking to again build up in towards that A site. The real threat, as always, is going to be Texture.
Rapi sama kompak bang.
They're already going to clear the close angles. That it almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Well, here comes the null command, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. Lakia seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with Texture down. Munchkin soon to follow, but EDG find a roadblock. Lakia just the one before he falls as the defensive side is now locked out. 2 versus 3. Meteor, okay, he's caught nobody up top. The spike still not planted, but Smoggy finds both kills to close this one out. 8-4 at the halftime, a significant lead for EDG. Gen.G, they recovered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now, moving on to attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half for him. Meteor is the one that we're really going to be singing about, but no, I think the side of EDG are going to be very, very happy with the way that one has gone. A fantastic start for them, but also just continuously adapting. I think they did very well, slowing down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of this half.
Yeah, most definitely on the side of Gen.G. They've gotten warmed up, but I want to hear what Chichu had to say earlier on in the
yang menang tadi kan Sentinel tuh udah masuk playoff. Ntar yang menang nih masuk playoff. Yang tadi kalah itu ntar masih ada nyawa lagi di bawah. Lawan yang ntar satu sama.
我觉得赢下 Paperrex 的感受是消除了这么久的争议吧，就是我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法的，但是我们一直因为我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的，而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的吧，他今天在图2的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习了这么久的战术的一个展现吧。
Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chichu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Howdong still alive. How has no one cleared this match?
我觉得我们的信心就来自于我们的两位教练组吧，他们两位对我们的赛前的就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况种种的变化吧，这就是我们现在临场比较厉害的一个点吧。我想对这些黑子来说，我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大吧，我不在乎黑子们说什么，我只知道我们的团队潜力很足。
Where obviously we can talk about the interview there with Chichu and how well Howdong did on Bind. First map removed in the veto. Not really surprised by that one. I wouldn't want to play against that man either, but the fact is he's had a decent first half, but it's mainly a team effort. I do feel like a couple of the pieces were missing in that first half. Now, the thing that works with this comp for Gen.G is those executions around that double flash. The dizzy flash combo that you can throw out with KO is fantastic. So hopefully they're going to be able to get off the mark here. Otherwise, they're going to have to head into Split, which has been an amazing map for EDG.
Yeah, it's been tough so far. Like you said, that get-go on Lackey, it's hard not to be drawn to.
He's dead.
Well, that's about as poor a start as you could get for the poor guy. He's got the 1 kill, no assists on the back of it, but his teammates looking to pick up the pieces here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor, and he's got backup. Even if they take him down now that he's super low or hear his steps running away, they should not assume that there's another player around here. It's free for Texture. He's also not being off to a great start. A lot of whiffed up shots, but this one, it couldn't get any easier. There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on Gen.G's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least. He's got the first already. Okay, maybe there is a chance. A Meteor down below. Quickly shuts it down. Big round for Gen.G to get on the board.
Yeah, you can take the man off the duelist, but you can't take the duelist out of the man. Meteor has been clean so far in this game. 17 and 10, really putting up a lot of numbers individually, but also just finding space. That was basically what he did this round, just while the rest of the action was going down elsewhere on B long, just manages to get through that mid position and find that initial fight. It's going to put them at least, well, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen from them, they've managed 8 rounds over on this attacking side. So they can easily get this over the line. And, wow, what a start to have already. Can't come down, one of the main danger players. Because you have to bear in mind, EDG have been unbelievable with their pistols. Even when they have nothing, they've managed to do a lot.
Oh yeah, they were a very scary team when it came to those ecos, and what we're seeing right here for EDG, 4 players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out, kill, not coming onto the little guy. So the plant has been secured. EDG numbers thinned out. And that defensive side doesn't stand a chance at this stage, you have to imagine. Chichu 35 HP in a 1v3 with a Sheriff in hand. And 2 of his opponents have rifles with a double peek setup. I don't know how he hit that shot, but thank God Texture was up top to cover.
Yeah, they've made that one really costly, though. 3 players go down, so it's definitely not ideal. I believe they lost at least a Guardian in that round, so it's not like you had a load of pistol players alongside them. So I think they could be very happy with that, especially when, for the majority, that was them fighting up against an afterplant. So I think that EDG have done well to make that one as costly as possible. And because of that, well, Lucky is only going to have himself a pistol. We'll see, though. These A-side takes is where I've really enjoyed watching this squad play. I think EDG know that. They've got 3 players here initially.
Ini round penting nih ADG, harus dapat nih. Walaupun berdarah-darah ya.
Well, early control is taken by the side of Gen.G. They've also put an alarm bot to cover the walk-up. I mean, that's a very aggressive stance. I don't think we saw that from EDG on their attack side at all. No turret to cover their back either. Where's that being placed? It must have been destroyed early. And for EDG, you said 3 players on A. They're still there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just wonder if Gen.G are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up, or if he's trying to sneak behind them, which it looks like that was the idea. Not very successful.
No. Now you're going to have Lackid looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny it. No, it isn't. Managed to reposition, so that's something at least. Already, though, with that man advantage and Chichu on a fast flank. Bear in mind, because they lost Meteor, they don't actually have any flank watch. He is just walking up behind them. This is looking like some of the freest kills he's ever going to have. Manages the first, but now he's just a nuisance and continues to be a flawless round coming out of the side of EDG to put themselves back on the board.
Yeah, this is a big round. I mean, as soon as they take down Meteor, they make the realization the push wasn't coming in there from the drone earlier, from the lack of footsteps and follow-ups, and the lack of entry. There was no dash in, there was nobody taking the space on flashes just by sneaking up. That's clearly alert. Immediately the decision is made to go on that flank, and it was the right call. The value found absolutely massive. But it was one of those rounds for Gen.G where you're not going to be happy to give it away, but it's somewhat expected. You don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they got none.
Yeah, no, for sure. It means that now the economy can really build up for EDG. They'll have another buy, and also in terms of ults, getting that a little bit closer. Now there is already one online. That null command available. I like the audacity of Karmine to play this spot again. He got a kill from that in the last round. So you'd think it's going to be immediately checked, and I think it may have been. I don't know if Munchkin caught the angle, but Karmine definitely saw him, and here comes that double flash, but he's managed to avoid both. And Karmine, you can't allow him to survive in these sort of positions. Just continues his aggression. Karen, the only one left. He does still have the spike. He's going to try and get the reps off, but Chichu picks him out of the sky.
I think it's fair to say he expected that. Very nice crosshair placement from him. I assume that wasn't just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous. Double digits for EDG on the back of that round. And, you know, just looking at this, it's so smart. Karmine falls back, allows the contact to be taken by nobody, and then goes back out into heavy traffic. Yeah, you can see he was thinking about it. He tried to equalize things into a 2v2, at least use the res as a bait to force a fight. But it's not worked out. 10 rounds for EDG, economy absolutely stacked, and Gen.G going to be in trouble. He is no more. Nice early utility. This is just making them very paranoid about middle, and you can see there's a lot of bodies looking around this area.
Yeah, the thing is, the only real danger, wow. This man is always a danger, but I mean the only real danger in this round for EDG is that Viper's Pit. Like, if they can get that into a position where the weaponry can actually become valuable, that's so filthy. They've used it to force them back. They're pushing them into Karmine. They're looking to just feed him frags. That's such a disgusting use of an ultimate. Just like, here you go, Karmine, farm.
Yeah, it's not even a time thing. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock. It's just really locking them into a box. Fish in a barrel for Karmine on the first, as Gen.G now look to take the site, but no matter, well, I was going to say where they go, they don't even get a chance to. Sprayed through the smoke immediately. 2 players holding on the next fight, and Karmine clean. The final one comes through, and again, we're not going to see any damage dealt. A flawless round for EDG. And if you're on this attacking side, it feels like they're just running headfirst into a brick wall. This is an opportunity as they get the rifles out, but Tom, it could be their last real opportunity. Some ultis online, some rifles in hand, and EDG 2 rounds away from taking it.
I'll be honest with you, the way this match is going so far, this could be a statement from EDG. Because they played versus Paperrex, a team they've never been able to beat. They beat them in a long fought-out series. They come in here, this is a map 5-0 for the side of Gen.G, and they're going into Split next, which is their best map. If they just demolish Gen.G here, I think we have to start switching.
Hello!
Our expectations. And for the side of Gen.G, well, they right now.
This drone's going to get so much information as well. Here comes the dash, and the dash out of Concon as well. He is repositioning and caught, falling out of the sky. Smoggy's made it out.
Actually, Karen goes down trying to kill him.
Oh, no.
Chi-Chu has managed to get that kill. I think he was up top. Counter flash, but it shouldn't matter too much. The HP is so much in favor of their opponents. I don't know how EDG are going to find a gap in here. Oh, Tex just kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either. Somehow we're back in a 3v3.
Yeah, EDG have managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of Gen.G players tucked away. EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post-plant positions, but Meteor's got an angle, and up top, they've spotted that there's not one but two players ready to pounce. A good response from Gen.G. The gap is only 4. It's obtainable, but this road is filled with peril.
Yeah, I'm not sure I feel like I believe at this point. There hasn't been too many convincing rounds, even when Gen.G have been winning it. We've had multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying in with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round and the next.
Okay, OP guys, OP.
This is already where the game changes. They also had to use the Thrash to actually be able to take the space. They're not going to have that one in this round, but they are 1 away from a lockdown. Already, a lot of information garnered by the side of EDG. That initial knife has spotted the majority of players. Viper's Pit could be thrown in here. Karen's actually rotated in very early, and they've got such an aggressive mid position that they can actually hold this spot and keep 3 players within the site. And similarly to what they did with the lockdown, if they throw Viper's Pit in here, it may just be used to deter. I don't know if that will connect.
Nice!
Doesn't look like it. Player slightly out of the circle, especially with the height of it. Flash in deep, but he already saw him. Well handled to find the first. The numbers sit towards Gen.G with the site under their control, and now the actual advantage, 4 versus 3. EDG on the fight back. They've got a flank underway. They've managed to sneak their way up pretty close with that turret down. And they've got a lot of control, but Gen.G have to be aware of this. And even as the turret comes back up for a moment, it's too late. They've already gotten past. It's Concon, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps, and the players spotted up top. That's an ambitious way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity now, but Smoggy saves the day for EDG. That could have been a way back through for the attacking side. It's 12-7. EDG on map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is the thing that's now become peculiar, because although Meteor has probably been the best player individually for Gen.G, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or in that case, him being so far forward that his util goes offline. Now that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it. Those are mistakes that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Concon that much space.
This is it. It was a small window, and I think obviously a lot of this impact coming out of Smoggy, popping the ult. This just delayed Gen.G's info and allowed that gap for Concon to sneak up behind. 5 opportunities to close out this map and send us to Split, where EDG will look to close the door on Gen.G's run. This is a scary time. Gen.G, they looked very, very good regionally, but wow, it's a big challenge.
They also beat Loud.
That's true. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like they look good regionally. They beat Paperrex, they beat Loud, they beat DRX. Like, these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them, all 3.
3 out of 3 times.
So
improving, but the fact is, right now Gen.G look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just didn't really expect to see on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing, and as said, there are a few maps that I would heavily hand over to the side of EDG, and one of them is Split. Funnily enough, the other one is actually Breeze. Gen.G have had some rough games of Breeze, so they lose this map, and well, EDG have 2 opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
But, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4, they could dump them all into a round and just claim 1 round win, move on to the next map. For Gen.G, they have to be a bit more conscious of how they use these. So obviously off rip, you're going to see the Blade Storm pop to make up for the economic disadvantages. Munchkin also using his ultimate, the null command, I mean, robbing them of their abilities if they're close enough, and a Viper's Pit committed. So I said they need to reserve them. They have dumped them into this round, with a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing, if they keep it.
Yeah, the Judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner within this Viper's Pit. I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong, and they are utility dumping. Already Tech's just going to pick off one, but so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done, though, as he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Kankan's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all because they're being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done, and it will be. But he's going to go down with it. That was meant to be an economy builder as they spam all their ultimates bar 1. And they don't even get a single player out alive.
That's, I mean, just take a look at the credits. No one's able to get their full shields alongside the rifles. Maybe one player is, but that's about it. This is going to be a really tough position to play from because, like we said, there's almost 2 ways you could look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2, incrementally tick them over and use them as safety nets in these rounds, or dump them and build that economy. So you've got rifles. This is the worst of both.
That's a Red Bull clutch. That's all you really need to know.
So now they've got to do
it was clutched by the spike.
I also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's Pit to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway. It's a good idea, and you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen.G had slightly less ultimates pop, the round would have fallen away. This man's crazy. He hasn't even popped his dash yet.
Yeah, he also doesn't know that someone's already crossed to the other side. So this really is a very, very audacious play. He's dead. He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation, but even still a filthy shot to open. The take in the meantime has come in onto the B site. What? A single bullet tapped and Chichu just ruins his opponent. They're not even going to get the spike down, and now this is a problem. Things become so much more difficult. The spam through from nobody is so clean. And now Texture, the hero, the man that has been highlighted throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and save them. The spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG comes through with a dominant victory when it comes to map number 1.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, Tom.
Mengerikan ya guys ya.
After we saw the veto, it looks like we're probably going to go to that map 3, right? We're set up for both teams to take their pick. Will Gen.G now find themselves quite a bit behind in this series with split coming?
Ngeceng dulu guys, ngeceng dulu ya, bentar ya. Apakah hari ini? Apakah 2-0 lagi, guys? Gara-gara lu nyari Echo kemarin, emang iya, guys? Map 2 nih, split. Split guys.
Which of course led to your victory.
这个问题想问到的是，在森韩东港这张图，你是怎么样找到他们的弱点，找到了自己的优势，并且拿到胜利的呢？
其实就是因为他们前一天对战，他们跟 Loud 打了也打了森韩东港嘛，然后他们可能打得比较焦灼，然后把东西打得都差不多了，所以说我们研究的也变得会相对来说比较简单，然后他们又在很多次那种前压都是打得特别明显的，所以我们其实只要怎么讲，按兵不动，先听对面给出来什么声音，我们再从一想好我们的解决方法就行了。
Like the day before they play with Loud, just as the same icebox, we have already do the research and they almost like we know all what will they play in icebox. And also in today they have very obviously like pushing forward, and we just see that and we do our move.
Oh, and if there's one thing that EDG does, is their moves. Good job, coach. Good to talk to you as always. Back to you guys.
A dominant showing from EDG, 13-7 against Gen.G.
Hello,
Wingman. Thank you so much for opening us, by the way. They grabbed Gen.G's map pick away from them, and I feel like Mimi, this was, I mean, we have many things to say about this match for sure, but this was painful for Pacific, I feel.
Yeah, it really had to be, because EDG, it felt like this game was just trouncing over Gen.G the entire time. In that first half, they were going for like crazy double lurks with only 3 people hitting the A site, but that 3-strong hit was still winning out. These Gen.G players were so often playing forward, taking early fights, so they never, whenever they were actually playing the retake, they were down numbers and they couldn't properly combo this KO Gecko. There was 8 opportunities for a retake. Gen.G won none of them in that first half because they were getting picked apart in these early rounds.
I love the fact that in that MVP graphic, we see Lucky at the end and we do not see the assists, just a KD, because it is probably one of the first times that I see a Gecko getting 1 assist in such a long map. The fact that they were getting no Reddit out of it, we were seeing it round by round, how the KO and the Gecko were not merging together because EDG was actually playing for the ego play in that instance, and Gen.G has done something very coming into this matchup, and it's enabled Kang to go crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, Kang got the same number of kills this map as Lucky has had the entire tournament thus far. It's just true, and I mean, Kang was getting to feast on them. I think we're also seeing some last season awareness from Gen.G. This round in particular, where EDG, I think, really having a great understanding of how Gen.G plays this map. They commit really hard on their attack to these execs with the double flash combo, and they're going for these fast flanks. They were so far ahead the curve on these rotations, so they on their defense were just destroying with these floods.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they knew that on the defense they screwed up a lot of times, right? So that gets into your head, gets into like who is in charge of what, and that awareness of the map and the control that you have literally leaves your brain, and that opens the window for EDG to do this.
Yeah, I'm kind of exasperated here because this is such a contrast to what we normally see from Gen.G. This is a team when I watch them in Pacific, that I'm so impressed with their protocols, with the way that they're slowing down these rounds. They're playing proper. They're thinking about these things like the flanks, but it really slipped away from them this time, and it's a real risk of losing the series now.
Totally. I mean, this is not the Gen.G that we saw from Pacific, right? They were so unsure of themselves. They were so timid, and it's because, like, you know, it's because of that EDG was able to sense that they could be bullied, and they took that opportunity, right? The score line that we mentioned earlier, like 13-8, that did not reflect how, you know, one-sided a lot of rounds looked.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, Gen.G made the same mistake when they played against Loud. Then today, they chose to go to Breeze. It didn't go their way. They chose Icebox. Didn't go their way. But now looking into the agent select, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side of Gen.G on the attack?
Yeah, so Gen.G here, they're playing...
Apa sih, Cok? Kenapa ya? Kenapa, Bang?
The default comp. I think we need to see a lot more... I think this is an opportunity for them to kind of reinstill confidence. It's a comp they've played a lot.
Bukan improve gila sih, guys. Ini GenG nggak nembak banget aja, guys. Harusnya dia bisa ngimbangin banget lah. Tapi nggak tahu kenapa, guys.
Yeah, and moving away from the Astra, having a little bit more utility, and also we've seen it a lot on the stage, playing with that Defen and with that blind for the Omen has been a difference maker in many of the splits.
Gen.G got dismantled on map 1. EDG here, if they can close out on split, a chance for the #1 Chinese team to lock their spot in
Well, let's
playoffs.
find out. Let's toss it back to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk yet again. As it looks like we're ready to dive on into map #2, Tom Split. We didn't have a lot of hope before the break. Has anything crossed your mind since that makes you confident that Gen.G are going to take this one to a map 3?
I like the swap. I like that they've swapped away from Astra and gone into the Omen. I think it just allows for a little bit more burst in their plays. Like it removes a little bit in terms of some of the executes, some of the cool stuff you can do with obviously like the Astra utility and also the ult. But ultimately, I just think having that paranoia, being able to set up a little bit more, is going to benefit them quite a bit. Again, though, I do think we need to see quite a bit from that double duelist. Meteor and Texture, they are both insanely strong on these duelists, but so is Nobody. And he's going to go almost immediately. Does take one with him, though.
Well, the Fnatic Classic finds one as Kon escapes with his life. They made it here in some way. They're living on. Well, let's see if he can find any more with his low HP. He's actually going back out to aggress for some information. This is a risky play, but he's cleared a lot of control, but it's up close Munchkin that I'm worried about. As the peak comes through, nice connection, down to 47, but Munchkin finding that kill keeps him alive for the clutch. The 1 versus 2 that he finds himself in, a 3K to close this one out. The first player he has to deal with is up in heaven. He hasn't realized that, and so that will be his downfall. With a defuse coming through from the Omen on EDG, it's 1-0.
Solid start from them once again. I think this is the thing. They're always going to be pushing and pulling around, especially on that A site. We saw that multiple times yesterday from Nobody, always happy to get up in his opponent's faces. And I think this map is the one where he might be most comfortable individually. Like, we saw him have a really poor performance, come onto this map and just be unbelievable. So not a great sign after he's just had a very good map, and now going onto this as well. And I think for Gen.G, just one of the main worrying factors here.
Waduh, guys.
This map, they are starting on the attack side.
Pistolnya
Now,
kalah terus
look at
early-nya,
this
guys.
composition and go,
Pistol early tuh boost moral banget,
You've got
Cok.
double duelist, you've got the sort of explosive nature of this composition, but they had a really rough time the last couple of times they played on the attack. In fact, even in a 13-11 match, they only got 2 rounds on attack.
Well, this should be an easy farming round, with Gen.G just left down to pistols. An opportunity for them to get a little bit done there, but no shots connected, with just the one falling of Haodong. A good opportunity to build the economy. Seems to be just around the corner. There has been a retrieval. Karon posing a little bit of a threat. The Bulldog, but his HP is being chipped away at. Down to 70 now. Good flash. The flank of Nobody has caught Munchkin completely
Gila, dia
off
rapi
guard.
banget, bro.
Cleaned up on this B site. EDG find their second. Here's the real challenge, though, as Gen.G pull out their rifles.
Yeah, they've gone quite heavy into the Bulldogs, though. Clearly feeling confident that they can get it done with these
Rapi
weapons.
banget, so rapi.
It's not going to be the
Red
worst
killnya jalan
purchase
terus,
in the world. Still a lot of opportunities for them to try and find something in. Nobody going to go onto the Stinger, and honestly, I'm happy to see it. That said, he's very good at getting up close in their face, and this is where we get to see if they can get off to that flying start, because let's be real. In the last map, Lakia had a howler, and for the most part, Texture got shut down. They're two players that are going to have to be impactful here because Lakia has a lot of the setup utility that they're going to be running. And while Texture is Texture, he needs to be fragging.
Well, this is it, right? Again, we mentioned Texture wasn't necessarily as hot as we were expecting on the previous map. Lakia, I mean, it's unlucky. He's going to have that video made about him on Twitter. Nobody had it yesterday, the day before. Now it's his turn, I suppose. Hopefully not 2 maps in a row, though, as we know what Lakia is capable of. Gen.G up close, but it's Con having pushed through the wall that will find the kill. A blast back down to deter further aggression, and he's out scot-free. Advantage for EDG, which is so valuable in a round like this.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus in the last map. Bear that in mind. That was the 5-0 start that they had. Haodong just trying to play with his opponents, and a little bit of space being taken. Chichu, oh, he got the timing spot on. Means he's going to just push them back. 40 seconds left, and as of right now, Gen.G have no control. They're only just making their way into mid. Like, this is such a slow attempted take. It's getting very, very scary for them, and they even still had a nade on the other side to deter them even more.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well, but it's not going to be used till they dive onto site. By the looks of things, Haodong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Good kill found, but it's Con. That's returning like for like. Nade down is perfect. It's not going to be planted anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody, all alone. He's not able to deny. Plant going down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet, but I like the idea to group up together. And Karon, before the heal even comes through, closes the round out. 2-1, costly, good damage from EDG, and great potential for them to have won that.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect. Kankan's nade could have finished it. If he lands the shot, he could have finished it. But Gen.G do manage to hold on and at least convert the round this time. They're not out of the woods yet, though, because as mentioned, that was a bonus. That was Bulldogs and a Stinger. Now they come in with the full rifles, one off a Showstopper as well. So Ultimate's definitely closer to coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the anti-bonus round coming out from Gen.G. 2 players left standing. Their economy is going to be chipped away at, as we can see. There's 3 players very low on credits, and the big problem being that EDG close to having a very valuable ultimate. All we need is Con to find an orb or a kill, and he's been pretty consistently finding at least the one in some rounds. So massive safety net potentially there for them later on. Gen.G early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up. And they're happy with that. Yeah, they've deterred some aggressive control and started to move towards middle. The only thing, Tom, is that there was a flash that just popped by nobody. It saw no one was there. The Tiger goes through. No one else here. That's a lot of information. And with the Tiger not being heard by Gen.G, they don't know how much of a read EDG have on their current play.
They've been so good at this. Similarly on Icebox, just being able to get so much information and then just play off of it. They're going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B site. Looking at Haodong as well. Look, they've even got the stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like, they have so much utility for this take-in already, though. Great start. Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find one, and he gets the second as well. The duelist finally coming alive, but here comes that Showstopper. They have to back out. There's only 20 seconds left. Any time that could be bought could be paramount. It's done so much damage. 21. And well, now the HP healing back up onto Karon. He's going to TP to the other side of the map, but look how close nobody is. A flash just to try and catch him. He's going to be able to get the plant in, but look at where the rest of the players are. They've got to go sprinting to try and get back in here. It is shaky from Chichu. I don't think it's going to matter, though. There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar round, and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
Just some good old hard yakka, standing in between us and victory.
Bisa gitu, guys.
Well, Tom, this has unfortunately swung back the way that we feared it would. EDG finding the round in a very unusual manner, considering the TP. I mean, it was a last-second attempt to get that spike down. It wasn't going to find its way to the B site, that's for sure.
Well, the thing is, they're not baiting out any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Haodong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
Yeah, no way you expect this. Reacting to it. Oh, apparently, is he enough? All right. Texture just tanked a shotgun to the face. Chinchu's got a 50-50 if he checks left. Oh, no! Oh, Munchkin! A chance for more as well. The shots didn't land, but well, this has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The man advantage was to Gen.G. Now it's just right about even with a rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards this A site, but TP in, Haodong's in position to stop them from easily walking into this A site, and he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him. The flash goes towards the elbow. It seems like he's safe to cross with EDG too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Again, the time getting a little bit low, but the aftershock won't be placed before anything else can be done. Lakia still having his Tiger. Oh, he is going to be able to spot the man in the corner. Haodong, though, not stunned up. It doesn't matter. Even still, comes back into the trade. Smoggy, with his full belt of utility, still online. Hasn't had to use any of it just yet. But instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through this smoke. And Lakia, the man who was silent on the last map, speaks loud in this round as Gen.G get their second.
2 big kills from him, denying the vent control and then closing out the round as well. This is what we wanted to see. Lakia waking up, finding his form, finding his footing, as it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favored to EDG from the get-go. After the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, Gen.G are already punching back.
Yeah, they managed to do it with a low buy as well. The pistols finding a lot of value, and that success could make all the difference. They've already realized that nobody's close, and having that judge, you really don't want to pressure into this man just yet. Interestingly, you've got the lurk out from Meteor on the other side of the map, but it does seem like EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. And that's the thing, as I said, I don't feel like Gen.G have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time, though, Paranoia not online, but they still have all of Viper's util, and in this case, the wrong read.
Yeah, even though the bird just went up from nobody and caught those players outside B, again, the problem's always going to be it could just be one player, one person lurking, catching that flash and running straight to A. But
giving him a smoke.
As we can see, this isn't how it's playing out. The judge, it could do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something afoot, and Texture's dealt with it perfectly, well handled by Gen.G, and that's the real threat in this round dealt with already.
Yeah, when you put out a smoke like that, there's going to be a part of you
tiga sama.
there has to be someone within it. And I like the fact that Gen.G play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear, and that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds, even throughout the series thus far, that have been particularly clean. Now, though, what can be found from EDG on the way back in? Probably not a lot. Smoggy at least will be able to find one, drop an extra weapon, but other than that, expectations desperately low, and Karen's taken a little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost.
Melek juga laki akhirnya, guys.
The value might actually come from going down to the spike.
Kayak kemarin sih udah selesai sama HC, Bang, emang ya?
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan for him. As another round swings to Gen.G. And again, I like their usage of their ultimate. Lakia puts out the Seekers just to confirm there's a player close in that smoke. They have a Boombot following it up. It allowed them the perfect timing to swing in on the back of that utility and catch a player repositioning around the corner. At 3-3, it really is anyone's game. And that was my worry, was that we'd come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor of EDG, and we would see this be a very
Gen.G udah kaya sih, udah lumayan.
I think at the very least, we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
Well, normally EDG are stellar when it comes to this defensive side, so... And as said, Gen.G had some rough times when it came to their attack, so this is already a pretty decent start from them if they can keep things
Apa sih, Ler?
even throughout. I think they'll be quite content. already a fantastic start. Meteor trade out with the showstopper. We'll keep it in there. The movement's sublime. And now just looks to try and get a little bit more. The Rolling Thunder's going to leave Texture completely stunned up, but he hasn't been spotted. One bullet is all he needs, but Kankan's there again. A third kill for him already, and he needs the ace. He's going to look to try and get it half, but he's completely blinded. Already baiting them out. A second flash, and there is no hope. I've seen that one before.
Thankfully not. Second flash, immediate peek, and you can see he just had nothing to do unless the spray landed on heads right away. It was done and dusted.
Somewhere someone from Giant X is
going to...
No! Don't peek him!
Well, considering a 4-3 scoreline and 3 ultis online, Viper's Pit to play with as well. This was a big round for Gen.G because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits to buy back up. It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side. And so far, we've seen Gen.G be very clinical with dealing with these lower buys. They've not been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better one right here and now.
Okay then. There's the Meteor we know and love. A lot of the time we don't see him get to play that Star Duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle. Karon though already mowing down 2 of them, particularly close to the angle and the action.
Karon tuh kalau ada hold angle gila sih dia.
Again, it just comes down to can he make this one costly, but the fact is the economy now of Gen.G is off the charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds. He's still actually killed the player behind through the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of Gen.G, it doesn't matter. They are stacked for cash.
Yeah, and even one of the players we saw there before we cut to the replay was Meteor. He had a judge, but he managed to upgrade to a rifle. And, well, with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bot there. Well, it's unsurprising. Gen.G called both of their timeouts towards the end of the game before things ticked over into EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion on how they want to run this next round, because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits, and that's going to put Gen.G in a very advantageous position if they find this one. Facing into an eco, it could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplan. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately more difficult if you're unable to deny. And also you have a showstopper, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level. Over the last few rounds, I feel like Gen.G have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control. And also just on
ultinya kayaknya buat clear si ultinya
Munchkin sih paling committing to these early fights and everybody following him in. That seems to be what's working. At least for now. Now let's see where the response lies. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive piece as they've got no luck. That's something we've consistently seen for Gen.G as they now look to take some early control towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they have no control anywhere else.
Apa sih?
Also, there's not much of a backup plan here. The showstopper, well, that's plan A. And position, teammates coming in to rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG, it's not going too well. Kills swinging in favor of Gen.G, trade after trade, and a 3 versus 2. Lakia, 4 health, but there's not exactly too much they can do to take him down. If he's hit him in those corners, maybe Chichu needs a miracle snake bite to land. And it could come in off the back of the plant. It's Lakia attempting the plant. But they don't know just how low he is. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field a little bit.
It was so close to taking him down, but now Meteor in the right place at the right time.
EDG kenapa, Cok?
Both of them, the direct
Jadi nggak seru gini EDG kebantai-bantai gini, guys.
Just working out perfectly for Gen.G, unable to slow them down, unable to stop them. I want to say as well, I think there was some gorgeous movement in there from Texture. I don't think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstoppers fired towards him, and he just backs out of there immediately off a blast pack, just flies backwards into the corner, and it hits nobody. That's the perfect thing for the side of Gen.G. They've dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. But hey, that ain't going to happen too many more times from what we've seen. Thank their lucky stars as we go 6-3. Gen.G doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture. He's running it down towards Vence, and he has certainly chased Kankan to the other side of the map. an impressive pace change from Gen.G. And now they've got full mid control.
Seru apanya begini, Jing?
Again, it seems like EDG have their players position well, and these are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from Gen.G, it's been the quick moves in towards the site.
Lu sokong tim abang. EDG aja lah biar cepat 2-0.
Not a whole lot online either. A Viper's Pit for Chichu, but where to place it?
GenG lah, GenG guys. GenG guys.
Starting to throw out
GenG lah guys,
Pacific side, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a ruse, and it's worked. It's
Tapi gue liat gameplaynya ini, gue gak menjanjikan dia top 4 jadinya guys. Gak se-powerful kemarin.
Already watching, but he doesn't get either. Luckily, Kankan is there.
Nge-wave mulu cuy, tapi cuy teman-temannya sini.
So it's Chichu. Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's Sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him up. And with 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for Gen.G. The last player standing will take Chichu down. But still 3 more, 15 seconds left. And surely this plant cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first to try and bait into
nice.
It doesn't go his way. 4 rounds for EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But Gen.G being looking good. Nice. Because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be any thought of an eco for the rest of this half.
Oh no, not even remotely close. Again though, it does seem like when they split up and play these slower rounds, a lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just sticking together and just playing almost a death ball has been one of the major benefits for them.
Kayaknya gak sih guys, EDG guys. Gak ada yang nembak cok, kecuali si Kakang doang ya.
The stun there was just completely game-changing. Viper's Pit, though, immediately put down after what has been some tough executes for them to deal with on that side of the map. They're just going to section it off completely.
Well, the pings here from the attacking side seem to be going in towards the spawn. I don't know what play we're about to have come through, but I'm excited to see it. It looks like they want to end towards the A site, and okay, pings go back towards Heaven. Instead, that's going to be the play. Split Heaven, put pressure on this A site, and have your lurker, this time it's Meteor, to pick them up as they start to rotate back. It's a nice idea. See how the execution goes with Seekers confirming the players are here. You can easily see those rotates come through. That's the idea that Meteor is playing off of. Look at this shift back towards Heaven. They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down. He has to maintain this control. Thought about walking into spawn. Instead, it's the sight on the back of a flash. A dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware, and in fact, Meteor almost gets to kill himself. Kankan, though, you can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes 2. This round is starting to fall apart. They know exactly where Texture is, but can't quite connect onto him. The Tyke's going to go through, but he runs through on the other side into the 1v1.
What?
And it's still Kankan.
Gila Kankan anjing.
Can't deal with this man again and again. He pulls off
rounds.
Dia doang yang nembak, guys. And EDG, well, somewhat luckily, do get ever closer.
A sensational play by Texture. That almost won them the round, just blitzing through the smoke.
It should have won them the round.
It should have. It absolutely should have, if not for this man. That's gorgeous, and the return was straight through the smoke.
One enemy remains.
That's disgusting.
Okay, running through the smoke, that's even worse. But it works, and if it works, it works. 6-5, EDG in prime position to equalize coming out of this. That's what we like to see, getting heated down there. Showstopper online for both sides.
14 kills sendiri doang,
It's right off rip, both are used, and Texture! A double kill, but there's still one man standing, not anymore. This is Texture's round.
Yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Gila cok, dibalas cok sama si Texture cok.
Now, well, for the remaining players, what do you even do? You've just lost the entirety of your B defense. Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility used to deny anything. That was the thing. The aftershock cleared a player out of position. It didn't matter. The paranoia wasn't even utilized in that initial take. To find any space here is going to almost rely on a mistake. And you know what? Somehow Smoggy has made this interesting. It won't matter though. He started this round and he will end it. Texture one-ups his opposing race.
Ulti multi lagi teksturnya anjing.
Oh, we had both showstoppers, Tom, but only one got to be fired. That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture, disrupting the plan of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous ace to add to Gen.G's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading and moving over to their defense. I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us. But what we've got in store for you is a halftime analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
7-5 in favor of Gen.G this time, and you can kind of see the team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number 1, Gen.G, bitch. They weren't really awake. They were getting ran over. But coming into this map, they look reinvigorated. Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better. And also just their approach to the game. They're again playing these slow, very proper mid-rounds on the attacking side. But I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against
Iya, makanya kayaknya defense-nya lumayan kuat sih harusnya, guys.
We're tearing EDG up. Exactly, and we saw it especially on the last round with that ace. I think that, of course, for Gen.G is not going to be easy now moving onto the defense. We're seeing a lot of aggression. We're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishment coming from both of the teams. But I think that it's so based on individuality and some BS rounds, like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant play and push. And I think that it's kind of concerning, right, that this is what is going to come to.
Absolutely. I think in the second half, EDG have a great chance at coming out back into this.
Yes.
They're playing this double initiator that is built around enabling Kung Kung on the dive. We saw earlier Zekken playing on this map, absolutely eating up on Raze. This kind of plays pretty similarly, where there's a lot of tools being put into one player succeeding, into getting space on those sites. And if Gen.G are making some of those same mistakes of Icebox on their defense, of giving these early opportunities to EDG, it could go a similar direction.
EDG, they're 1/2 away from making it again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to start dreaming. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk for what could be one last time. As EDG on their attack side look to close out this series up against Gen.G, it's their map pick. You know they're going to be comfortable on the attack. Remember, that means that Gen.G chose to start on their attack side. Maybe it's the best of what they've got planned already behind them.
It went well. Oh, hello. I'm stuck on something.
I'm stuck on nobody.
Help me step. Wait, what? Either way, we are going to have...
We'll just breeze right past that one, I suppose.
The flash coming in. Nobody looking to take the space. Been a little bit quieter this time around.
And not as pacey, that's for sure. EDG still just toying with that map control. It looks like they'll be taking the fight eventually, and it's Con and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control, or so they think. There is a fill back in by Meteor, but, well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. The spike is still in spawn, checking for a flank. And they're just waiting for Gen.G to make that move to re-clear the space. Player spotted up close, stun is good. And he's only bought himself a second as that smoke fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on 45, in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke element. How has he gotten all three? He was 45, now 15 HP with nobody, all alone. The frenzy up close in heaven. He has thread the needle beautifully for that one. And with Texture being on 15 HP, to be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game, but 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be so quick. And look at Texture, he's already here. This could decide it. If he can speed his way through heaven, he might get the angle just after the plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking. Texture's got the pistol goes to Gen.G. This guy's insane.
I've had there's been a lot of plays the last couple of days, on this map in particular, that have left me speechless. I have no idea how he manages 3 kills here. Like, the last 2 especially.
Like, that's better than anything you could ever dream to get from that position.
4 bullets, Tom! 4 bullets and he gets 3 kills on 45 HP!
Look at him go!
Give it to him!
Anjay!
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wah, gila cuan.
We are in for a treat. The 2 Rays players in this match at the moment have basically been competing for who can make the most audacious play of the day. Wow, that was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man. And already, him and Meteor are showing why we talk about this double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic. And you know what? They're doing all right.
All right is an understatement. You know, what we've seen so far, individuals are coming online.
Forsaken set the bar.
Hey, listen, that's a bar that I think only he can jump over. But, well, with 9-5 on the board, Gen.G may well have that third map locked and loaded for us. Breeze. Back of EDG's mind. But the forefront is the fact that it's only a 4-round gap. It's recoverable on the side of EDG.
It's definitely a long road back.
I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so many kills and is now 1 away from the showstopper.
And also the other kills all went to Meteor, which puts him a few away from a Blade Storm. So even if this goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well. 3 players set up, Tiger through. Now there is a judge coming out from Card. The push through on the other side, but the trades have come in. Kept things in their favor. They don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you? Another man pushing into mid, and Karen's there alongside him. Gen.G could give themselves a massive boost if they could take this round away, and well, Smoggy, he has now got some serious weight to carry. 3 players, Spike in mid, and they have a decent idea of where he's coming from, and his opponent's picked up a judge.
Yeah, picked up a judge and is sitting inside a smoke, so very best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind spray is probably his best chance.
He could stun all of them.
True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play into a judge, and he got the contact he was looking for. 10-5, double digits for Gen.G. Showstopper online, Blade Storm close, and 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty hefty advantage towards the defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this game has not gone anywhere near the way I was expecting it to go. And yet it has been incredibly enjoyable.
Well, you did say you expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journey hasn't gone as planned, but we might reach the same destination.
Exactly. Somehow, we've taken
just
a
like
detour.
you and your scooter.
This city's a little confusing sometimes. The GPS doesn't work. Nice shot by Meteor, doubled up on as well. The Outlaw putting in work in this round to control middle. And for EDG, you know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We said it in the last map. When they've got pistols, they were able to upset a lot of opposition. But Gen.G seemed to have a real handle on it, never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
This has genuinely become a race for who's going to be #1 on the scoreboard. Between Texture and Meteor, Karmine is still like in a close 3rd place, but those 2 have started to just completely run away with this one. But, you know, he's always terrifying. Guardian gets him a first. Now, he's actually a couple away. 1 more kill, even if he goes down. He's so quick with it. A single bullet is all he needs. A plant is actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Karkos just found another one. Finally, it takes a bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence of hope for Howdon. I don't even think he knew that he'd killed him.
I expected to come out of this round and compliment Howdong. A fantastic paranoia and even better decision-making. He made the realization there's a good chance they're stacked up, one above the other, firing squad to take the trade. Blinds the guy down below, takes the fight against the top player.
Wait, where's this one?
What? Nice. That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. Yeah, I'd love to see this guy. You ever seen those arcade games with the boxes that go left to right? You got to stack them all the way on top of each other?
He'll get banned.
He's out of the arcade 3 minutes in.
They'll just go,
Gila, itu kalau tadi harusnya menang sini si Oki banget, Cok.
Hey, that used to happen
Tekstur
to me
dapat
down
aja
the
lagi
arcade.
begitu.
The coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texture's 21 and 12.
Yeah.
I mean, he like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable, but well, a completely different face coming out of him.
Yeah, it is a 3-horse race for top of the board, but he's definitely leading the way. That round from Karmine could have gone down as one of the best. Unfortunately for him, he did get bazookaed, so that's one way to put him down. It seems to be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for Gen.G, because they now have 6 rounds to the good.
Guys.
Operator on
Tapi
the board
Meteor
for
juga
Meteor
nyala,
as
guys.
well,
Enak, guys.
who has
Dua-duanya
also
nyala,
had a
Cok.
real step up. Bit of a slow start to this game, but that has quickly diminished. And now looking to just almost roam mid. They've got 3 players set up onto this B side. EDG spread. Just trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default. Problem is, they've even used ults of their own in the last round. Karmine, I didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so that's now gone.
Must have been dropped extremely quickly.
I think it was he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, he did actually blast back up in the air. Yeah, true. How Dong?
Wasn't
looking into the oncoming traffic. That's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 of them there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back.
Guys.
Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition from Meteor. He is more than ready for this, but okay, it's the right rope. It's being taken. Texture's dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B play, although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's that, not only the scope, but the Blade Storm backing it up that's been activated in Heaven. And EDG, I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
30 seconds left.
I think we're looking at Karmine and what can he find here? He's been stellar, and that's already the star they were looking for, leading the way into the side. He doesn't know there's another man behind him. Will be taken out, but that entry does enough. Puts things into a 2v2. Meteor Blade Storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. And the rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe wait a moment, but he just does it all himself! Almost disrespectful to his opponents. It's risky, but it works for Meteor.
It absolutely does. He found that space perfectly. And now that's a 12th round with this defuse coming through. It's going to be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you've just used your ult. You're like, I can get it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, I don't know that either of those ultis are going to be online by the end of the game. Gen.G have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map for EDG. That was 13-8. Well, here on their map pick, it could be 13-5. And there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well, I think you can just clearly see a confidence difference from the last round.
100%.
Like the fact that Meteor, that is a 2v2. You wouldn't be surprised for thinking it was a 1v2 because Munchkin was still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry, bro, I've won the round. Let's go next. Oh, you on the defuse? Oh, hello. That's a bit problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much of a scrape. And Meteor, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He has Lakia in pocket to help him out here. Smokes could be gone within a second because this man is just not missing. He's now 1 away from Texture, by the way. Both players have been unstoppable.
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds have been going. The fact that it's a 5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG to fight their way back into a 7-round in a row. A 7-round deficit. And yeah, has to be consecutive. I like the idea, sending the really slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents move towards Heaven. Munchkin's in position. He's got one, and not the follow-up. But Karmine has another challenge. It's Meteor's off that's come through with a dash still online and a player sitting down below. That's Lakia, who seems to be destined to close this round out. There it is. Not just the round, but the map with it. A 13-5 statement from Gen.G. They were down and out on map 1, but now we're going all the way to Breeze.
Oh, well, they're lucky. It's definitely having a great time there, right at the end. But that's the thing. You look at this scoreboard. Karmine, 22 kills, Texter, 22 kills, Meteor, 22 kills. They all had fantastic performances. The difference is it was much better teamwork from Gen.G. Either way, we're going off to a break because this needs a third map to conclude.
Tangkang dan 4 batang kayu. Duh, lapar lagi guys, anjing, tambah semap lagi, cok, tambah lapar. Aduh. Pengen makan tapi pengennya beli ini guys. Pengennya beli, tau gak sih bubur ayam yang ada di warkop 24 jam, kayaknya enak deh guys. Ya gak sih, ya gak sih guys, ya gak sih guys. Tapi kalau di Shopee mahal gitu loh. Bubur ayam enak sih guys sebenarnya guys. Gacor level 8 bang, mencret anjing. Bubur sih guys, bubur tuh enak cok. Bubur ayam plus telur rebus. Cek dulu guys. Masa kentang goreng jing? Biar nyampe ini aja sih guys, biar nyampe. Kurang jing. Burger King bang cok, McD makan daging anak kecil bang, hah? Daging anak kecil bro. Kayaknya nggak apa-apa deh guys kalau ini guys. Coba cek dulu ya. Kalau mahal nggak jadi guys. Kalau mahal tuh gue pengennya tuh datang langsung aja guys. Beli paling berapa sih? Paling 20.000 kan. Shopee jadi mahal kan cok. 30.000 sih aja cuma bubur ayam doang. Bubur ayam yang di warkop 24 jam guys. Gue pengen guys. Enak sih kayak. Bubur ayam yang di warkop 24 jam tau gak sih? Tapi kayaknya gue kalau mau sih gue pengen naik motor aja sih paling jalan ntar. Nyari guys. Ini kayaknya sih menang Gen.G ya fix ya. Bubur ayam di warkop ada kocak. Temen kebab 2 biji. Ah kayak enak kebab cok. Dengan bubur guys. Mantap bubur guys.
Well, Gen.G take it to a map number 3 as they tie up the score. It is now 1-1 in this series, and we saw a much better showing from Gen.G over here. Yes, there were some small mistakes that were happening, but this is, of course, a Gen.G that we are far more ready to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The difference between map 1 and map 2 in this series is unbelievable. And the difference in performance as well is insane. You play the double duelist comp, you need your duelist to go crazy, and my god, did Gen.G's duelists go crazy this map.
Exactly. Thank you to Space who gave us some of the crazy stats. Actually, both duelists plus the 50% success in that first blood. 67% of the 4v5s won by Gen.G. 70% of their postman and 100% of their retakes. Whatever says on the scoreline doesn't really matter. We know that it was about individualities, and the Gen.G was always supposed to win this map.
Yeah, and I think that's so important for Gen.G as well, because they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lad. You laugh, but I think that is a real thing.
I've checked it.
When they're playing well, you see them out there laughing, giggling with each other.
I'm trying to understand you better. I'm getting to understand you better every time.
Okay, well, you're ruining my vibes, but Gen.Gs are good.
No, it is really good, and you can see them, right? You can see Texture suddenly, jumping up and waving his hands like he usually does. You can see like how Lakia is as well, smiling, and really carrying the rest of the team with that energy.
And I mean, for Gen.G, I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no for EDG, that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like Gen.G pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example, was a huge moment for Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. And how much of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Haldong, and all the smokes that we were seeing onto mid, all the spacing that the teams were taking against each other, and probably we were mentioning, right, those mistakes coming in from EDG, definitely coming into the third map. We need to be keeping an eye on the duelist head-to-head. I was saying, enabling Kankan to have a good game is a very dangerous game to play, and that's exactly what's happening.
I feel like now with EDG, actually, they need that second win. They need that second win to come out if they want to close out map number 3, because I feel like on Breeze, this is a potential aim duel once again, a duelist matchup that we're going to see here between Kankan and Texture.
Breeze is like the map in the pool, which I think honestly, I have no way which way it's going to go. I
think that, we're going to see a lot as well from Karen, who has to be pushed because he's up against Haldong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this run that we're seeing here. So it's a big test. I mean, like, you're up against an IGL and you have a rookie who is just months into his professional career.
Yeah, of course. And coming on to the last map, we know that both of these teams, on the previous matches that they played, they had to win here in the last minute with the last strength, just pushing it to the real limit. But for both of them, making it to playoffs means a lot. We're talking about how the world has changed in the terms of Valorant, how the meta is swifting. Gen.G coming now into this stage, proving that they can make it to playoffs through 2 wins. I think that they will be such a staple for the team.
Yeah, well, right now it is time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Least surprising sponsor segment pick in the history of the world. Texture was insane. We can't talk enough about how good this guy was. His raise has always been impressive, and I mean, this one is just the raw mechanics.
Yeah, completely. And now that we were talking about that aim duel, the possibility of going just in that head-to-head against Kankan in this map on Split, he had the support of a second duelist and the rest of the team just playing for them. Definitely the Vice were on their side for this one, but they need to keep it up for Greece if they want to close it their way.
Yeah, I feel like, now we have both of these teams on their highest energy, right? You can see the exchange between both of the teams as well. They're up on their feet, they're out of their seats too, and they are ready to take it to Breeze right now, Mimi.
You think about the history of this matchup between China and Pacific. It's been so back and forth. This time it's the new guard for Gen.G. They have to prove why they beat Paperrex, why they beat DRX, why they're here. They have a chance to book a spot in the playoffs, but so do Edward Gaming. We're into the engines, like Gen.G played the Yoru comp on this map, and EDG played the old bog standard with Kankan on that jet.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the Yoru. I want to see more impact. I feel like the other day it felt super flat. The impact was not there, especially now starting on the attack, but mostly so on that second half. Is he going to put that pressure onto the map? Same goes for Karen. I think that he had a great game, but the disaster was a bit lackluster.
I'm looking at the flanks and how Gen.G can handle it. Last time they played this, they were getting lurks up holes on their defense. On the attack side, they were letting flanks come through. They really need to have buttoned down how to play, because it's a big risk going to Breeze without Cypher.
Well, the winner moves to playoffs, and the loser will have to fight for survival on Monday. One last time, here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika, and our wonderful analyst desk, Tom, as we dive into this final map, the third of the series, the last of the day. I am very impressed with what we just saw from Gen.G. Do you want to put out a prediction for this one?
No.
All right.
No, I don't. Because so far, I said that I thought EDG would win the second map.
Yeah.
And I thought that Gen.G would win the first map. So,
no,
you know what? I don't fancy giving a prediction. I'm just going to let it it go at this stage.
Fair. You know what I'll say, though? I predict Gen.G, if it's going to be the same as last map, where Lakia lost one opening duel, won none. Other than that, it was exclusively Meteor and Texture that took opening duel. It's rare you see that. The other two players absent in early fights. It was just these guys. And with the success they've been finding, hey, I'm not going to ask you to change that.
Okay,
so the record that they have on this map for Gen.G it's not been fantastic. They've lost it 3 times in a row to RRQ, Team Secret, and Loud. But according to Jen, who is obviously does
Alright, map terakhir guys. China number 1 versus
she said that they feel really
Pacific number
confident
1
on this map and in this composition in particular. So yeah, I've leaked what she said. She can come find me if she wants. Either way,
you're not winning that fight, Tom.
I know.
I'll let you know. Just like
but I wanted
Kan
to say
Kan.
it that bad that I'm happy to be beaten up.
But just like Kan Kan there, not winning that fight as he gets dropped on that defensive side. An aggressive push that's now left Haodong in a little bit of an isolated position. If you have 2 players right behind him, it's a pretty heavy stack up on B. And after finding that opening kill in this direction, especially if they took down Haodong, they might consider just full blitzing the B site. That seems to be the plan, Tom, but there could be danger here. Still a trap on site, it gets destroyed, and the cam's gone. A lot of control. Smoggy though with okay.
Ya, miss semua. Udah Gen.G sih guys.
Never mind whatsoever.
Gen.G deh.
That has just been a slaughter. Blink and you miss it. Every single member of the EDG side is gone, and well, that's exactly how you want to see it start if you are on that Gen.G side of things. Clean, clinical. And that's the thing. Okay, it hasn't worked for them so far, this composition. It's one that you have 2 agents that can take a lot of map control. I think obviously the one sort of detriment to it is having that single initiator and not having the cycle. And that's the main worry. You can be flanked very easily. So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful lot of cool set plays.
Early peak. Kan Kan wants to get involved. Marshall out. Headshots being looked for, but no bullets landing. And the aggression from nobody has been spotted. They're anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. Gen.G have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen before. Anti-ecos, anti-bonus rounds. They're always sitting back, always using their utility to clear up and then catching them on the fall back. I've really enjoyed the discipline that they've shown, especially on the last map, and it seems like it's no different here.
Yeah, I think they've definitely warmed up into this game, and you almost have to hope for EDG's sake they haven't cooled off, because we've seen a lot of different heroes throughout, especially in their Paperrex game. We talk about great performances out of Haodong. I think nobody had a fantastic map of Split. But in the last map, I was basically like, how many kills can Kan Kan get? And if it's not at least 4, they're probably losing the round, which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero, and the rest of the team are just looking to try and put him into position. For this round,
30 seconds left.
Expectations incredibly low. Sure, he has a Marshall, which, given the opportunity, could do damage, but now in an afterplant, Lakia on a potential late lurk. Now, there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Lakia has now filled that.
One enemy remaining.
And it will now just be Kan Kan remaining.
Flawless lagi kah? 2 kali flawless kah?
Well, they should have spotted the sniper. He shot a couple of bullets at them, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to feed him.
The only person I can see peeking that is Texture. The scope of his own on the Outlaw, and an advantageous fight regardless of where he hits. 45 HP. Kan Kan's on his way forward. Understandable. You know, he's not going to look to carry a Marshall through to the next, but the Outlaw is holding the angle, and Texture will find that one easily. 2-0 for Gen.G. Not much in the way of damage done.
Lihat dari cara mereka menembak sih easy game guys ya.
So, altogether, a very positive start to this map for Gen.G.
Yeah, and that's the only kill that anybody has been actually able to get on the EDG side. So, a very quiet start for them in a map that doesn't decide their fate, but it's still a scary fate to have. Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they managed to beat out Paperrex once. There's a chance they'll face them again. You've got the likes of Loud, Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back, even maybe a little bit of chance for revenge for FPX as well. So those decider games are not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits. Already quite a bit of information, both duelists being spotted outside of that A site. And considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
Especially in post plans here for Gen.G. If they can muscle their way into a site. We're going to have the Outlaw leading the charge to take opening fights. Everybody on the side of EDG has got full shields. Of course, they saw the Outlaw last round, so you're not going to go running into that with light shields, giving him free kills, giving him basically an AWP upgrade. Texture's avoided the recon. He's in a good position. If anyone does go for that peek just to grab a little bit of info, they'll be in a lot of trouble, but the poison orb's up, and that should keep them back.
Yeah, they've got the information that they are still here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way, but nice work from Howdong. Smoggy as well, combining. Desperately low on HP, but they've managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players remaining. Make it 1. It is a clean sweep. Only nobody lost. Which sounds mental as a sentence.
Yeah.
And EDG, well, after a single kill in the first 2 rounds, they do quite well in the first buy.
Yep, a very well held push on the side. I mean, this is what I'm saying for Gen.G. Actually breaking through, I think, is the problem in this round, short of any over peaks out of the side of EDG, but they were patient. They took their time, and they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4, I'm a little concerned. Meteor has an ulti online, and it's going to be pulled right away. Into another dimension he goes.
Kurang guys ya. Yang ini mungkin oke lah. Let's see.
He's left his gate crash in towards A main, clearing out this like a recon.
Look how far back they've gone.
And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate through. There's no way GG could have expected that.
Yeah, it's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back of the gun barrel spotted. The start from Texture. It's going to make it so much more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to be impossible. Bear in mind, they've got snakebite lineups. They could use a gravity well, but I don't think they're even going to need it. Picking this team apart, Smoggy at least has found 1, but here comes those lineups. Anybody even gets close to that spike, and they've already spotted both players. Meteor's blinded himself, but it doesn't even matter. And now the Grabwell's also caught out Smoggy. A clean take from Gen.G. with slightly comical close to it, but
strong sih dia coy.
They won't mind.
Susah coy, lihat
I've never seen a man
mereka
look so lost in my life. Meteor today, he didn't know where he was. That was the blind. He sees a player close. He has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the head. Ends up getting blinded himself. It was beautiful. It must be so confusing for Munchkin to step into that scenario, seeing them back to back. I think they were shooting for a James Bond poster. 3-1. Gen.G in a prime position, Bladestorm online, not needed, with full rifles in play for that attacking side, and EDG having next to nothing to work with, just some pistols. I see the clock frozen on the top, and I have to almost think this is a timeout from EDG. This early on, you don't want Gen.G to be just storming away, and as we can see, yes, it is indeed an EDG timeout.
Yeah, I think it's almost just off the manner in which these rounds have been won. As I said, the first 2 rounds, they got a singular kill.
Only here for the cloud.
Me too. And then also, the last round, again, just 1 kill. It was only the round that Smoggy actually managed to sort of hold the line on the site. Other than that, they get forced back, but the thing is, so far at least, that those retakes haven't looked good, and it's not your normal composition. That's sort of the benefit of not only having Meteor as that extra space taker, he can also cause havoc when you're trying to go for those retakes, but then you just have Karen and Munchkin. It's sort of like the yin and yang of the team. Like, you've got this crazy aggressive lunatic in Texture, and then you've got 2 guys going, I'm in spawn, I'm line up out. Okay, there's the snakebite gone. Okay, few seconds. It's a gravity well. And then that's basically the round over at that point. And in the meantime, it's like, you know, the guy that's sweating. You know, the sweaty guy. Yeah. I mean, you've just got Tess going, I'm in the fight. I killed one. Yeah. And just the others chilling, just having a nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against. And you almost have to play into that aggressive nature. You have to try and, well, as GB would say, punch him in the face. You have to get up close and personal, and Gen.G are just so good at denying that.
Well, this is it. We've seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super slow. Early on here, I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B for a much quicker paced take to keep these players in position on A. Perhaps even grab the rotates over, but 1 man is still here. Standing his ground, well, not anymore. G2's not standing at all. Good shot from nobody, and an angle lined up, but Meteor was ready for it.
Yeah, this round looking done already.
Pro player emang beda, guys, anjing.
He's going to get his ult online no matter what happens here.
Gue kalau main racket tembak begitu kayaknya.
I don't think that's going to happen. But the thing is, Gen.G are just giving them nothing. Every once in a while, someone goes for a slight jiggle peek, but they're just so passive in their spots. Ratty angles being held as well. Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and farm up as many orbs as possible, but again, that's another player round with 4 players alive. There's been barely anything to talk about in terms of EDG. The finances already off the charts for Gen.G. If they wanted to throw in an operator, they could comfortably on pretty much every single player. And this now has to be a response, because right now this is looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team that we were singing the praises about in map 1. Even Karmine at the moment is missing.
Yeah, and that's coming out of a pause as well, right? Like, this has got to be somewhere that you've had your coaching staff come in, like your IGL's trying to pull it through. Call that pause, you touch base with your coaching staff, and you're right back into the fray. For Gen.G, I mean, look, it's plain sailing. It's a breeze right now. EDG need to get back on that horse. And we've seen a couple different approaches that Gen.G have shut down each time. This time, though, late aggression on the back of a flash. It did catch one of them, but the other sneaks into the corner, and that'll be aggressive A information for them with a rotate coming through, but the dash was heard. They know Karmine is coming around this angle. 2 players are lined up, ready to punish, and that was because of texture being up here in the tube, being able to hear that. Perfect comms.
Again, no success for Karmine's aggression. When they played this map versus FPX to qualify, he was one of the only reasons they were even in the map. Like, he was so aggressive but successful with it. And right now, that just isn't the case. Again, they've sold a ruse, trying to keep a couple of players, but right now it's still split. A solo defender in the form of Howdong, and just look at his HP. He's already low. He's about to come under some serious pressure, and at least support has began to rotate in. Smoggy actually pushing into his own util to try and just get anything there, and it's so easy. They are making this look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach. Finally, there's been a response, but just look at where the players are. The afterplant will again ensue. The rats will go back into their corners. There's no hope.
Yeah, this is a very strange position to find ourselves in, considering how we started this series out, Tom. I thought we were in for a quick day, and, well, it might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2. 13-8, 13-5, and Gen.G now leading 5-1. The question, how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round? Already one is spotted towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in from Meteor. He gets one, and there's more players on the way.
Where do you go?
They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in. Chichu knows his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Unfortunately, nothing is found. Rifles are dropped, and EDG, it's not just their economy that's in the bin, it should also be their mental. This is a really tough position to play from.
Yeah, they're so prepared for everything that they want to do. Karmine's initial aggression, I think he's actually caught by his own teammate's flash initially, so unable to find anything on the peak. The push into middle also, they're just waiting. They're ready, and the second he's dead, it does just look like, okay, now they can go for their executes. They get rid of the real danger. And the only round that they've won so far on the EDG side was purely based of Smoggy managing to get a multi-frag on the site. Again, the ult's being farmed up. Meteor 1 away, Munchkin 1 away. They've got a couple of marshals to play with in this round, though. Maybe could try and do a little bit of damage, but that's all the optimism I have left.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of damage. Look at their economy on Gen.G. Yeah. It's not going to do anything, like, short of them being able to completely break open this attacking side in the coming rounds. Ooh. Good shot by Smoggy. That's texture down already. Some economy damage. But we need to see a lot of rifles dropped, and really, we're looking for a round win for EDG every time they run it. Nice position. Oh, no!
He puts his gun away! And instead, well, it's a little bit later, but it still works out for Karen. There was a chance that he gets picked off, but that luck was filthy. And again, look, they're just going to use the Cosmic Divide, get themselves the afterplant. And do I believe there's any hope in the afterplant? Maybe. They've at least eliminated one of the players, but I don't even think they realize just yet where everything's going down.
Yeah, just look up in the sky, see that Cosmic Divide, that'll give it away. But they were looking to clear out any lurkers around, no one to be found. Rifles potentially retrievable. Something. But if you're on EDG right now, the real concern is Smoggy and Haodong being so low. A bullet, all that's needed to take down the final player, and it is delivered easily. That one didn't really seem under threat. As Gen.G tighten their hold on this map and on this series with a 6-1 lead. The one saving grace, Tom, is that EDG have 4 ultimates coming into the next round, and they've called a timeout, and they'll be full bot. If ever they were going to put another round on the board, this is really where you want to see it.
Yeah, not bad.
Gila
ultimates
guys,
for a
terus semuanya deh,
because that has been their major problem. Just look at the deaths. That's not something I say too often, but look at the deaths over on Gen.G. Munchkin has died once, Karen has died twice, and that's because they are playing for the late round every single time. Karen's lurks have been sublime. They're so ready to just play in those afterplan situations. Now, at least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Karn with the Blade Storm, they might be able to clear out some of those late flanks. I'm also looking, though, at the fact that he's got the Operator, because he has been getting into a lot of early fights and losing pretty much every single one of them. The gun that pretty much made him famous is in his hands once again, and if you're on that EDG side, we are going into round number 8. Both of your pauses are already gone. That is how dire the situation is right now for the Chinese powerhouse.
Squad that came out swinging on map 1 on Gen.G's map pick. They set the tone for the series, and that tone has changed dramatically since we left Icebox. They've cooled down on EDG, and Gen.G coming in hot on Breeze. An 8th round about to kick off. Gen.G could be on 7 when we leave this one. As I said, EDG have 4 ultis to play with. Bit of a concern, though, with the retakes constantly needing to be played on A, with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just clear this site out, get them on there, and get the plant in. And then if it's Munchkin planting, that's the Viper's Pit. If he takes the orb, that's the Viper's Pit, and a really tough way back through. We're going for a Hunter's Fury, blind as a bat. And unfortunately, it's not found anything. With the orb retrieved, here comes the Pit to cover the plant. Now you don't have that Hunter's Fury to clear your way back through. The null command, it's not in on time, and there's not really a lot of coordination for EDG right now. They're still covering out some of this map. It looks like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen. There's really not a lot going for this defensive side, even though it's a 5v4. The odds are stacked against them.
Yeah, so much needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're going to get anything again! Karn got caught with no gun in hand, and Karen is just doing so much damage, devastation. Smoggy, at least, it's just exit kills, padding the stats because the round's already over. Gen.G are running a clinic over on EDG. The team that didn't fear Gen.G are just getting ruined by them.
How many times have we seen a knife be pulled out, and that's the second that somebody peeks the angle? It's like a calling card. They're beckoning them in. It's just so unbelievable. Like we mentioned the flank, but I didn't expect that level of impact.
Well, the funny thing as well is, at that point, the round was already over.
They were going for a save, right?
They weren't looking to actually fight back into it, but they're just not prepared for these players to be around. And that's the thing, they're running the comp with more information. They're running the one with the double initiator, with the Cypher, and they're the ones that end up looking like fools in almost every single round. The fact is, I'll be honest, I've kind of forgot they even had a Cypher at this point. Like, I just don't think that Chichu has been able to find anything. And, it's going to get one for free. Finally, Munchkin's died, by the way. I think that's only death number 2.
What? Really?
He's been,
I hadn't even copped that.
I think he was 7-1, unless he died last round as well, but even
still,
udah
malas main bang itu bang.
Well, yeah, but the Viper's Pit was online until right at the end, so yeah, I think that was literally his second death.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
and I think Karen will only be on like maybe 3.
The thing is, the trade that they get there, Munchkin falling, it is big. It is removing a lot of the utility that gets them out the site. Problem is, it was Karn dropped on the other side. That's your entry. Haodong tries to fill the role, and he's shut down immediately. Lackey is caught in the corner, though. Trapped in there, and the big iron takes him down. Back up. Well, the first shot doesn't hit. But Meteors most certainly does. They don't know that there's a player sitting on the site. Smoggy has a chance, but I think he just broke the gate crash, so now the info will be there that there is still someone sitting around. There's going to be a bodyguard on the planter, so no chance to deny it. And the real hope, okay, well, that was actually a good chance. Some damage done. The eyes focused forward. Good flash. And good punish. Even though Chichu catches one from behind, he's going to swing straight into this op. I like the cage. Great use of it. Great swing. Oh, but he doesn't hit the kill shot. 55 HP, but that's enough for Texture to still be able to duel. And with Meteor coming around the other side, I don't see a lot of ways this goes for Chichu. He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot, good correction as well. Meteor forced back, and the defuse is underway. No utility for the Yoru. It's going to be a drive peek, and it's worked out again for Gen.G. One of the closer rounds for EDG, but again they lose. And 8-1 we go. It doesn't seem like there's any safe haven for the defenders.
No, that was one of the best opportunities for them. A few pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end and they went extinct. 11-4 for him, but there hasn't been a weak link. That's been the major issue. Gen.G have peaked at the perfect moment as they have
Ketawa, ini Kang Kang udah kayak aduh kenapa ya kita ya gitu ya. Kenapa kita ya tembaknya begini ya?
Well, time to lock and load. Go again. For EDG, they probably would have called a timeout coming into this round if they still had one, but they've burned them up. They're on their own now.
I cannot use that.
All on their lonely, just like the round count. Viper's Pit online for the defenders. The way back through, that could help. You see a retake wall on B. One that lets them get close from middle and then pop. No! He's out, okay, cool. Oh no, he's not! Oh, he's been
Selamat tinggal. Dua orang mati, bro.
That's one of the best Hunters Furies I've ever seen. They just tagged both. That's ridiculous from Luckier. After a first map to forget, he has been fantastic ever since. Back with a vengeance.
And look who it is they killed, Tom. That's your Viper's Pit, down and out of the round. No way back through for them now.
Well, nobody's going to try. He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them. A Meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. Stolen away by Karen in the end, but 9-1. Whether you predicted the first and the second map, I think you're a bit crazy if you did. But if you thought this is how map number 3 was going to go, props to you. And how is it living in Korea?
This is just so disgusting. Was there... Am I mistaken in saying that there was nothing to give away that player's position? That was a blind fire to Hunter's Fury, right?
Ayo lo, Kang Kang digituin, Kang Kang. Kang Kang.
3 pulls of the bow, and every single one hit their mark. Bullseye after bullseye.
Udah bagus banget GenG.
Gen.G are absolutely stealing this series away. They got dominated on their map pick, and then they showed up. They've only given 6 rounds on the last map in this one. Explain that one.
Fake time.
Either way. The drone's going to give a little bit of info. It really is a bleak reality for EDG right now. We saw on the player cams real frustration for Concom because it is rare, no matter who you are, that you shut this man out completely. But that has been the story thus far. Even being played with by an opponent. You can see just trying to make this awkward, try and make this confusing. Ooh. And there's Texture. Even still, though, Kankan has managed to take him down. A trade, which, I'll be honest, so far has been unusual. A deep mid position from nobody, but looks away. Just as they make the cross, the entire team comes out, and then Kankan peeks into the lot of them.
Kalah, guys. Mau nembak apapun kalah, Cok.
Game so far. Finally, we see there's a
Cypher. He got a tag, Tom. He got a tag.
It's because they're finally going B. That doesn't happen very often. It doesn't matter, though. They're still losing every single fight ahead of them. Chichu probably gobsmacked that they've actually entered into the B site. I don't know where he's hoping to go here. They're so ready for it. He does at least manage to drop the player planting, but it's after they've already planted. And while just as every other round goes, it is 10-1. Ridiculous.
I don't even remember what round EDG won, to be honest. This has been the most...
It was the round where Smoggy got 3 kills on the back of the site.
You're right. Yeah, it was the pyramid play.
I remember
Flash up top.
It's the only thing that's
It's the only thing that's happened. Like, you could study this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
Oh, look at what they're buying. Look at what they're buying.
Stop it.
Look at what they're buying.
It's the last round of the half.
Look at what
they've got backup weapons.
Look at what they're doing.
They've got backup weapons for days and 3
This is the Concom waiting angle.
What?
Where does he peek? Does he peek A main? Does he peek into middle? That's where Concom is. They're waiting for it. This is so disgusting. They know it's coming as well.
Oh no, they know where Texture is. What a disaster. Blade Storm used as well. Upshot fires out. It was Munchkin letting loose on that shot, swapping the weapon over for a Phantom, and they're still keeping the 3. It's just juggled around. Now it's Lakia who's going to be your opper. I don't know how they're running this. You know, you take 1 shot, then you juggle it over, right? That's your chance gone. Now it's someone else's turn.
Already gone. They're already dropping them.
Oh, no. Poor form, but they do have to make a play eventually. 50 seconds left on the clock. It's time to push forward. Hey, 2 ops on attack. It's still pretty good. Still pretty unique.
Oh, Meteor taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a brawl in this round. EDG have played a little bit more passive. It doesn't make a damn difference. They're being battered. Concon again tries to be the hero, but this time and every time he has been shut down. Haodong, Chichu. Well, there's nothing they could do. A nice shot at least. He'll know where they are. But knowing and doing anything about it is going to be another thing altogether. The plant not the safest, but that's cover. They didn't even need the plant in the end. It is 11-1 scoreline. The most dominant half we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yep.
And it will have to be an even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward in the event. I'm not expecting to see a much better half than this on any map. Absolutely gobsmacked by this attacking side of Gen.G. 11 rounds, an EDG that came in the start of the day looking like favorites, playing like favorites. And Gen.G have found themselves behind. Let's hear from Munchkin, because we sat down with them earlier on.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 제 IGL링 방식 자체가 팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게 하는 게 제 IGL 스타일링이기 때문에 저희 어느 선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다, 진짜 이거 할 수 있을 것 같다라고 항상 콜을 해주면 그런 방향성을 최대한 밀어주는 것 같아요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 속해 있던 저는 그래도 나이가 적은 편은 아니었지만 되게 성격이나 게임적으로 되게 어렸던 것 같고 지금의 팀은 그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
Munchkin now just too late to the party, tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage. Dewey's taking a lot of damage from this. That's a little surprising as Munchkin now, Redbird gets it, he gives them the tiniest of margins.
사실 멀리서 이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때는 되게 다 무서웠는데 지금 마드리드 와서 보면은 퍼시픽이 가장 무서운 것 같은데요. 지금 한국 시간으로 되게 늦은 시간인데 경기 끝까지 봐주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, Munchkin's sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall. 10-round lead, 2 needed to close it out. The pistol may well seal EDG's fate, and even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be participating in if I was EDG.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for a long, long time. But the fact is, Gen.G, they started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking unstoppable. A chance for the first time in their history, not only making it to a Masters, but making it to a Masters playoffs. For a lot of these players, that was a dream that may never have come. And with a roster that many wouldn't have expected to be this damn good, they are just 2 rounds away from making that history and being, well, maybe even one of the favorites to take the crown. Still, the players up against them are not ones that you can be foolish, that you can give chances to, and they have struggled on this defensive time before. EDG clearly not giving up just yet, but this man in pistol rounds is devastating as ever. The lurking Karen is all that remains. Watch your flank.
It's a trap here as well. Just gets caught by that. There's the info to play with. It will be a legendary comeback. Kankan using Fnatic's pistol. He'll have to channel some of that energy and then some.
Yeah, you need more than that.
Well, it's a mini victory, so to speak, for EDG. 11-2. They've doubled the rounds here with the pistol win. That's, yeah, that pretty much summarizes this game so far. It's been tough.
But that was the thing. We saw that comeback happen because of a fantastic tactical pause.
Do you reckon they'll have one, Tom?
No, not until overtime at least. They've got to do it on their own. The coaches, they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview we saw earlier. How much they think the coaches really impact them. How much they lead by example while they're silenced. You're going to have to rely, well, either on their opponents eventually taking one. I guess that will be the real possibility. Even still, though, Texture going for a little bit of an investment here. Other than that, not a whole lot to play with. And, of course, you don't really expect any players to be saving too much here for the side of EDG because you can't afford to play a bonus round in the next.
Part of me sees this as a Gen.G round, but how things have been going. Texture's dealt with, though. And now my odds are switching up a little bit. EDG have site control. Man advantage ×3. And, well, it looks like Gen.G will fall flat in this eco round. 1 kill for Lakia. And we're at the stage with 2 rounds needed for Gen.G. I don't really care how much damage they do.
Click that.
They can make this a bit more costly. And for Munchkin, he's picked up a Sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. It's 11-2, though. He can do what he likes. Probably just going down to the spike.
They've had so many plays that have been based off confidence. I wouldn't even mind too much if he tried to just do some damage. They have such a ridiculous lead, but clearly just wanting to make sure that they don't give any of those orbs over to, well, Kankan, Howdong, and instead we'll just go down to the spike. Now, I fully expect that any weaker weaponry here for EDG is just upgraded. You can't be playing a bonus round here. You are too far behind. If you allow them to get to 12, you're playing for overtime, and we are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best of buys, though. That's the thing. I think an Outlaw's been purchased in the place of a Marshal. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will still allow them to buy into the next round. But even with the slight weaknesses, EDG need to win this.
Well, EDG has 3 rounds, and Munchkin has 3 deaths. It's been a pretty strong game for Gen.G so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, well, we lost the bonus, it's all good. No. You got to win that bonus, and nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. Gen.G's numbers thin out, and the A site, well, you see, with the wall already up, I think they're going to wait for another pulse. When the wall goes down, Kankan might have an opportunity to spray away. Good spray through. It's dealing some damage. Texture's forced back, caught by nobody. This is a good look for the side of EDG, trading out one after another. We said they needed to win this bonus, and it looks like they've got it locked down, but Meteor, yeah, has a free kill. And it's been left to a 1v2. Very winnable for Meteor. TP, I love this. I don't know if he's going to commit. I imagine it's a fake for info, and then he can sneak his way through to the site, but let's see.
Both players sat back. He does take the TP. It's being watched by Kankan. Both players around this angle. It would have to be a mistake at this stage, and even Kankan, one of the most confident players, decides it's not worth it. Smart stuff from EDG. Not going to overextend, and this is the exact start they needed to start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't think until we get to 8 or 9 rounds I'm even going to start thinking about what could be on the cards. And you can see the confidence that's there. Like, that push from Karen is ludicrous. It just goes walking out. But you can kind of understand it at this point when you won that many rounds in a row.
You only needed to work once for Gen.G. They can throw out a couple of those curveballs. Now, here's the interesting thing. 11-4. A huge lead for Gen.G. And but they decide to call a timeout. Funny, because you mentioned, Tom, earlier about how Chichu was complimenting the coaching staff of EDG, saying how important it is for them to touch base with them. The Gen.G have given them an opportunity to do so, but obviously they're just concerned about closing this game out.
When your coach is solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. But I'll be honest with you, he is someone who was there at the beginning of Valorant. He was there in titles before Valorant for many, many years. He has so much experience that I think they're going to value that a lot more than, oh, okay, now After gets to talk to his team as well. I also think there is just an aspect of momentum breaking. Because the fact is, I think of any team that we have in the scene, you watch Karn's camera, when that guy gets pumped up, you're in trouble. So create the calm. Use your pauses for that. It might even just be a small talk of like, okay, let's calm down. We're not done. We're not through yet. And I don't mind it.
Well, yeah, when you've got a lead like that, you see your players playing loose. I can also understand just calling that timeout to say, yeah, everybody calm down. Let's play the game. Let's just close it out. We're not here to give EDG way back in. And if you do, well, they will certainly take it. Yeah. Big lead for Gen.G. Defensive side, couple of investments, but nothing huge. Mostly sheriffs, a marshal, and a bookie to back them up. For Gen.G, I mean, sometimes you'll see these rounds where you group up, try to play the numbers, but it's such a big map. It's not really a gamble they want to take. Instead, just playing defaults and hoping they can pop off individually. I think really they're just thinking about the next round.
Well, I'm definitely intrigued by a Bucky on Breeze. I'm not sure it's something that will necessarily be expected, but when you have that extra controller in the form of Karen, you can create little pockets for someone like Lakia to play. And as said, his resurgence in this series has been fantastic. And his resurgence in the scene in general. He had to go through being slightly trapped to a one-map player to being trapped in the tier 2. And now he's been shot in the face. I was optimistic. One of those plays you never really expected to work. Meteor, though, still making things interesting.
One enemy remaining.
But he will fall as well. Munchkin a little bit out of the action. Looking to keep the rounds to deaths ratio the same. Although he did technically die to the spike, which doesn't come up on the scoreboard.
Okay.
If we're being pedantic,
he's died a few more times. But for EDG, 13-5 on last map. Pushing up to 5 here. Full buy for Gen.G next. Deja vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round, at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody and Haodong both extremely low to the Sheriff. They're just going for the exit towards the spawn. Yeah, well, Munchkin might not die to the spike. It depends how quickly he pushes out here. Still being watched on the cross, but he finds a nice, safe corner to go down to it. So he'll still be able to buy in the next. 11-5. EDG on their way, but still a long distance left to go. It's worth mentioning, Lakia, well, he's 13-9 right now, 3 assists. He was 3 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on Icebox, but Split and Breeze, he's back in the game.
Well, it still seems like it was the closest map so far, which kind of says how things are going elsewhere, but there we go. 11-5. EDG starting to bridge the gap, and that's one hell of a way to kick off the buy round. I said there's always a worry if this man starts gaining confidence. Well, it doesn't get any better than that.
Kamu kan lagi makan, Bang Rio. Kita ramah-ramahin ya buat kamu gitu katanya.
Gen.G left to rely on a very scattered hold. Look at the minimap. You can see those defenders are going to have big performances when the push comes down. And it looks like EDG want to shove into the A site. This is Texture's opportunity. The drone could clear him, or at least keep him behind this Viper wall as it's about to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed, but he still fires back. 23 HP though, and the players are quickly circling him, encircling him, I should say, and finally taking him down. Munchkin and Karen to do it all. Nice shot by Karen. There's an opportunity. If he can buy some time, the flank will catch another off guard, and now it's winnable again. Gen.G has suddenly found legs in the round, but a snake fight in hand leads to Munchkin's death. Keren has to clutch this alone. He's keeping his opponent behind the pyramid, but nobody jumps up top to take him down. A 6th for EDG. The gap down to 5. It's not quite manageable yet, but this attack side is really picking up some momentum.
Somehow, Karmine is only 3 kills away from being top fragger. I don't know how that's a thing.
They're throwing the AWP off the map. They did. They threw it right off the map. I guess because Karmine has the Blade Storm, he's going to use that for what could be a much quicker round.
Yeah, I guess attempting something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like they don't have the finances for it.
Right here.
You can see the patience. Interesting, actually, considering how passive they're holding in this round at the moment. I feel like that operator could have had some value. They're going to remove the cam with a shock dart. Chichu now looks to reclaim that control, something that was given up earlier in the round, and it looks like they might be about to use Karmine as a bit of a sledgehammer. Information going to be found, though. Already clearing out A main, and I don't know if he's going to get far enough. Might be able to spot some of the players in mid. That would be huge. He has. He's seen that they're still passively waiting. Will TP back to the site, but it means that they're not going to pull any early rotations just yet. In fact, though, EDG are going to use that as a move towards B.
Cage up from Chichu as well. He's making his way around mid for the lurk. The rest of the players need to break through the B site. Viper utility to block them on the retake, but the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded up completely, but Karmine can't get it done with Keren on the side. 3 kills quickly found, and even the Blade Storm frag on the flanker. Easy peasy for Gen.G. They had a real handle on this round from the get-go, and 12-6. One more needed for Gen.G. 6 chances to pull it across the line, and I am amazed by what we've seen in these last 2 maps. This Gen.G. squad, I don't know if they need to play a 1-map scrim before their next series, but they are just I would, if this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
Well, that is the thing. You look at their last few series, it does kind of feel like that. They always seem to lose one, except for an overtime victory for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're going through, it's not like they've had an easy route. You can't sit there and go, oh, you know, they beat one of the weaker teams in their region. They beat DRX, they beat Paperrex, they've beaten Loud. These are teams that have all been within top 4 at international events. Now they look to beat the China #1, a team again who's been in the playoffs before, and this time it's looking like it might be theirs. Just 2 kills away from creating history for their organization within Valorant. And it's looked like it is done and dusted. Gen.G will be the 2nd team to make it through to the playoffs. Valakia, it is a return to greatness.
Wow, what a resurgence for this man. Not only on the international stage and scene, not just counting down the years, but even in this series, 3 kills, 18 deaths, and 1 assist to start it out. And he certainly woke up towards the 2nd and 3rd map. But there's nothing that you could do you could say to take this away from Gen.G as a squad. This team looks scary, threatening, and they're able to come back from these huge deficits from a rough map 1 to a dominant map 2 and 3. EDG played well, but not well enough today.
Yeah,
kita udah dulu guys, makasih nonton, sampai jumpa di besok Paperrex Games. See you on the next live streaming. RioJaja signing out. Terima kasih teman-teman
teams that have been here before, players that have stepped into this team after maybe having underwhelming previous seasons. Like expectations for this roster were nowhere near as high as this. Now they sit top 4 in the world. They're looking at a chance of genuinely fighting for a trophy. And for some of the players, well, this is elation. This is time to prove themselves. For some of them, this is their first time. You're looking at Keren, someone who was stolen from ranked. And right now, that's it. Top 4. That's where they currently sit within the VCT.
That's why you don't troll your
Pokoknya yang ntar menang ini sama, ntar yang menang ini akan melawan yang kalah.
Frankly, unbelievable
Antara
turn of events.
sama si
Gen.G.
Karmine.
There were doubters. There were a lot of doubters, even after regional performance coming onto the international stage. We weren't sure what we were going to get to see from these guys, but all I want to see is